challenge akoja sa wodo no kwan ano no tum po de obesaman work na ebuso penny na odobroni na funeral home funo no kada wa redraw nti okada wa redraw no na che de condemn there or there what can improve you move here ne injunction application nti this is a movie injunction application in fact case ni na it was time bound if so obekaya not that time since a lumbani you know no it had been scheduled for sit to say bibi them set December yes in there no it had been scheduled for sit into time was of the essence into missing a movie motion you know into I can say it took a lot of hours now for responding they raise issues of documentation one notarizing in fact I will never come into details okay. It seems that is the main now okay. Yes no. So any prelims no, that was on the injunction
okay.
The long and short of it was based on decided cases and the legal system no Ghana legal system no or based on principle be a friend of stare decisis okay. Stare decisis or chede ma at the door fun mo edikan fun wa ye no hwedo na ye bi nti adekọ ye ne demene there the main principle behind stare decisis in there they want you to be able to determine your matter nti yemfa na bia MCA ya boa or did the case you the court no they na that was the response and that was the judgment so it makes you to also predict what will happen so it brings certainty about the law. As I say, it makes you to be able to predict that, okay, say if the MCA what the court and they no here there, then definitely I'm some the man some they no be. So you are able to predict the law, you follow the law. It's based on decided cases. In fact, one thing I make there, when it comes to injunction applications, based on the discretion of the court. And if I remember correctly, my lady Dorinda Smith Arthur kind of clear, the court made it clear there. All money ruling no, or money clear there. She is not bound by precedent, but she is guided by rules. And I sided with her because her discretion. So what it means is that, Sebiana, anod no the case or the koi, maybe no injunction. It is likely that any case might have some slight difference with regards to fact. Also, case I could seek injunction. So the judge who has the fact or who has been presented with the fact might decide that okay, so the may anu inchero them demo. So discretionary when it comes to injunction or discretionary, you can get it today. Another case, but next a fact is slightly different, and you might decide on far more. But when it comes to restraining urban the injunction on ifuna, the court is quite very cautious. Cautious because it seems 2024, so they will know what the practice direction or that, but in take a practice direction or why there. Some instructions via normally the chief justice and whatever or direct to court as to how they will deal with an injunction often if no one no whatever so it guides us but the practice direction was like say if any kind of injunction with or less than 2 weeks they should be very careful so because of that or you moving
no less than 2 weeks
but you moving them because they say if it is less than 2 weeks the probability of you getting it is extremely low. Into when you move in terms of the injunction application the court so that the court could consider it. Now, every case law so soon are there, you know, it is generally accepted that when it comes to body or ye busiano, or ye busiano na what you want or ye wash it or ye body no and so in that area no, it was not easy there. But as I said, injunction is a discretionary. So we decided to, based on the circumstance, we decided to move. We moved it. Now, Senior William Kusi movie and to the decision of the court, no, they felt that no, we injunct no because if you know, or you bushano in Japade. Say, okoye bibi there. I'm just saying. If say you okoye bibi there, nankoye bushano. Funum binum na even immediate family num bin bushano. Funum bin even at that time na no will seek maybe the outcome could have been different, but a year. And ideally, I can't remember no on can't ebusiano or worry room, though ebusiana day or worry room. But when it comes to funeral arrangements, are different. But a year, a board day or a ebusiana, so court name rule in our favor. And amidst objections that were raised about documentation, I don't know. Now, after injunction we decline injunction no na or they move in into court in the timelines by into timelines or the bear no or they work and them obia ye application for directions since ye application for directions are and ye whereby a stage ye dura issues ye pe the court no determine no in some na woman ye pe the court no CC no aha obia list na le de odeba into with opinion on for list any issues they want the court to determine at the end the buying issues no too okay there akwese open or year there are side there if supporting determine down ko to no year anu ko to betim ayekuna then odobroni so lawyers so what they when issues what they I think the only people want for issues and be funeral home for no okay I want for issues and into no a lot into on the day of application for directions no court no or they stay out a work and them issues no into work be boom maybe see na na streamlining into at the end of the day we had about 11 issues and of course
from
no
our no
anyen na ebuso penny no dobroni yen issues into ayen 3 issues na ekebom no 11 yes for determination into 11 issues na court no they will determine but one thing about when it comes to issues for determination obitima abende even court no say if the court on the throne judgment and in this case make a court now as in her ladyship the moment a judgment babane is not coming from her again is a representation of the court's opinion in Tebeka there is an embodiment of the court's opinion in the determination of a or trial judgment now be a true in obotum with this issue here into be obotum striking out true or right in judgment and with them and after application for directions then we quickly have to move into CMC. That was on the 12th of November or so. Into CMC no and whereby after application for direction or do be a control any massam. Into there one thing a day some one na me fe we so mfentwem odo bring so counter claiming after yes some into what could they be a counter claim why they so issue into issue na so issue as I say in time plaintiff no in another way no so plaintiff
okay
at us bia into odo bia prove in the case anonly issue ni na there court na nche there mama akwese sewa no nya yere
ono so did
yes anonly suit and the counter claim or the bend court in the mama say one mama akwese sewa no nya yere as at the time that is 26th of July 2025 lumba we no nya yere then the second one had to do with it seemed there when declared that she was customarily married like wamambra kwan or warren wamambra kwan do then it seems she had about 3 counterclaims so now one had to do with nikuna no se bibidam into ansu siwi into you do CMC state that was on the 12th of November ni na timelines down in fact I have to say that I did not be in the exigency of the case now because of time was of the essence now and my lady pedo meeting now on them there normally it takes time maybe the mobile take time kakra and san it me but remember the court has done well with regards to timelines that we will meet into edu CMC after all case in some control work on statement of claim one some those are facts
okay
when the embremino say kosame no bia one some beka no they are facts into edu CMC no they file witness statement now witness statement one na evidence be
okay
at I say
one evidence
one evidence into e be yan find a misstatement of claim e be na mark there MCA abona tell you she man na moto man na be na MCA boss wa enter defense anya na moto man or fact na wa aka I'm a miss moto man anya no te I'm also anya na moto man at I say into what can the mark on a fact now you have to prove it into one or the
receipt
yes into one obi do chim there do kunta or chede anya na moto man na do kram so make sure am na moto man you get it so that stage in the statement of claim now who defense now they are pleading second pleadings are they are statement of fact they are not substantiated with evidence when you flesh or a fact what's America keke interfere or they substantiating so you do what can employ a witness statement into witness statement one now evidence now the printer there I want to turn man the crown so record on ya na turn man I don't know. Obi add the evidence baba. So you add it to your witness statement. Now attach adibia obi then you attach it. Now yenzi and Mami akushe say one ankasa mbonku as in one testify personally. Inti or the two ma obi de onkasa man. That is Mami George no say bonsu. Okay. Seems like a very close friend, very close friend. In time of the two medicine in same day. Onkasa man on testify man onjina man. Na remember me and Estina Fusu. That is a sister na kusha brimpoma, the senior sister. Na so okase obe testify man with regards to our warriors. Na yes supina one Suffolk thanker and with regards to culture and some I don't know, they supina and dombra. In fact, yes supina on record, yes supina German embassy in Ghana. And it's on record. In fact, one proof of service Nadine Abe. But you see, the problem with those foreign consulates, and they say, though they are in Ghana, they are not really in Ghana. They are sovereign states on their own. Their diplomatic relations into what they want. A supina no pure member or pure omba intimation. Unlike David and our Empress, my supina there brakot and be their dance next ember, and you between yasho, a boom brother or a contempt of court now. That's I say. But I want the intimation. But you need them. You need them up your beba. Up your omba. Up your beba, up your omba. Intimate and conquer. They have that diplomatic immunity. They have that diplomatic immunity. The Muslim Ghana embassy, even Germany, they have that diplomatic immunity. Into German embassy, German government for one to conquer Ghana embassy for our Germany or they banner. Well, Germany courts now better testify you can't force them. So what but we subpoena them all the same. Now we had wanted them to speak to documentations now. You started case, you started hearing. In fact, according to Evidence Act, the moment ever mounted witness boss, with documentations, with evidence, there was a Thatcher. Let's say, what to Tuana. Now, opponents no be can, or at that moment, no do raise objections. Okay. And the case, and normally they start with the plaintiff. Our plaintiff, I don't know, open case. In this case, Mammy Akusa say, ne attorney no. That is Mammy George no say bonsu. Mobe kesa man no. Anna no do open case. Into attache, Mammy Akusa say ne documentations as in ne marriage certificate, ne power of attorney, na translation a way no German into English na. Ghana Institute of Languages, one translation or together with other documentations via videos new they attach. Into amount say they raise objections with regards to documentations. Now, my lady here in the day, at the time an injunction or directed that we should have the authentication. Into one of Senior William Kusi as part of the argument, it was a lengthy argument with regards to objections we raising. How authentic those documents are and identity mama court in engine to it was quite a lengthy argument. Now, Senior William Kusi no reply or the one there. When it comes to admissibility of evidence, it's about the probative value, as in the weight of the evidence. Now, it's about admissibility. If it is relevant, there will be jatum. Then the court will determine weight or the to do. So, or cite cases. And now, they were coming from the angle there, that is the defendants. One angle in here was based on Section 161, Subsection 1 and Subsection 2 of the Evidence Decree, 1975, NRCD 323. Okay. Now, that's Section 161, 1, Subsection 2, or based on the facts there, if it is a foreign document, you need those authentication. Okay. And so court na after there or the weight better than them, you need those authentication. But you see, for some reasons, and for how wise the legislature is, what the another subsection would shame, that is Section 161, Subsection 3 of the Evidence Decree, And that one was to the effect that if there are some circumstance, some exceptional circumstance being certification becomes a problem, and authentication of those documents becomes a problem, then the court can give parties no reasonable time. Now, when I say one investigation for the authentication, then the court will waive the certification.
So, Mubisa, my lady.
That was the cross of our argument. Okay. So the cross of our argument, in fact, Senior William Kusi made it on record to the court that these are practical hardships we are facing. Okay. And believe you me, when it comes to those certifications, some of the embassies, trust me, they don't even know what we are talking about.
Some of the embassies?
Some of the Ghanaian missions abroad, they don't even know the process.
They don't know.
No, how many cases now are you
able to me access certificate was like authentic.
Now let me tell you this. Okay, let me start. You see, when it comes to the law, there is no assumption there. Judge Bianim, Bibianim, all the laws. Okay. Even the Supreme Court, they sometimes get it wrong. Okay. Internet con reviewer, they can sometimes change their mind. Okay, no, first you can do A, but since you yes or no, you a mistake or a B, they can sometimes change their mind. Okay. Because when you be in law, so you research. That makes you a good lawyer. Okay. You research and you read. So, you share how complex the process was. No? There is this convention, we call it the Hague Apostille Convention. Now, Hague Apostille Convention, it was a convention that came into being, that was somewhere 1961 or so. At that convention seeks to do, and it seems about 127 countries are signatories to it. At that convention seeks to do is abolish the complexities which accompanies the authentication of documents. Because they realize that if one foreign document is moving to another foreign document, the authenticity of it to ascertain, sometimes it takes time because I feel they be an office say or they check or they do a question.
Abra ye mami akosia se wa behu na wode ni problem between the wonke dinim pacho munim say ebano certificate it takes a lot of time interpret man can change say ade we okoye e be take time.
So you have options to you when it comes to proof in law. When you are proving something in law, not necessarily about the documentations, but if there are other corroborating credible evidence, link in some now you can make your case out. In the for instance, I'm a colleague on. We were school 2013. So the fact that to me finish a certificate does it mean them I'm colleague on? However, if I'm able to lead credible evidence to show in some BC in the BC to show that indeed me choir. You get it? So you can call incredible witnesses who better testify. There were options. Okay. Though we knew it was difficult, but you have to get it at definitely. And based on the fact that the time was also of the end, we had a short period. And so we considered all those conventions, but what we realized was that Ghana was not a signatory to that convention. And since if Ghana was a signatory to that Apostille Convention, American and Nanka, what it means is Germany is a signatory to that convention. So what it means is we'll carry all the documents to German government. Okay. Germany. They will just authenticate with one single document. And everybody, we are not signatories to it. Okay. Ghana, you're signatories to it. So we couldn't take that option, but that option would have been faster. Okay. You get it? We couldn't take that option. So the only option left for us, we have to go through the systematic authentication, and that is section 161. And section 161 subsection 1 and section 161 subsection 2 of the evidence decree. You have to go through. Or if you are not able to make that, you rely on section 1613 of the evidence decree 1975. You rely on it. I don't know more a bit almost leeway kakra. That for some exceptional circumstances, if you are not able to authenticate it, the court should give the parties reasonable time for them to ascertain as to the veracity of documents okay, and if so or authentic and ability. So whether they will make their contact with embassy, who knows how they should get their information so that the court will give them. And the court itself, because there is a foreign document, the court itself is not exempted from also making its own investigation. In fact, after evidence decree now, that is, it seems section 114 or so. The courts itself, if confronted with any difficult issue, they can call in expert witness to come and testify. So the court can do that on its own motion. On its own. And it happens a lot.
Okay.
So the court can decide that no, because of this, let's call in this expert witness to come and assist the court.
Okay.
Then the cost will be borne by the parties. Or any of the parties can decide, okay, then for expert witness number. But one thing you should notice, expert witness, so better testify or quarter, the court is not bound by expert witness as some of the can. Even if say, okay, yeah, confer a lawyer you or Germany bed there, oh, I'm a mecha, you work and then Mammy Akosia say one document and one some lawyer authentic if we are taking that option. Because if there's certification, that does not mean it's conclusive. Okay. The court in Bejatum, the court per its own reasoning can decide their own jintum. But when it happens like that, the court must assign reason. Adukun so free expert witness Obama near 1 Jan 2. You get it? So the court is not bound by it. When you look at section 114, the court has that opportunity. So now, still on the authentication. Because we're time bound in it, these things I'm telling you, I speak them as in I have personal knowledge of it. Because I worked closely with Senior William Kusi in Tanochem. So what we did was immediately after working on injunction application, then we made contact with contact over Germany that they should quickly do this for us. They should go to the embassy and make checks.
Through email or
those are our contacts.
Okay.
Internally contact on the informal sidelines. So they contacted the embassy. They contacted the Ghanaian embassy in Germany, and information I knew was that they are not too how do you call it? They are not too familiar with that process. That was the information I mean. So and make there or a year say that say on Yamina me Fred directly into make a year say, but that was the information we had from our contacts that they were not too familiar. That is Ghanaian based no Germany. They were not too familiar with the process. So Senior William Kusi insisted. Then no, they should try harder. So what we did was we had to send mail. We had to send mail. So Senior William Kusi instructed me. I drafted the letter. I have it here.
But I didn't call letter.
And see, letter in day. After each year, president, as in Ghana president or original president, name Germany, each and we catch on there. Oh, you case be a easy man, so and so. Now, because of that, since we've been here, they authenticate some letters be. In the best ones, so with my boy now, they authenticate letters now, given the exigency of the situation to one boy. And they attach those documents, they authenticate or certify with the man. And in fact, we went to that extent of even quoting the session because we had information earlier from young reps or Germany there. They've made the contact and it seems they are not getting better information. See, we wanted to get it right, so we had to quote the law for them so that they know. Don't be on here, Babesha, when they won't remember certification bank, but because they Empress share,
okay,
though there is the certification. So we quoted in the letter. Section 1611, section 1612, section 1612. I can show it to you. The letter, I have a copy of it here. I can show it to you.
But a letter need that screen, though.
You have it?
Yeah, we have it.
Okay.
My producer, can we see?
So,
yes.
Okay. So, Senior William Kusi instructed me. I drafted it.
You
yes.
wrote this. Okay.
So, we made the request.
Okay.
Oshay, or no correction, so be woman, yeah, finally, yes, Sunday. If I remember correctly, it seems we sent it on the 6th and 7th or something like that of November.
Of November. November, yeah.
Yes, no, yes, Sunday. Send at that time we did the injunction application somewhere. No, you're drafting somewhere 3rd of November. Okay. Now it seems that within the 4th or the 5th will be yes Sunday.
Okay.
And under your injunction application that was on the 28th of October.
Okay.
And immediately yes Sunday, no, we didn't get any response. Any response? We didn't get any response. So Senior William Kusi gave me any reps or Germany. No, they managed to get the contact of German embassy.
Okay.
A Ghana embassy or Germany. They give us the contact. So Senior William Kusi gave me. This case I've been his right hand man. I'm supporting. Oboko battle for them. I'm not them prepare. Me a BBA or them man. So that he will lead the charge. Okay. Then I will follow. It's a learning process. No, okay. So he gave me the number, Henry Frewan. So I called. In fact, the information I had was, anytime a phone they are available, you can get them. So on the 6th of November, I personally, from my own phone, I called twice. That was around 5 or 6 one. Then I was like, maybe I know what happened. So we're out of normal working time. You know. So the following day, that was on the 7th of November, personally, I called again. It seems I called the first time was around 11 one. I called. Nobody picked. It's 2 hours time. That was around 1 area, bro, on the 7th of November. No. Let me free you. Into me free you. Then fortunately for me, one lady picked. We were freezing. No. So when the lady picked, we introduced her. Let me be Sunday. Can she confirm receipt of our email we've sent to them? I said yes. They've received it. That was about 3 days later. Now, so no, okay, yes, or confirm that they've received it.
Okay.
Now we will hear from them.
Okay.
You get it. And this was a time we were nearing a work and then for CMC. But start a trial because the trial started starting 17th.
So here, I don't know.
The time was so crying. So what it means is you have to hatch different plans.
My lady Yahweh.
We told the court.
Okay.
Every time we were objecting, and we told the court.
They should give you time.
We told
so amount of time.
Time meaning we have such a timeline, but we told the court. We wanted the court to be in the know.
Okay.
That this is what we are facing.
Okay.
You get it.
Okay.
And in fact, in our addresses, on the A case, you write addresses or submissions.
Okay.
In our submissions, we wrote under the supervision of Senior William Kusi. He told me, Henry, fair one if number. Let it come in so that it will be on record that this is what we attempted.
Okay.
In the SRN submissions, pages 16, 17, and 18, particularly page 18, we spoke about it at length.
Okay.
Now, even yes, I also cry. We went even further to even give recommendation. I think our submission is Senior William Kusi or the copy ma Ula. So if you Ula why then I could be my confirm. Yeah, the copy crowd or the send in there. He can read it so that he would see.
Okay.
So we indicated it in it. And see, when the lady said she has confirmed there, okay, once I can mail, no, we will hear from them. No, we send the mail somewhere around the 6th or the 7th. It was on the 10th of November when they responded officially. They forwarded the documents to the appropriate office for further action to be taken.
Okay.
Now, case no.
But I didn't make.
And see, what Senior William Kusi decided to do was, okay, and one thing about proving law, when you are proving foreign law, it is not only based on expert witness. As I said, expert witness, you can come and testify. The court is not bound by it. Or pure befa, or pure unfa. But there are other means of proving your case.
Okay.
You get it? And in the judgment, my lady Kraken, from there, if the videos were man, and I heard people saying there, and now video, those videos, na mama kusia sawana, Lumbo was signed or case. It came after the case, after judgment had been rendered. Okay. And see, then we had to hatch another plan. Yen Supina, a German embassy for somebody there, Nombra speak to, working in those documents. Now, this is the situation. Yes, about the authenticity of those documents we have. And this was even against the backdrop that they had even given us confirmation letter from German embassy will confirm the document we have is authentic. Meaning say who that letter. Oh, about
one what the bay.
Yeah, they didn't hear the count. In fact, that letter, that confirmation letter from German, what can the name base now? What confirm me the mammy say on the document or authentic. Though it is coming from the German embassy in Ghana. So that it's the German embassy, but it's Germany. You know it's in Ghana, it's Germany. So even the confirmation letter itself needs authentication. You see how applied?
Okay, more TV you do.
Okay. So the confirmation letter itself. Yes, though it was given by German embassy or Ghana Day, but they are not in Ghana per se. You get it? They are in Germany.
It is like if Germany never idea.
It's still cry. You need authentication. It's a foreign document.
It's a foreign document.
Into Sophie Germany no be you, Sophie Ghana embassy no fear be you. They are all foreign documents.
Okay.
So the confirmation letter itself, no other confirm the cry still needs authentication.
Wow.
So this letter was even part of the document we emailed to Ghana embassy or Germany. They should authenticate all these documents for us.
Okay.
In the account somebody, anybody the German embassy can provide them to speak to those documents. But as I said, what do one if you are lucky they can come, if you are lucky they will not come. But they are not bound by your subpoena and all court processes and nothing. If they can come. So they didn't come.
But
now
this issue is very
yes. So ebikade na senior William Kusina 1 year na one authenticate documents now. This is the effort we put in, and we made it go on record. Or by any submission, we wrote it there.
Okay.
There, this is what we faced.
Okay.
And in fact, we made even recommendations in our submissions we wrote to the court. Until now, we're left with one option. The option was to rely on Section 161, subsection 3 of the evidence decree. And then when it comes to the authentication of documents, Section 161, next section. Section 161 subsection 1, section 161 subsection 2. I wish that Nankubitim we that session American they can pull it up. And see, section 161 subsection 1 is about the fact that foreign document or foreign signature, official signature, to be deemed authentic if it has been certified.
Okay.
Then section 161 subsection 2 talks to the fact that such certification or prescribe the procedure for such certification. And so the procedure, it talks about the fact that Nippon or by signing signature or by the new position or holding in the was sign, then to certify, attach it to the document there is original, is authentic. Now the subsection is section 161 subsection 3 and will give us a leeway.
Okay.
Leeway there. It seems the lawmaker foresaw something. They realize that it is possible that somebody might encounter challenges in authenticating documents. Time factor. So the lawmaker gives a leeway that if for some reasons you are unable to authenticate, the court should give the parties reasonable time. No authenticate documents. If reasonable time is given to the court will presume that the certificate is authentic. Then the court will waive the certification. It's the miscertification and call the Ekoji embassy one. Because that opportunity has been given the parties that they should do their individual investigation as to how authentic those documents are. And if they are able to do that, the court will waive the certification and call there or attach it and presume it to be authentic. So that was what we were leaning on. And even before section 161 subsection 3 of the evidence decree, when you look at section 136 subsection 2 of the evidence decree now, it talks about the fact that the most of authentication is not even limited to section 161 alone. Into our argument even in court, when they raised the objections, our argument in court was like section 161 section 16 is section 136 subsection 2 says that the most of authenticating documents is not even limited alone to section 161 or they call Ghana embassy one or they certify is not limited to that. Into any argument and they make to the court the court should look at section 161 subsection 3. But for some reasons unbeknownst to us, the court did not side with us. And my ekano, the court and the judgment now, it was like if we had made that attempt, we should have brought you to the notice of maybe a court and something to file something to show.
Sure.
But you see, funny enough also, actually, paragraph 117 or so. Is it paragraph 117 or so? Me check. Actually, either paragraph, is it 117 or something? Actually, the court says, the documents now, if you German embassy there now, or confirm the mamias, I say one of the documents in your correct, and that is man now what the true decision or to whom it may concern. That document, the court commented on it.
Oh, yeah, documents or
the main document, yes, the court commented on it, and this was the comment the court made on it. Court look from new observation, where would they attend that document? You know? That document also needs authentication. Today, section 161, subsection 1 and 2, no. But label now, or something today, it's a Herculean tax. Or say either there we authenticate it or we can bring in somebody from the embassy to come and testify to that document. No, so there. Oh, there is a Herculean task for us to overcome.
So that means there wasn't time for you to.
Inti court nanga sa tiyo inti ada no e wonu krampo e me on the day after the court nanga sa no problem no. There is either we have to authenticate it under section 161 subsection 1 and 2 no. Court now so call for it so there is a Herculean task for us. Then yes still the court judged us that we couldn't authenticate it under section 161 subsection 1 and 2. You see how it is.
So in all judgments in a buying, were you satisfied?
Oh, obviously no. Because there was no time. Apart from the certificate, when it comes to proof in law, it's not only by one means. To them, what can then? To them, my lady, no, we had to call a court, we had to call expert witness saying, no. It's not really about that. You see, when it comes to foreign law, you must prove it by evidence. Every case law, even the Godka case in court and class citing, that is what it says. You must prove it by judicial evidence. So when it comes to evidence, what is evidence? Evidence, a writing, subject, anything when you present to the censor, you can prove your case.
So do you think that time frames anyone so count
it is
and a time papa date
it is very very much so.
Time is so
time yes. In fact, you appeal because I am any case in there aside the authentication the evidence will lead a trial.
Okay.
At least if the same facts are presented before a judge, a different judge might come to a different conclusion.
Wow.
Oh yes. You see, in South America, when it comes to
with
judgment,
a different evidence,
with the same evidence, with different conclusion. You see, when you read judgment is just a portion of whatever happened. In fact, say a record of proceedings is like this. And see, every good lawyer will be measured when it comes to reading judgment, because there might be some things the court itself will not even avert its mind to.
Okay.
But even on appeal, even some but this one was there, so why this now? The trial court came to the conclusion so we had the instructions from our client that we should appeal, so we are appealing. Our belief is the evidence we led in court was solid. In fact, Odoboni did not testify. Ebusopeni testified. It was opinion testimony near hearsay. It was hearsay. And I have the record of proceedings. I can just you can just read it. The record about 186. You get it, about 186. And we're given just one day to write our submissions. In say, 24 hours, Nipanda. Then we're just reading and writing.
Okay.
You read and you see the inconsistencies, then you'll be writing your submissions. So it has not been an easy journey. Okay. Odoboni and testify. Now, even the evidence is about pieces of information to build your case. But this is even the situation. Odoboni not testify man no. Also a credible evidence or a credible witness. No. Or admit it. one witness in there. They knew about the marriage of that Lumumba in Germany.
They knew.
Yes. Or one witness statement.
But one not testify.
So BB Beniako so. Beniako so. They said they knew. Okay. It was in the witness statement and the cross-examination. Okay. He admitted that they knew. But I don't know some cross or they count a day. Lumumba Beja will be sending about an hour. No, so Anna Mamma could say 1 hour in a day. Why you? We. But the family knew, and Senior William Kwesi, when he was doing the cross-examination, he intimated that no, but that place will come clearly, so they knew. It was Senior William Kwesi bisa one, and the cross-examination will bisa a witness in there. The Dad Lumumba, apart from that, did he present any divorce certificate or chair now or now or with Germany? I could just say 1 hour. I can answer no. We not say Dad Lumumba will provide the baby them, but I the money there. Now we're on wide and we go into a based on that no proceed. Now what J our no. That was on 10th April 2010. That was it.
10th April 2010.
So in some extent to Krano, they themselves they knew there was an existence. Yes.
V. Actual floor 1 question. One. Actual paying 40 and 1. And then a yellow.
Nipa back one.
Kasa 1.
Okay. Lawyer, I said I'm making me statements no. I mean, put you on record saying, me lawyer, me call law school. But yeah, you go for trainer. It's your analysis and our questions can carry one and person bisa. Now, what problem can carry with be a wakan? One mentioned problems are hodwa munya ya mointimianfa authenticated certificates no anko. The kind of what's it time? Na ebre any mwafa. Na ebrene ni mwafa no anye bia mutimi tia court ne na so chen so se de ye case ne tie ne hia ebre kakra na yetimi e de akoye ni makwakope ye evidence no ana. 2 o see a complex se ba ne se wo pese wo authenticate certificate ni free amanonia. In fact in same dia waka wa ha me sure embassies ni bi tia they will not be happy with you for you to say omuni knowledge of how some of these things work. No, I don't think they will be, because almost they know what they are about. And you be amu finding out who say a bread draw sign a bedi and sana a be our satisfy process now on Saka, because from judgment it who somebody assembly call 2nd October if I'm right. It's a free 2nd October copim bra judgment he better form no. And you be a brebe na mususu yesen kamu call the right procedure na kamu sabe kasa authenticated document na mo to me e di atwe. Now, enu enkoda nchen no. One.
It's in patrimony answer.
Okay. Ene patro.
Okay. So when it comes to projection now, in fact, you'll be in the office work there and intimation with timer on your family. In fact, at the time, if I remember correctly, some of our reps are just sending one or don't find out on family. The information we had was the ambassador is a bit indisposed. That was the information. And I don't have personal knowledge of it, but that was the information we had, that the ambassador was a bit indisposed, so the process might take a bit of a time. But we didn't project time there to wonder, because we knew some of these administrative processes they will take time. But we made it known in the letter that this is the problem we are confronted with, and time is of the essence for us. And to try as much as possible so that they will be able to help us. We couldn't fix time for them. We couldn't fix time for them because I don't know in the office. I never bet you time ahead.
Got a great business idea? Give it a domain name from GoDaddy. Every order comes with our effortless AI experience.
from attending such a public event like the funeral of her late husband, our client, will however not entertain any attempt to have the name of the said Priscilla Ofori or any other person's name included on any funeral announcement, funeral brochure, obituary, etc. as a supposed wife of the late Charles Kojo Fosu. In other words, save our client who was lawfully married to Charles Kojo Fosu, aka Daddy Lumba, under ordinance marriage. No one else's name should be included in the funeral program as wife of the late Charles Kojo Fosu.
Letter no free.
Letter no efi mebabe boama efi Kweku Adai Law Office Barristers and Solicitors. This letter is dated on the 10th of September 2025. Into your honor.
We funeral.
Into no. Onye chambers. Chambers Dominion Chambers.
Okay, thank you.
What I can say is yes. Mr. Tiffy Baby, like I should have started from the fact that there have been prior letters behind a baby but in America, I was speaking to the fact that that was the trigger point now Okodu court, and that was what. But there were some prior letters that they were complaining, like Mami Akusesa was complaining about the whole ordeal, as I say. But the trigger in an pandemic, so I wouldn't.
You don't want to talk about
that was the. Okay.
So make try and Sana.
Yes, she complained. Okay. Yes, she complained about those things.
But
in the bed, you know, what can there was a penny reply in the bed. Now, it was very sharp. And you get it was very sharp. And before, not before, there was a thing I was say, I was the one who knew no, please on the minute. Then all of a sudden the whole thing somersaulted and so it seems based on that.
So the response was to a request.
So
that
it's a question and Kasaba.
The question and Kasani lawyer Mr. Okasano who make it very clear say Musupina a witness from the German embassy, and you rightly stated to us, telling us in as much as Germany embassy no ewa Ghana soil so no and a land so no sa territory honey the uko akwaya say over Germany is like you rightly said it's a sovereign and it baffles me kakra say as counsel of the plaintiff no you know said definitely when you subpoena somebody from the German emphasis I will subpoena only panel from the Germany, because if you subpoena somebody from the from the embassy obetumi about opa oma like you rightly said. Now per section 136 subsection 2 of the Evidence Act, you know, there are various means of authenticating a documents. So now my question is that why didn't we fall on at least section 143, which is authentication by telephone, to actually, because the bone of contention here is why we didn't authenticate the said certificate I presented as evidence, you know. Now one of the means of authenticating this certificate could be by telephone, could be by a call or something. So as counsel anana ye pese ya semu eyedu na yetumi enya nkonimdie ema ye client, looking at how, you know, tense the issue was, you know, why didn't we fall on any of the numerous means of authenticating a document, especially when we knew, say, when we subpoena somebody from the German embassy, only pani pano beba or power.
Okay, so there is this principle in law, generalia specialibus non derogant. That is, general laws cannot override specific laws. So when it comes to the authentication now, section 161 has made it very specific. You get it? And there have been case laws on section 161. It has been very specific. So what it means is that you cannot use general order procedure to authenticate it other than you go by internet. We use it that Latin way, generally specialibus non derogant. So when there are specific laws, general laws cannot override it. So there have been specific provision which has been given, which must be followed. So if you are not able to meet it, that is where section 161 subsection 3 gives you that leeway. That is, if the court will agree with you, it gives you that leeway. You get it? If the court does not agree with you, what it means is that there should be some other form of evidence you are able to lead the obituary there. Yes, there was indeed there was a marriage. Internet, what can then my lady ne what can court and the judgment okay for pictures today it's not conclusive, but if there have been videos and a BB the manner, you get it. So what it means is that even there is an admission there are other means of proving it. You get it. But for us we did extensive job. We led evidence. We did extensive job. Apart from the authentication problems that we faced, and it was mainly based on time. And our argument our argument was on the court should bear us out with regards to consider us on 161 subsection 2, subsection 3, so that at least yes, the court should. So that wouldn't be that. It's reasonable. In fact, when it comes to reasonable time, it is based on case by cases. You see, there might be some case reasonable time to the court can mean maybe 1 month, 2 months. There might be some case reasonable time the court can say that okay, I'm giving you 2 days, I'm giving you a day, go and do what you have to do. So when it comes to reasonability, reasonable time is the discretion of the court. And with the discretion of the court, we depend the case at hand, you know, the exigency of it that will determine there. Okay, take 1 day, take 2 days, try and do this. Then what it means is that under section 161 subsection 3, no, the court itself, no, if find there is a bit difficult for the court to see as to whether this one is original or not, and what it means is that the court also has an obligation to bring in maybe an expert and to do maybe some consultation, so that it will give the court also that information that it needs. Because per section 161 subsection 3, no, the parties should be given that reasonable time. So the court itself can also do that background checks. You get it?
Arnold.
Counsel.
Specialized.
Nyamisha. Mebo abaso for effort modi shame proceedings no. And I also sympathize with you, say mobile losing side or because me sure say more going to the way now anticipation is a mobile winning. You know, outcome by, you know, I sympathize with you. Until the Empress Bisa will say, oh you're satisfied, I will say obviously no. Until me sympathize with you. But counsel, bibi na kakra. I have quite a number of reservations, but I'll go into it when we are doing our submissions. But okay, about time. My dream months, and the reason I'm saying that make us are very simple. Case is starting now. You need to say a public-oriented case. You need DHA, and I remember vividly, Tama judge, a castle case no be in term lawyer could see, and many of his interviews, was sure-footed and confident. Say, oh, judge in the crown will be here before a year, time as to true or false.
Oh yeah.
So that gives me the impression, say, you knew the duration of case in the Beko, and you were satisfied with the duration of judge in the castle will be the case in manner compatible. Sanitiana. I am a little bit confused when only with senior lawyer, you agreed, said, judge be finish the case at this particular time. More objected to it. In fact, in all your interviews, you were beaming with smiles, overly confident. The case no crowd there, with the time in your mind. Man, having any issues with the time. Now, in your way, no talk about say, Mosapina, the German embassy, so here I am sitting here, say a man with 50 years crown now, Mosapina German embassy now. Or true or false. So time even here is any factor. Again, in your submission, okay, say you share 1613. It just mood put in quite a like effort. Would the effort be a shame? Anka we expecting say judge they rely on 1613. No demo patch sanity. Again, that has little or nothing to do with time, because some say more rely on 1613 now. You are telling the judge, say, why they say we it's unconsidered 1613, no di mo asema. So that's very time has in time in here.
So if say a chemist submission because of the time factor, we relied on 161 subsection 3, and even 161 subsection 3 talks about factors, some circumstances are, it's like beyond your control, and that is where it fits in. You get it? So that is where we are saying that we are relying on it. And with the time factor, we knew there no one the time and medium. Yes, you see, when you're going into battle, you don't only strategize just one. As I said, when it comes to proof in law is about adducing credible evidence. So there are so many means of adducing credible evidence. So the authentication is part. Subpoenaing somebody from German embassy is part. You can call expert witness as part. Based on some admissions through cross-examination, which will come up, is also part. There are so many means. If you have videos, if you have pictures, there are so many means. So you strategize that if this one doesn't work, this one is there. If this one doesn't work, this one is there. You get it? So you don't put all your eggs in one basket. In America, them there, though time they, but we also strategize for other means. You get it? So we're hoping that those other means would have afforded us a,
Okay. You ever say about it, Ola?
Ola.
I'm sorry, you say one question.
Question one.
Question one. Oh, let me share that new question.
Ola Kasa.
The reason being that.
Oh, Ola, what third floor? Ola Kasa. I don't know, yes, sir. Ola.
The reason being that, first of all, ruling it by and nominate my boss at the home come extensively to understand most of the things.
What's in your
Yeah, that's the first part. And the second part being that some of the things that we were not privy to, we've been able to read and read and read again to be able to understand what's really transpired. And no boy my TS said the way I know you see who no man and yes, and city.
Okay.
Especially when I had somebody to send emails to Germany to try to in the scene and understand. And then that's where I came to understand some so Hague the apostle. Yeah. I never knew about it.
Yeah, I talked about it.
Yeah, no one needs
apostle. Yeah, the Hague Apostle Convention.
Yes, say no one needs it is an open document certification. Yeah, the idea from where it's not as easy as you can get with other.
You can get it.
Yes, other countries.
It is so be or Germany. You want to be in Jemba.
I don't understand that one.
DHL.
Okay, ka obi nko gina na mu.
Yes, said ya. Ye ma mi ni ha no. Na obi gina mu ma no. Ye tumi mo obi power of attorney. No no sun ko gina mu o Germany o na onje that.
Say no si chairman no. Obi betimi agina mu aje. Ba on team from this sort be see Ghana German embassy or Ghana.
Okay.
Now obi akwa akọji afiro. So what you say.
Okay.
And now the second thing so they say omo the type I will send email about that obi amfio. I just offer.
Okay.
Because say no chiremu no owo woman mu de battle den ordene ho untimi nhye no it these are some of the things I made sure said after reading it over and over and I realized that these were some of the things that affect you more but kitu ebi say it's an amini can about time we am the chat talk am go am ni break na mini can about time say lawyer Kwesi Beka say oh time no be am be before a year no but let's also bear in mind say so judge can meet me a year before a year na year near 13 but meet me a year by 12 or my specific date or see me year before a year no me year before a year near 13
for me Ghana for artist say year near bema stiga jiga or fear hanu sinti ye lawyer ata area na che say obetena akunye ni na kase hit
no, but area me wo bibi kakra tu
no originally no
it's
bibika
no originally no okaso bibi no was even connected to the 6th not even the 13th
na
yeah
good the emphasis of a sitter so maybe before a year now she could have finished by the 5th or by the 4th before a year no but within that period no there could have been some time left for the session 3 to be put in action like giving some considerable time for us to go back and forth with all these documentation and stuff like that so I think say appeal no maybe if they look at it very well and put things together properly I'm sure something will happen me so also or more so that's why I'm adding that said be America be
It's a sarcastic smile.
Oh, them that's council, yes,
who will be there? Who goes to this council? Patrick Panda.
Lawyer, maybe say one question. Now, some maybe say, who make key statement to be? I mean, call it to Kakaka. What your analogy be say, Oku University, with certificate saying soon after no say you. What they know your example say it will be difficult for you to get the certificate and you're not correct.
Oh, man,
no, sir, analogy now will show.
That doesn't mean the chairman colleague. Say, the certificate is sure. That does not mean there should be so many means to prove there. Yes.
No, you don't need to do other things to prove.
No. But what I know, they don't print second certificate. Oh, what I know from Legon, I stand to be correct. Okay, what I know from Legon, they don't print second certificate. In fact, even when you change your name, it's difficult for them to recognize
National ID card,
that is different.
Any different. No. Any different.
The universities are very careful.
No, it may keep records. Listen, Ayera, Unqua could prove, also ultimately prove say Ayera. What me prove say Ayera, you be plentiful for them.
Let's. I wish. No. I wish
somebody a free index number. Once you have your index number.
So we say difficult.
Is I doubt.
We say difficult, and let's
say do a second reprint of certificates.
And I'm say, what let's say difficult, and let's say to me some man for.
I don't know. Let me ask you.
At say,
don't even know money.
At say.
National identification card is different. There's universities. No. What's the song with Dean crying? Apart from it seems it's very difficult for the universities for them to recognize it because of fraud and some will be changing one results. It's very difficult for them to take cognizance of you changing your name.
Statement what make you imagine I'm so busa question do the Tio. Who change of name we are with the by university. The money is difficult to say. They said okay, nipa can correct. It a be a resource correct the buy no. Enya dia. So ni mzade. It wonya di wuramu wi a afa no ko change ni din amana simtu ono nkasa din. It woni o apply a university ni bet my investigation akọ primary school akọ ye. I so say e once. So ni mzade take time. Time no take ni say enye even SHS plan no ko check you primary school ni no mbekọ. I sure say e wa before say yes. So even within the same country, no, now marriage certificate from another country to Ghana. Lawyer officer, a simple say, verification, and need the account who need now be simple.
No.
Aha. Now, as lawyers say, they are saying you say, Mojuma ba kone say, obi the case bro. Now steady case now. We say case ya wow. Ya mama sa advice no. Counseling.
Meeting.
Me say, obi the case bro. Obi the custody case na say no case we.
I'm listening.
Ana wow. Inti yenko ni say, mutime ye.
Oh yes.
Somewhere.
Yes, we do that.
Mean one lawyer obi the sikasem bi command. O hwa asem ni din na o say asem ye kwa ibelusu.
Oh we do that.
Eti mami nyinam na yenko seta asem no. So mutime ye.
Oh yes, we do. In fact, Senior William Kusi, for instance, or apostle, into some cases we were why oh yeah. Wow. Some cases we were benenima.
Better.
You can just tell you. You can just tell you go and settle. Don't do this. Edeko quarter. This one it won't help. Yes, more than 20 years ago. So you advise you don't have a case.
Okasa kan nyina no ho metumi aka kire say maanye fair to maame akoso ya say wa. In that, submission na kire say muhu complication bi ni complexities bi wo asem we mu a mo de bosso a e be difficult be ba nya botere ma me
okay
na motere ma me enso mo ma Ghana fo nyina anya impression is ade na emere because u senior ba out wa na ohun bloggers cameras na ye tin sama woka e ma obi anya afek say other side for kwa no mo yem hyehye wo mo because o ma ehun sade na ye simple. But now submission each other no from the beginning.
You see.
say a lot of complications e wade num ana meboa
no beba
and so me bawo you see ni friend is obeto bo abowa tio ni friend is obeto bo abowa ne nurse bi sunti na so obeto bo abo it is said na usinia eba out wa omu bi hu so ade we dey kuko ba bi kwa me ka ma me go to twi bi o kan o say e best start case no obode bi din na idru ehọ ani bi hu bibi o yusu twi bi che say ehọ na obekire the power enne akosi baabi akosi ena motra chirim
okay
ipacho to say eti adenti na mama madam ehu say anti say wa ehu say ade no enye simple sa.
So the life of the law, the lawyers will tell you the life of the law has never been straight and simple like that. Into every case be presents its own. It's not make a day. The same facts, the same evidence, when presented to a different judge, will come to a different conclusion. In fact, you see, anytime it may come to a different conclusion. In fact, you see, there is this school of thought in law, American realists. Oliver Wendell Holmes will tell you the law is in the bosom of the judge. So what Judge A will say, Judge A, bit more far record of proceedings, we will see, but this place, he admitted this, he admitted that. Based on this, no, he deserves it. Another judge will not turn the mind over there. Obeka, no, when I look at this, when I look at that, he doesn't deserve it. In some America, the same facts when presented to a different judge, it may come to a different. In fact, this year, we've won a similar case like that. Senior William Kusi, we won a similar case.
That is how we are.
Oh yes, foreign marriage. So based on, in America, the judge Biani, based on the fact presented to him, the evidence led may come to a different conclusion. Judgment or opinion of the court. You get it? Judgment, the opinion of the court. So somebody can somebody.
More is a case before this one. I say after
this. So that was even before.
And
in fact, even that one. So even that one, you see, even that one, authentication was a problem. But you know, there were so many ways we led evidence to prove.
That's how I highlighted to you.
So you get it.
This one, there were so many ways.
Internal maker there, when you are proving in evidence, so many ways, provided there are legal means of proving your case. That is evidence. You get it. In America, the same facts presented to a different judge may come to a different conclusion. The same facts presented to a different judge will come to the same conclusion. You get it? So, judgments are opinion of the court. There have been situations, somebody will not get it at the trial court, will go to appeal, will not get it. We'll go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will be like,
lawyer.
This, then they will change it.
When you say, can you see, and I could say, judgment is not based on law.
No, you see, I have one belief, I have one opinion, me personally. That is why I always welcome dissenting opinions from more drain out of the box. Because I have a personal belief that say, it's either we are all mad or we are all right. Say either we are all correct or we are all wrong. There should be somebody who should think outside the box. When you take judgment, so what for judgments now can you think they write it simple like that? Watertight. But on appeal, it turns into something else. What it means is that when you sit down, when you do your homework well, on appeal anything can happen. Judgments are not written lightly. But no said nanka dam na ote there nanko bia lo nkwa appeal because every judgment is well written. So it's up to you the lawyer to read and see where you put your foot.
Said what judgment na or just ordinary essay.
Every judge.
You
see, let me tell you something. Okay, Mamika be been sure. You see, our Almighty. You see, one of judges and recent times I revere most. I have extreme respect most. His Lordship Justice Dochi, or retirement. Now you see, Tago case, you know. I remember Arnold Choice in Ameboa. Tago case, yes, Duchi, he wrote it. Quite a nice judgment on appeal. Well, you to them on the courtroom, they said it was cancerous on appeal. They said that judgment was cancerous and it should be removed like a tumor from our legal system. So there is no judgment written lightly. So that is where, when you get judgment, in terms of when it comes to judgment, it's just a fraction of the whole thing that happened. You get the whole proceedings. It's like this. You, which is not before you. You get it? What is before you is pieces of evidence, never then the judgment. You cannot come to a firm conclusion or maybe a different conclusion. But when you have the full, how do you call it, the full proceedings before you, when you read it from, this one is just part of it. It's not even full, it's just part of it. When you have the whole thing and you read, or you see maybe evidence which was adduced, whatever, a judge may come to a different conclusion. That is why we appeal. So we appeal because we want judgment, we want a judge or those judges sitting at there to come to a different conclusion. So that is where we bring pointers out. We point some places we think maybe the trial court, you know, so you say, so then I drink has one fan and based on that and into here.
Council says, you know, about next week on appeal, no, still you never.
No. We are not seeking. In fact, saying a work and still for execution and BBM. No.
So we can still do the funeral.
In fact, for court. You see, Mamia Kusia Sewa is not talking about obey still obey no. That one is with the family.
Oh, okay.
In fact, it seems there is another suit affaired the family so worry. That one is a family affair. That one is not even from our chamber, so that one is the family. Debbie. It's the family, so it's a family affair. Appeal the end, but my patch there is I don't know if you know. Yes, there's a suit. I know. Yes.
Oh, that suit is not from your
Debbie. It seems it's one a craft firm or something like that. Yeah. So okay, that one is a family affair.
The new suit in free momo.
No.
It's momo deni ya den na.
It's just Mami Akusia say what den. She is our client.
Okay.
So you see, Mami Akwesha said what then? On appeal, some of the reliefs we were seeking will be moot.
Okay.
In law, yekedo a mooter, waiting. It does not present live controversy for the court to resolve.
It's a moot.
Today kuna semi day. Every nobody wanna say why you na it is moot. In law, that is how we call it because time in every day you couldn't waiting. But you see, the law is such a way that if the problem is likely to reoccur for future purposes' sake, they can decide on it. The court will decide. Say, you be decide on the kuna no.
Into that number for court.
Into Monday they are going to do settling of records. Into wobeko parties in baba obiaba beche ebiana ye de beka ho ye be ye from abedinsa no the way so that the record will be clear. We compile the record. When they finish compiling the record, we forward it to the Court of Appeal. Then Form 6 will be served. When Form 6 is served, you have 21 days to write your submission. We'll be also on it then.
Can I find out? Yes. The funeral Empress is saying this on the 13th,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And like you rightly said, we lead counsel here, Lawyer Kusi. Yeah. You are representing the interest of Mama Kusi.
Yeah.
So, just a minute.
You have to seek permission.
I'm sorry. My lady,
carry
can
on.
I? Thank you. And like you are saying, you represent the interest of Mama Kusia. Yeah. So on Lawson FM, I heard your lead counsel, your senior lawyer, because he's saying that the funeral is going to happen on the 14th. Who sanctioned him to say that to the general public?
Well, what I can say is, Mami Akusia Brimpoma ne yakani senkra
Mama China.
Mami Akusia Brimpoma ne seems to offer Poku nomine at the end. The immediate family of that Lumba. It seems they came up with that date. So maybe if he said that, though I've not watched the video, but maybe if he said that, maybe it was based on that premise. Maybe they can't say no. But I've not watched the video myself. That's what I can say. But I knew, I remember when they were coming to chamber, that was the dates they were suggesting because of what's that Lumba Nimbenumbi dates in favor one and some other in the Mandeme Binti. That was the dates the immediate family were suggesting. That's what I can say.
So, assuming the funeral numbers on the 13th of December, how will the appeal affect that, or the appeal process more share for property rights,
so
will reading, blah blah
so
blah. So you're not looking the appeal. It's about something ahead.
So the thing is, you see, you cannot run away from it, but it is an obvious fact that, you see, it's an obvious fact that definitely, if I'm to use your words, okay, when the issue came up, is a prelude to something. There definitely is a prelude to who will apply for, maybe if there is no will, letters of administration, all those things. Definitely is a prelude to that. And see, when they appeal, some of our reliefs, might be moot. Some of our reliefs might be moot. In lots, some of our reliefs might be moot. It might be moot because it does not present live controversy for the court to decide. Today, because the court in decide court appeal now, so what are you get it? But if or a event it might reoccur in other situations to come, the court will go ahead to decide, so that if such situation happen in other cases, this is how we go about it. So there is this American case, if I remember correctly, Roe and Wade. Now about abortion case. In fact, when the court reached the Supreme Court of America, but so the court went ahead to decide on the person's right as to whether aborts are at certain age, at certain months, the third trimester or not. You get it? But after that time, then can you look at the case as some why moot because people know how we reason. But the court reasoned that no, because when it comes to pregnancy, it can reoccur. So not necessarily this particular case, but there can be other cases which will come, which would definitely will involve this. So let us decide on it. So the court can decide on appeal. They can decide to go into the corner reliefs. So it has not come. We are still making efforts. It has not come. But you see, one thing you have to also notice, on appeal, we don't adduce fresh evidence on appeal. Yeah. It's difficult. Yeah. It's upon exceptional situations. Mm-hmm. Before you can adduce fresh evidence on appeal. So those exceptional situations are that, okay, you must demonstrate to the court. You must lead evidence and demonstrate to the court that at the time trial court case, there was some evidence. It was not in your personal possession. It was in the hands of a third party. In fact, you took steps to get it. You didn't get it. You made diligent effort to get it. You didn't get it. Now it is ready. That is the first hurdle. Then the second hurdle is you have to show to the court that if this evidence, if Court of Appeal or Supreme Court, if we admit it, will it change the decision of the case? If it will not change the decision of the case, you can make diligent of effort. The court will deny granting you. You get it? But if the court sees that, oh, you made diligent of what a trial now it was in the hands of a third party, then the court deems it that, okay, let's weigh the probative value. Will it still change the decision of the trial court? If the court will weigh, then the court sees that, okay, it will change the decision of the trial court. The court can grant it. So it's like two hurdles for you to cross. But adducing fresh evidence on appeal, no, it's not easy. It's not allowed. That's the general rule. Yeah. But the exception is what I've broken down and explained to you. You get it? Yeah.
Okay. Some share. Yeah, submission.
Yes. I think somewhere here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Everything for Jiga, Memo Akaba. Bibi Aboko. My busy in Bruno. Medasi. A day, and I ebusia penny ya, officer, only year a howl.
Medasi. I'm say me busuani so me moja busuani.
Unye moja busuani.
Debi. Me ne papa no atunada.
Tise papa shi.
O say.
Ano busa. Oh. Me ba chokasa.
Me ye busuani ba me nye busuani.
Uye busuani ba unye.
Me nye moja busuani.
Nye moja.
Yes.
lumba ne papa she me nuano no omo na de me betena nkran 1992
okay
timene na nete
okay
na me ma me akoso abempoma so atena o mampon sa
okay
enti obaye ye na nim se oni o kontu obaye na ye na ko like branches feel de bia ye na na ko ana omo ye say ye meeting first meeting no so oni ha enti in case so omo hia na ana bibia ode me si nanan
tu no wusi nanan
me na me si nanan ana omo bisa first so say in case oni ha hwan no so mia ana me si omo mi no na so okay enti bibia no okwa me ne abusua pani ba ye na ye wo bibia oda bibia abusua pani like de bia ye na nam enti ye kofie no na first time calling so who ne Mr. Iti honorable minuano no ni Mr. Iti din komo bi
okay
enti ewie na sata Mr. Iti onim me
okay
ba me ne honorable na ko enti ye na me ye di ye pie na me say Collins ana honorable ade komo na say ni na me kan komo ni na che no so e true na e wo twa ti me ka say ye ko bie account ema like said the bia mo kan wa say me nim no ti ska bia ba enuafo no me na me sign ma mo me ye signature ni
ewo account
ne so ye na discuss so ye ko yi ska say e dia ye say ni akosan afede du baby sika bi free account no ma me hu hwe alert na me ye mfrɛ me minim de ska na ko minim hwe me so me gina homa enuafo no like tiesa me bisa Collins so de bia me na honorable me bisa say honorable ska bi afri mo say abusua pani ankancho we na sorry na me say ade amu ye e de kasakasa beba abusua ne ntemo me de me gina homa mo nti bibi ni a meti a mo be dey omo beti ena nche ena date yi hye won asema minim hwe about the date e di kai ko first staff house na ye ko president o yankoto no nti ekoto chief of staff receive ye nice ena e ba yanko candidate asem sata me ko chena abona manela DC the second time I call ne yenim say yankoto president nti no ye kono ya tise waba ye call na me come site akoya de na me free o nti me ye na me kra mu na me so me dika o say ye de don kwan nam na me call nti me say nkrofo frefre me say na mo hye date na me so da bi na so eni tie abonten e wa na ma akoso abrempo ma frɛ me na o say jiga na date mo ahye na mo susu na mo anka nche na me say ma nkrofo na frɛ me minim hwe na ye 1 week ni wie no ye meeting na ye ne last na ma akoso asewa ho ma akoso abrempoma ho dobroni obia ho na ye na ye dwundwen ho se obi si enya ne next year ebi si this year nti ye na no ye dwundwen ho se na abusua pani so mummi anya ne this year ntem na nya de satam ye na na eti meeting na se satam court issue bi anya de eni ho ti decide say ye be ne this year na me kra me ka se na mummi anya ne like second week of December num said the bear a controphobia or mo bano or mo be do bring your betimi ayde a baby na ti yankasa ye beye anasa yenye ti de ti ani date ni na nkotwam na one day bi me ne abusu apani woni hotel ba oda bibia me no se jiga waka kwa mo frɛ no waka cha me babru 5 times hu obi o kan create seme no ko obi o kan create seme na da bia no ne na ede am so me de me kan create na obekumi kra meka and etwemo one day me ne ti wo se ya ana so jiga me no dobro ni akasa na mabisa ne se se kodwa ware na odobro ni na anum tom se bra anya ne ho ade na afi na na o se nko be sana busu apani kan ma kan o Zion Felix interview so da na we so me saka wo betimi afre no me Kristo ni o ye busu apani ogunsa enti no betimi whatever abeka the person can be I'm ready and I say oh me son no na me maame bring poma frɛ no say oh ofa Priscilla they were good pal nemum e mani me ekura because Charles anyade anya ne ho ade
esa ye
na ye mienu na esa de nim guase e beba beka busua ana busua pani si oh akosua me kura maka mabisa na mo si say nti ho kura de enye de yenyi ntu nkyai ana ye kan say ana o si oh akosua unse me kura kojo minim ne ho hwe me kura me ba nya yie anka minim say excuse me oti easily go na me de mate say oti tantra na minim ne ho hwe nti wo de ye na nim say na oben unua nti de obeka bia na ebe de ye befa ana o si yo fa na eja ye de didi ye nkomo a afede ye hu de be ye de kasakasa we na ba court asem nti ye ko mitukwa me ba ye ko hia o Kumase airport runabout Jofe na family ni na ye ko hia nipa bebe meeting na me sa ka se offer o kai sa o ka che mi se obi a hobi no so de diga ho de fatu nche na me so offer ade ya be oni abusuani na eti o nti se asundwe be ba eye wa asundwe so ma eye wa ewiase na ehwe o ana wa obegina ho se o minim odobroni bia na wa fine ana okomu na mpa wo hunu se odobroni oni there is nothing wrong say na wonim na say wa be hono but adia enya yes no fa hweyi na wan ka say dey yes ana me ka chen say ofa o recordings am wo me phone so no me ka say me bobi a kire wa wo yembe obi a obi no so de nde fatu nche ana me say ofa abusua yi na no wo eji mfa ho wo na wo ye abusua na hene nti unso ofa asundwie beba ifri wo asundwie ma ifri nti eno me ka kire no obi a obi nti eno me ekoso no ofa hweyie ye hona Mr. Iti eso wa chiska ye na ye wie 1 week no abusua pani sa je besia e wo no ho me san bi 400,000 me san bi ana ye meeting eso e ka wo ho bia ya de ye twia ahwefo nti ha yi enti akoba sa akọ ohene ho ye na irua otumfo me bo mi mu ase eche no akọ hene ho na ba say committee no yengunu no afede ni ba bi firo mo say 200,000 na Mr. Iti di chaye no oso ogine sika na me si oh ade aye na ya da minus wo ha obi anim so di sika na achaye no because ye wie 1 week na kai wo hu bia ye twia ya sign na no ye ho nti ade na ba ya say 200 no dada no ya nya dai ye nya minus affairs ye mu committee no afi na musulman na ejini sika obi dia chaw de so oja enye hwe na ye call na nada de so abahene ho o receive ye nice oni ye na kasa na papa no bisa abusua ne se committee no omuko hia ye no ye se omungunu na omu pese committee na omu boa me na abusua ni na sorry se omu pa chaw committee ne de o ma ya de nanso ba bi o ma ya kosi no omunya de omumfansi omu abeto omade so mama China kasaye ifio emrafo ankasa bi di 80 something 90 number meeting na sibi ana omuse o aye ba ifia anya committee bia na mekra me so na me sempacho mu kasa de a me ne munya adwene sabi olumba nya obia sa keke o ye wiasi na lumba enti no aye we ye jaima mo nko a mu ntimi nya de enti na busu apaniti committee se omunya de omumu ano eno mo se omu hia
acho mo ko ohene wo no date no se sign
date ni de baby omu ko share date no omu ka se o se on the 6 kra na nya ya mo betimi aye ni 13 fa na se e ho kra nya ya mo betimi ashe na mini oba nkoma e course o na no mtie ba na nada de so aban na o de na me o unim enkofo bebebe wo committee no mo self interest mo frɛ na nada de so aban ne na mo misa ne sɛ baba yara ho no mo so mo kotwia no okoye de connection na no makwakoye ho papa na like sikatwia num ni we say ska mbeka so matwia na enye sa papa no e good pa ono ana yi ni bottom sika 20,000 e de atwia e de say o baba yara ho omoko uni say politicians de omo first canche omo timi ko baabi mu mi say politician be ho na omoko ya omo 150,000 omo de 100,000 e de e bae like ko obi say na yi babuwa na afa de wo say opa chew de wa ya kodu no mwana ya nka ntoko biom kakasa biom na nada de so abayi na ko kache mse opamacho committee no me opesa me kana mse na na ise bibia bedi kuma se me meti akra na basa me besan bibia bede na mabesan abusuanfo isu do so nti obi abet usuma me wa akra ba bi dia
o se nsem na wo kan pressure wo e hit nti mama ni lawyer wie ni judgment cool down kakraman because I know the lawyer do judgment yeah who see okay thank you hey that's your judgment why quiet counsel that's your who say you now walk
yo mini aba medasifa na bache mini abema the start free baby until sabeya mean waste obia time too much no me born pop sabeya
thank you
you better say na asa medical kasa no medical pacho say momo abia omo sorry say oh lawyers na omo kuma ya mami wo anya ade ana bibisa no mimi ya lawyer ni menim sane esitie obetimi afa case obeye nyoma e wo se wo ye nyina ebia nkosane o hwehwe no ebi wa utimi target say meyese because try and cast strategy utimi strategize ya bekwa enkosane o hwehwe no enti no eno nche se ebia lawyer ni no wanye ni obetimi aye bia so but ebia na sane no hwehwe no na nkosi sane no pe no na mestre so say wo ma mo ka say ebia judge no waji bribe bia na say want to ne bo share judgment no so o ma mo nkasa say won tie won kan judgment na won share ni o mo ye ya o kasa o ya ye bone na meka say o mo nyina lawyer for any judge no o ba ye juma pa means our cases we may be the bia usually it take about 4 years 5 years and say we oh me na me as a jan case yeah the 4 years and as a jan trial so it takes time and it takes effort and bausha case when you know lawyers ni nyina yeah more addresses yeah witness statements yeah and my judge it na see true this judgment all in 1 month. Okay, nti yanko judgment no so. Wodi kaka near ya maame sewa akosia sewa no ohwehwe. O se yenka se ono no ye na ma ya maame odobroni enhodi ne ho out se oyeye na mema busia no so enhodi we se oyeye and all the transition counts a moment release body in man. And I could Odobroni can say, on also counter claim say, I could say, Wakrano, on ye as at the time, ya papa, we don't know, or ye son say, ya warren a mamre quite so. And you know, say Nicosia, and a judge now had to determine some same way, you know. They are very important. There was a beer when they say, "Your mommy say waka say." Now warrior na oni ye jalumba warrior no. A civil marriage a Germany. Waho. Enti yamra no so no. Say o ka say o wari wo man bi so na wan wari wo Ghana. E was so witimi kire court no. Senior awari a ewo man no so no etie esense judge no okọ Ghana school wankọ Germany school enti onim senior German emra concerning aware etie. And the Supreme Court I can so many times say so person prove say emra wo kuro bi so eti say ya the best way to do it is to use an expert witness. Expert witness ni yet so obi a waye adwuma na che a titrio e bi a lawyer ni an academician obi a wa throw book and I be on those topics and obetimi aba be gine mu akasa ama court na agiatum and say na minyi aka na no mpo no e bi a court no pa we ka say minyi ntum ba say wanya ntum a wo say o kire ni nti a obi a expert from another e dey amount na o say wonyi ntum nti generally no say you will prove expert witness is to use an expert from that jurisdiction. Na case in the court ye ma me akusua mo amfa expert witness no anko so ho na mum almost submit documents na kire say you can say marriage certificate sign on my friend no and almost other documents be ka ho and no match as echi but we dey emphasize say marriage certificate any you know almost at the core say marriage certificate norm the core no na signature mami sewa na yewura lumba ni signature eni so enti say who I was saying ka who prove say expert also prove foreign law no a say na Germany aware tie na wentimi improve a ye mra wo Ghana na a shell judge ne say you improve expert law na fa law no to say a Ghana law sana mra na koyo and you know going forward now the judge had to now so determine case as if he say or determine aware ya hihye no wo Ghana so I was saying it and you know oba be hwe and again enkrata ni ade a na omodi aba e kire say aware ne ya hihye no Ghana. And honestly, so we share ordinance marriage either in Germany and now we in Ghana. Ordinance marriage, one of the first things are ultimately share say why we certificate because who are you church, who are you AMA ni ideas agree and why certificate in the mount. So and you know mami akusia say why the certificate na what they buy you know. Send your medical canon na the signature ni so na yewura lumba so a signature ni so. It's the judge and they say me father say sadan sidi amudi abe e Ghana dia the Ghana certificate no usually mu signature also and nipa obedi adanse ma ye mame akosia se wa ba ko ka say no wo ho and ohun say wo sign certificate which means say ohun say wo sign dia and ya wo sign ka wo so it's all share na eni so no say na Sanchez no emani yadin say mejiatum ebio certificate na mo de buy na ekuta any of signature na ekuta obi fufuro German penny be signature or wabuchi. Now what the certificate be ba and how the document be ba na ekuta obi certificate obi signature na nipa ko no onye citizen of that country. That should be first certified by Nipakron and NASA agency no wohono. Say a signature way authentic because judge no Ghana no and Ghana. How will we know say that signature is authentic? Except Nipakron issue document no or be certified. Now apart from so what certifying, I was say what they call embassy no. Ghana embassy na wo ho no Germany ho no almost certified say oh ya jitum say sa signature we free sa bia we wo Germany ha so it say because yes na ba Ghana eno na boy me ajitum and I judge mbeji atum because obi anu wo betimi akoye sa investigation e di aba na just say ya jitum say sa important na nyentia sa authentication and as I say any 2 years say we be fan say crossing no important ni say you see evidence ansa ye beji atum no e was say ye gitum say certificate ni crossing no necessary say you be determine say signatures ni ade no authentic ampa so enti no omantimi mami akosi amantimi am making sure say nipa authenticate ade no obeya no e wo Germany anas obeya no e wo embassy ho no judge ni ka say edin se meje
se be nipa no so ni ho bi o
say a baby no free until they certify from there and then they go to the embassy. Okay. That is what it says. Okay. So not just yajiatum. Now you rely on a lot of provisions waha. So at 161 no 123 and 123 no third one no na me show waha na for the yintino minya nanka yanka quickly na intie near article unica or say if reasonable opportunity has been given to all the parties to investigate the authenticity of a foreign official signature, the court may for good cause shown good cause shown order that it be treated as presumptively authentic without a certification. And you say my mom me and more parties in answer my mom time say mon ko check say certificate in authentic. Now move back to me showing say obi reasonable effort and say we can it now where can it now where can it now judge ni kan nyina bom now say okay and I even judge ni kwa say me ni kan ono so ko hwehwe ni bi ka ho na say o kan nyina bom a he is given the power to presume that it is authentic. But okay, judge or say all those documents, efforts no mo ye no. Ama me drew nanim. I say me drew nanim. Say let us ye try edema embassy for say effort mo ye all those things. She was not aware of it. Well, so it is very difficult to say from where she's sitting, say the effort was being made to make sure that the certificates are authenticated. So, and like I was saying, say ojiatum say Ghana Emran or follow so dear. Also, she say, "Nyoma na omo de buy na emiti the standards are set for a Ghana court." And then also medical can say or say there was no signature on both sides, like Obani signature ni ho, Bemani signature ni so. Nti Osha want me admit say and I say okay, so me exclude even all these documents from it. I was saying to me, say, what the other evidence by bet me prove to me, say, still, mommy, any papa worried by civil marriage. It's the dear Biona Modi Breme, Modi picture ne buy. Picture Modi buy, you know. Picture nature say, Bermani or Batty who almost signed document. Document, you know, Obi and where the cray was. So, and you know, a bad thing, and then for he had to sit there and say, Michelle document to pay the Abremia, a picture pay the Abremia, a chair say, now almost sign a marriage certificate. It's very difficult to come to that. If I can categorically say, send a video in power home poor, and can not met me so I can say, okay, wait, can say, wait, because video the hour, yeah, why? And you maybe say some more questions. Usually, most of the time, it is consent. In the episode be our consent, open so. Well, in think no crowd buana mane I come to the conclusion say, our baby koso. So, enti mami who say some of the pictures and some of the videos now about that a new judge name. So I say, and I know that mommy because a biana lawyers no cry busa say give us all this evidence. Now you have to prove case in the mouth. But obia far more. And clients always do that because sometimes you case out to me my pressure me here you far more. And so I send back like I said, I say now we cry and you know, but court there they obe determine a case based on the evidence their brain. And your court system no most of the time almost all the time and yet the judge responsibility say or beka copy evidence ni be the abebo bi because yes sir onye yempo yes waje bribe na nka yes you judge no hwehwe no akopɛ we ni o de beba betu nanim no eno no de ebe ye adwuma bajo okay oh
macho
okay no okay
Okay.
Enti
what's wrong? I'm calling. I want to understand the opinion.
You are my co-host.
Want to be NG and Nuntum no. And I say, but there are certain things yen na yagia to mansa case in your best start. Yeah, you lawyer for they be a yeah pleadings near the pleadings teacher say oh be chopper say masem new say into shani say mami now the evidence akọ all the evidence akọ the first thing is so be the evidence be ba na obi can say be na on name so you object to it okay say we me play we anya sa na tie so one object to it the first thing a judge in the final say we na fana no correct unless he say there's other evidence on record e be boa manaka say okay we there enya sa na tie enti o ka say mami akosua from 1999 like obi agitum 1991 obi agitum say oware that limba by custom well and no it was obi an challenge lawyers na challenge and a fact.
So that means after they know, say no, yawa mamene or lumbayo.
Customary. If you are worried, because mami samra mechi. Say mami akusia timi prove say na warrior na why was German. And no ejinemu na judge ni G2 mu a. Enka the customary marriage na who here because of converted the call and I say judge ni G2 mu a enka ontimi hold say mami odobroni oni lumba why because so why by custom na mra ya G2 ma eno ye monogamous and ma kwan ma who why be nka ho nti emfa ho whatever enka ontimi nyintu say oni mami odobroni aware. But because or say the proof to prove say civil marriage existed in Germany was not and enough. The final standard of woman to me a new standard, you know. But say video no year before the court. What was the evidence via no evidence the judge or pronounce on evidence as at the time all pronounce no na done him.
Okay, to when undone.
Him. It is a nin anymore. Dear no war and all the can ask now the other can ask them no. Me am as a lawyer, me instead who man say a man who you see any man crudging sana man the BSCT.
Yes, or Danny BP. Mrana no use you
me very difficult to see say wadani bibi in any way. So because documents na foreign say not authenticated so G2 nka court of appeal so betimi aka say no ade we na nya properly authenticated Nti ombeka say no, they can overturn it. Ena senka yetimi prove or timi mami akosua timi prove say na warrior ne jama warrior say na tie. Me ametimi ama me ho example. My sister oye ni divorce wo America. Well, because traditional marriage wo Ghana no. Na America for no person omote how Ghana marriage tie. Enti lawyer bi sisi ko MP so am MP John Dako ono di adanse e ma me sister so and omoji tum say okay nti Ghana aware say na tie and omoji tum so nti no a very necessary requirement and because Supreme Court hold this say so what can foreign law is you find say a fact that must be pleaded and proven at all times and because foreign law it misses anytime ebia the next year na sisa until untimi nya established law mfan to ho every time bi obi ka say I'm using foreign law biano you plead it you prove it that's how it is until no or disregarding all those things no not just or share evidence na what record no so me pictures no mu show yes show for say wawari ordinance no just picture no say and AI ni ade no ntimi
picture one gentle
because picture nkwa enye enough for her because I say nipa mienu omote ho a wo mo sign ade how can you confirm say my certificate no mo sign so Lord here prove bibia prove ni here
because sa video ni kan ho dia
ka video no e bia anka beboa so
no mo ye bia no mo ko wedding bi go share video
yes I
no me say we see very important minister man for so dream say GNT na court ne ka say mami odobroni and so ye after what hold this mami sewa ye by custom I was say kindness by custom in the court not to no bu church mu say Ghana ye wa ware miensa your traditional marriage your marriage by Mohammedans ordinance and your marriage by ordinance so na traditional marriage you know a bane bema ene wire ene ebusia na bema no etimi wire bi ka ho so pa
traditional marriage
traditional if any potentially polygamous this of potential and by force
bi account
tradition etimi wire 2000 here so obetimi asho and cramofo de no it set say traditional marriage no mi mam na bless so ni ade by no etimi wire 4 4 and ordinance marriage you know there or why bako Ghana between Bema and Oba no other in the explain is no can say if say obi worry by traditional just otimi worry bika ho so and Oba mami odobroni so and I say mami odobroni the witness obe di adanse man no oba he no o say aware na ye hihye omo hihye yo daddy number fie wo Tantra Hills no omo okobi and by the way judge Nika say sa witness no ogini deeper change the other witnesses no also credible and maminka we nche obia say judge bia wo tumi say otimika say obi ye credible and obi nye credible because here ye ti he nyina ye kasa ko obi kasa na say bi antro wo mukra e bia wo unko training kra otimi hu say ade we die for instance me busa question say mazola ushu ye white na why share shoe no wa dwen ho by 2 minutes my first impression say unya abedi intro because automatic say white well inti some of the things that the chair judges no mo come school into the court of appeal and overturning judgment just easy keke because the judge no be iye case no or that advantage a otimi ho witness by witness betra nim sani omo ye omo ho sani omo kasa ne yi nti otimi decide say we are credible we nya credible and na wo kasa nso na say won sam nsisi so and e wo kan we na ochina wa kan we a e ma ye ka straight away say we nya credible and na nya wa tro no witness statement nim no sa wo ba na so obedi adanse ye busa wa ye toto wa no sadien ya na asema wa tro na no na wo ka eno so ye ma wo efili say we are credible enti the edikan o say papa no odi adanse no he was very credible and he said say he was there when they got married. In addition to that no mutimi tender videos show say lumba na bonus bie na no aka say we ya ne ye ma me odobroni ne ye ne ma me ya na sew and all those things the same way lumba na in his birthday or ka say mami sewa eye ne ye eno so ka ho judge ne hwe no so ka ho nti no ka say no so client no still we gidi say mami sewa still or traditional marriage with Daddy Lumba. Inti no or share all those evidence, pieces of evidence na. No say otimi establish facts and say eyampa say Lumba ware mami no. Na so ware mami ne dia nan dia ne no ohwehwe ne say or ware sa mami ni nyina. Na omumi enu nyina abeye ne yire. Na ni intention no because by as late as his 60th birthday, if he no still ka say, "Mama say why any year," and he na say no GDA say, "Mama no year any." And na senior oni mami odo atsna, and then na woman 6. There were people present when Owari there were pictures showing say ordinary show obia say oye no, cheso oye. No, say can say even po. Sanka wanya ne ho ade a emramu no ya wo bibi e frɛ no presumption say aware agina ebema ne oba entem sɛ wo ye bema na sɛ wo ne oba etena na bebia one ne fa bebia o se o me wife nie o na fufuo nyinaa nim ne sɛ o wife nie o na fufuo nyinaa na makwayi abom ya sɛ o Mr. and Mrs. na ma ye can say motu kwan abom ma bonso abom mo chantade abom mo ye sa ne o mani nyina abom a mo ye mo jimu atum say mo ya warefo nti mranso beka say mo ya warefo
ebusiampo mo magye atum
nti no kire say and o ka say o hwe pictures na Lumba de ne call was it Nanadu's no also the call President Mahama or the call IGP Dampare ho all those places show programs upon program to show say ne yiri nti sanka o won ware numpo by emfansan ko emienu nitin sakura by his actions no nka kire so mawa and sana mra kire. That is presumption of marriage. It is there. And now papa na ye mama say wadim omukofa ne bae na obedi adanse ye no. O chirechire mu say ye kan ware a one of the things that yetimi determine say aware ewo ho is that bema no share asante amamre no say bema o ye panyimu efa oba usa na so one ne tena say ne yire na omobia hu se ne yire a ebusua ne fa ne se ya ne yire ti o ma ware mama say one witness and e be kan sa de no wo court so what you say yes Mr. Kantanka wow
I just asante amambre no o yes
ye fa ne se aware wo nti judge ne kan say even grandpa senka if there was no picture no evidence bibia anywhere chere say oni mami sewa mami odobroni ware kura na senior
mpacho witness Mr. Kantaka no na na de ne bai
mami sewa na de ne bai
okay no obechire mu ono
de so mo shopi no nti oba no obeka senior ni amamrete and that is good because court no yepe no kre Enti ye pe obi o wonim die na osa beka nokre. Enti no ensema o kan no eno na judge no kra use ye because ono ano onim Asante Amamre to say Mr. Kantanka. So enti no o say dear Mr. Kantanka kra kan ye no enu ni no kra so no enya just Mr. Yenna ye ni minua be motia presumption of marriage always there. Because enye de bia no bi koti obi tinsa but oba ne be matimi na ma edru ba bia emramu no oba ne timi claim say be your wife and abema ma cohabitating for a long time and it has been proven by mo conduct say my aware for
ebusiafo nim
ebusiafo nim but my ya ma nzina abeji ya beji atu say mo ya aware for.
So that means a plaintiff witness ebe boa defendant in the case.
No. Problem. And you know, judge ni share sa nyoma ni nyina wo na odi make decision say o share that the lumba and okay bibi mean say be more kind judgment no man tia say ya be discuss even the issue of domicile me can domicile say baby a wote so na emremu no usually no na nka baby a wo no ehomra ene ye di adwuma so na emremu ne wo domicile ne wo ni ye place of you kind of domicile of origin and domicile what's the other one? Of choice. Thank you very much. Well, what kind of
my co-host?
Document.
So
document is in your head.
Na so kase domicile of origin and the upper chain say hani a wo and Ghana for baby it is maybe I won't work Ghana but or US citizen because
the same nipa no ondi nine can say Ghana they na still oyeje because ye tie ye nim say lumba ekita
German citizenship enti ebi movie say oh na say we cry there and nka German for omo ayi om tim be form body kokra ni ade and na judge ne kire say wo domicile no a wo na eno ne ehwe so emra edi determine wasem so what you say na domicile ni wo domicile of origin ni wo domicile of choice origin no ye baby e wo ni ade domicile of choice ni wa kofa but domicile of origin no lose because automatic ya wo no we ya Ghana ni we ya dia lose who could domicile of choice na yes wa ba be fasa domicile na emom so wo free baby a wa kwa choose say wo tena ni ade na wo sanse san wo suban ni wo bibia na wo san ba wo domicile of origin na yet say what to domicile of choice na
passport
encourage just what to actually no was ba na ohodi as a fact say who say lumba betna Ghana for more than 17 years na so bia opeso we Germany no enka obekọ Germany kakrampo but o see the tnabia Ghana our betna awo ma 6 ewa ha enti ono na dream no sisia no opeso ye Ghana ni
opeso still no kita passport
but say ye share the law na was say apply no say I was so apply Ghana law because who say lumba no opeso tena Ghana no ye Ghana ni wrong in that contest enti judge no otonibo say me share judgment na me who say otonibo eko bebia fifimu baby okra otonibo na say o me chewe ama Ghana for atiase because me who say interest wo case nim enti anya say interest no na determine case no ba me chere say be obia benya atiase kakra about senior yemra no efa aware ho no esitiefa so enti no minim say me poso aha minim say be a question bi be ba na
okay in the market me clarify
council
me kasa sana ana okay
na person me this question okay na wo council pacho ye mami time o wire na ni din akasa desen
okay inti that issue came up during a cross-examination. Then is in Schindler. Inti Obaware that Lumba. Now obey Fusu.
Okay, me pacho. Ye maame na no oti Germany ansa na that Lumba le ko hwa na oni ni na akoy.
Inti that one means menche, but what's the factor you plead and witnessed it, ye indicating now there. They started dating. Okay, somewhere 1985. 1991. No a customary marriage. Then they moved to Germany.
Both of them.
Yes, that's the fact we pleaded.
Because I wanted to know nipa ordenen krata ware no. Ye maame no ordenen krata ware na say ye papa Lumba no kita krata no de ware.
Okay, and say that aspect no ye plead na personally no we didn't ask because now it was not really of importance with regards to reliefs now you seek.
To who saying?
Remember, reliefs now you seek, you know. Inti what was most important was what were here. What Germany so those were the major things we looked at.
Okay.
But they the papers the papers later now you to take one China social media. We sometimes hear things, but personally, maybe sir, Mama say, I'm like a squire to my senior. He's the knight. You get it. In time I'm prepare man.
Okay.
But everything that goes on, he tells me.
Okay.
Into a friend, I could just say, "Oh, cram in office. You call me Henry Bra, BTB, so that or take instructions from here. I know I at some point. I feel no besanso or be from Henry. Mama could just say, no. So that I hear it. Na my model here. Then I'll go and present it to him. He will look through. No, take this one out. Do this. Do that. Those technical, then he will sign. He will supervise. He will give the technical direction. BBR, you get it. Into the side in a day, I don't have personal information. They the papers for you and the papers for you. And maybe some missing and many personal information on it. But I'm with personal information. They dated 1985. Obaware 1991 or Bomso Kumasi. Then they moved to Germany. I acquired civil marriage in 2004. Okay, before you maybe sir.
Empress.
Maybe some senior.
Council, me pacho me pedo o
okay, Martin.
Handsome pacho, Abraham lady e kasano, o kasafa odo brumi eni Lumba aware no. Na wo chire mu say e bia mapa matare ba ako, mako program, motu kwan abom. Motu kwan abom mako aware mako. Na say busua no two parties family because o kasanya wo say marriage age na aware say efu no kra no a family ena wo sutuni inti sesia na wo kase bia na o ma shatare ba ako no mo nko hu ebusu o mu tu ni pe no o ma ye ne sesia na asemi abe sesia ebusu afutu no me
ebusu enti na court determine no se court determine ebusu afo agitum ma mencheo
inti se biso anje antum
unti menyentum obi ani tumi nchen court ye show court show say ye bibi no anya yetimi chill contempt obekwa ko betimi akoda fiase enti ma men go back na men chere wase aware traditional marriage and a customary marriage no edi kan between oba no and ebema and also between ebusiano mienu no o ti ase na important say ebusuano ye part of our yes, but the most important is a bema ni oba no ebeje penny say won be ware so enti say bema ni oba tina for so many years and sir anyway it only comes up usually when a CCB ya bem because almost dia e bi obi anka say mene ebia one day obana na bema ne ti wa na Oma tina for a long time na ba kwa sorry say me kwa ko ware obi foforo because after all women two teens ebi ona ne na tina mama ye japade awu nkola ne ade nyina bebre nti the question is the no moti ho ye no na ya ware ananya ware nti sa eyi no na court bem eba be determine say we ya ware ananya ware na was standard and standard nam de ma on say one kasa no woni oba no na mo hold mo ho out say mo ya ware for mo ko program together mo permanent idea pepepe mo year donation together ya ware it is so if that is proven in court then the court will say that there is a presumption that na mo ware so I want it ntia Empress
ntia no ka so do wow nyata de shemu
okay say enka enka evidence imponi ho a but ojitum said there was evidence say odo doni ni lumba ware and oto aso say enka enumponi ho a enka o matna together for this one cohabitation no ni omo put your whole out as obane bema no enka no cry enough to hold say
Council submit to me Abuawa. Okay, paragraph 120 now. No, it's just to help the point. Or say it is noted that customary law marriage can even be accepted through the conduct of the parties or through long cohabitation, and it does not require documentary proof as marriages under ordinance do.
Yeah.
Pacho, what do I say?
Okay.
From the judgment.
Wow.
Yes.
I say it. Said the Adena on the 12th, me Kukumasi. Me Kukumas Mpamcho. Mam Kama, me Kamas, Casa Pacho Meba. On the 12th, me Kukumas, a blue bar, grand opening, a way just so I fit on a part 9 on a meeting. A commercial break now, ye bar. A bet yes.
Thank you.
Every day, I beg. Why? The water is free.
Ghana Water Disconnection Team.
Level up to one secure experience and do more with the Stanbic Bank app. And with Spend Insights, you instantly understand your spending, so planning becomes effortless. Download the Stanbic app now on the Google Play and Apple App Store.
Is everything okay?
Oh my God.
Now what you are so much? Ever send your near my dimray ye, shaming crime, and yet the pride chamber. Me who send your twist no need to after.
Why are more and more professionals choosing Flamingo paint?
As an interior decorator, I aim for that beautiful, elegant look. Flamingo paint has great hiding ability to cover and transform old walls easily with just one coat.
Impressive. For me, as a professional painter, I love Flamingo paint because with this small paints can paint huge area, meaning more profit for me. Great value for money.
As an architect, Flamingo paint, with its well-researched and solid composition, guarantees durability for all my buildings.
Flamingo paint, superior height, superior coverage, superior durability. Flamingo paint, simply superior.
127, so okay.
So for mommy.
Hey, Brother Bernard.
What's your deal, yes?
127.
126 KBR. So for mommy, let's sort it.
Oh, that's it.
That's what you are jet. Sempi.
Oh, you guys have to do the one.
So for mommy.
Hey.
Brother Bernard. Sorry. That's what I'm doing.
127.
Mumuna mana.
Yeah.
Sammy, let's sort it.
Be safe, thank you. Oh, Sammy Midasi.
For best mobile banking, show Sika Samsung. Free say, content and get dinkra. Bet to me at the best mobile banking as this car if you MTN Momo. Telecel cash. And now Airtel Tigo Money Wallet. Nimu Ako account in this. Bet to me at airtime. You Tiawa car sign the Dijawa. Wow mobile phone so. Banking Muahoto. Debia. Abrebia. Best mobile banking. Who phone in ye? Who Sika ni?
Come on. Oh, I'm a call.
I knew it.
What's your name on the wall? The Bishop also Sunday.
Best Point Savings and Loans. Your dream, our business.
Me obesima esan say mahosiesie sipi me menses flow yi na oya obia me famu bia eto etwa enei metimi didi ama me nipadua ahihye kama.
Oh, I know. Hi Lady Herbal Mixture and Hi Lady Herbal Wash gives me confidence. Wow.
Me worry, Hi Lady Herbal Mixture. Ama me menses na baby. Na Herbal Wash ni dey. Ama ma himfi why you come and kasa.
As busy as the corporate world is, Hi Lady still got her back.
Hi Lady Virgin Wash. ACC himfi hono. Na make sure so ACC ni pediano. Ama baby. Aye kama. Se wo pende dudu etua. Cora Rose Pharmaceuticals. Ewo Health City. Oyarefa ana. Okainshi Drug Lane. Ankrankre. Enko Pharmacy. Ana herbal shop bi e ben womu. Omon sabe kembi. Enye ma wo ba. Wafa yefunu. Ana wo ma akoda nufu. FDA. Aji drinking kratsoi atum.
I feel better. I'll be the day you go like for the man, I'm buying club, okay, for that man. Hey, oh, it's on me. Hey.
Drink responsibly, not for sale to persons below 18 years, not recommended for pregnant women. This advert is FDA approved.
Playing for your country, easy. Scoring, easy. Winning, easy. You know what be easy now? Kivo 4-in-1 Gary mix. Aye, easy. It gets everything inside. Gary, creamer, sugar, roasted or not. Just add water. Sharp my soakings make ready. Taste and energy. Made easy. I'm a match winner, but the real champion is Kibo 4-in-1 Gary mix. Champion taste.
Also available strawberry, coconut, and chocomore. This advert is FDA approved.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Won't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Be the luckiest, cookie from the job be luckiest, from not the purpose she be luckiest. Me and you go be luckiest. No matter why you're lucky, everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame! Send your God apple boom! So would the coming of the son of man be. Hey! Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, simple direction. Mr. Good Luck, no change me. Yeah, man.
Easy, or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm his baby.
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompts. Yes. And then boom, confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like 7.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, do you have family permission? Before December, maybe release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Don't left, don't look right. Go straight and grab the luxury acrylic paint. No be any paint, be paint.
The luxury acrylic paint.
Paint mo champion. Mo champion.
Yamawa Kwaba Ediba United Showbiz. My mama who said show no, and I'm in born treaty. I heard that Munina say Mungusu Ejibre a year YouTube for Yedamwa say Mungusu share the link was so Emma will be with effect and money and will be so or say and not because and some a coso when you have any future reference. And on ene ye e wa hanu say but me person me ka bibi chiro say onyankopon eye adoma despite auto museum ye biem esi an ye say the Zambia antique cars Empress won say me daba akumu na me twie won say ade bi wa udizaba ohun bi da wonti e na bronye ye de sakas ni nyina eguo say branda benya feeling no the owner what you say feeling car no won ubetwi na afe ye de wakọ rounds de wo hobia cars bi wo hobia no mesrew utumi eko have a feel of it na de ye me de say see I na bronyi nti no weekend bia no ye say ye bema mo live band nti emane nya won so obeba na Empress band ejinemu na Empress meto odonyom ma so dogu misua na mecheche wo so ati ase brana menjeje wo so wo dom e wo bibie mu ye bie every Monday to Sunday 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Wabeto Empress Gifty na chese me do e corrans me take enum na me twa na Instagram kakra Facebook kakra na ye momo Snapchat no so kakra na TikTok ne de friend ye biem e na abeti kona keke da eye despite auto museum ene yeton safra bro nye di abrochi for me sure mo ba Ghana mo mbo modin ase mo be kɔ hɔ no na wakwakɔ hwɛ hwaze kapewenu ahwaze na ye film I'm in co studio lawyer
Empress
enye better
enye better
Mr. A year judgment now, my lady. By way, my last question. I just said me call council, so now me call now. Okay, say, be man now on the next say, or no, okay, say, or no, I da, and poor jitu, kakakwa, komukrana. Dear, say, Yabo say, mammy, her time now. What's wrong? A banner ye fan is pemua grass and no person. Or cabibisa.
Me pasha, I know near friend of consummation. Na nientia or can no. Now person chre awarie. Nyo maybe wa awarie na koso. Nanso Emma ye awarie ni ye nyintum still. Okay. Me who say tree in menyani year. Nipa mienu bema ni oba na koware. Obi anim say aware ade ba ko a eye important to aware eye say obema no ni oba na betimi ada. Because eye very important in aware, and in fact eye very necessary for procreation. It is a bema ware oba na oba ni bema ware na say omo ntimi ana your friend consummation omo ntimi an consume marriage na chese sa ware no yetimi twam say enye prop ankosipi because specific period say by the time nipa no apply no ka say aware no ya yentimi consummate ya then it will ebema ho kwan say ebe consummate court ni timi twam say well, and consummation kwa. Me explaining more na amount for ntiase. Na judge no person or chere say obi betimi aware obeba o say o ma wire me kura certificate ni ade but certificate ni nko enye enough because anyoma bi asisi a emma aware no yanyi ntuma yes still yanji aware ni ntum for instance say nkofoni ya minors o me yan kolami no na o say o ma ware a emra nyintum even though they may have the certificate and now say ba ko aware by ordinance and o person obe ware bi ka ho ya nyintum and now say o ma ware but and o chere to say consummation no ba ko mpre so man ya onko ne na and no say ya nyintum so it is no my instances say enye so easy say obeka say oh my worry obi keke because me cra certificate but nyoma bi wo ho a e wa aware mu a e wo so ye ana eni say nka wo ye ansa wo worry nti say sa nyoma ni wo ho dia then it will not be accepted into consummation no a material a very important e wa worry mu wow. Say
nkoso be how many months years
oh when we say consummation there usually omo patch say aware no buy na no
on say who can consummation say die no nya botre
kabubro die na me pese me chemu about to tuti me
sentina
say me can say so muntimi na so man na mama
how many months
no usually any months intention say especially sa wire no akoso foforo na no maso because there are other ways you to prove we do any consummation by desertion say nipa na free and o meda ho bio so enti I know they say naturally so meda wa onene na o person wo jawo but usually almost consummation most of the time na aware no foforo na but even cry say ekoso no say no so ma etimiya grounds for divorce but not to say aware no nye papa but
for divorce for divorce
papa
so obi ni kunu empene mani kunu ni nda na say
cancer
grounds for divorce
cancer stand come
consummation in I don't know. My judge and the certificate alone does not show there is a valid marriage. There might be some certain circumstances it can even invalidate certificate and read them. It all boils down to application. There cannot be annulment and I say divorce without an official application to the court, especially with regards to ordinance marriage. Courts no intim nkonko fu mfie nkonko investigate the our no kra na worry no next one na after no 16 or 15 years and 14 years into yebogun is based on application into section 11 of our matrimonial process at 1971 it is there. It is based on application and unless some of the sole ground and the sole ground for granting divorce based on the fact that the marriage has broken down beyond reconciliation.
Okay.
Now, Section 2 of the Matrimonial Causes Act 1971 then comes to ways of you proving the marriage broken down beyond reconciliation. I know about desertion, consummation, and separation, and all those on lists. But what I can say is, if the Marriages Act that is consolidated in 1885 to 1985 or so, the Marriages Act now, Part 3 now, which is the ordinance now, Section 73 of it talks about the certificate. So once you are presented with a certificate, Section 73 of the Marriages Act now, once you are presented with a certificate or an extract of the marriage certificate, it is presumed there you are validly married, unless maybe if you know something, then no marriage, as at the time of worrying, maybe it was not registered. I would say Section 74 about invalid marriages and the Marriages Act. Anybody can take an application. You can go to court name, but it is based on application. So on either the court's will just no application before it's not because they obey invalidate now
application this will be yes,
the court will not behave like a busybody.
This will be the control.
Somebody has to. Into Dr. Richard and Nasemi Okoye Shraj Asemia Supreme Court because there was not official complaint. You have to.
Okay.
There should be. You shouldn't act as a busybody.
Okay.
Then when it comes to customary marriage, it is a factor. Lawyers, we don't hide from it. Now, a MCI worker there, not a witness, for case. It was not that. We know it. In fact, Ola sending a submission at the Mobia. At pages 34, 35.
Junior counsel.
In fact, at pages 34 and 35.
Relax.
We indicated it there. So when it comes to customary marriage, and this one to send signal, there or informally, no. There are certain things, at least, or they to them a senior can or they will hold you out. The family need to see you. When it comes to customary marriage, as far back as 1870 something, John Mesa Saba, or on the fancy customary laws, the first book which it has been deemed as the locus classicus when it comes to customs, account customs, there. As far back so many cases, it is clear that we have two forms of marriages. Our courts they recognize it. So it can be formal or it can be informal. Okay. So our argument, and we mentioned it at pages 34 and 35 of our submissions to the court. We mentioned it that, you see, although Brony ordinarily was even not an obligation to prove the customary marriage, that is, if there was no, how do you call it, civil marriage between a Lumbana Mami Akusia Sewa. She was not an obligation because I argue with them there. The court recognizes informal customary marriage. The informal customary marriage near whereby young coffee and cotsnas young two trensa. But Nipana no what say. Uma minimum, the papa nim, Okoye Wokochia, Obi Nimino, Ebi on an hour, it is enough. The court will take cognizance of that. It's informal customary marriage. Then the formal customary marriage in the year, Mwako in the form, Ebusian Faba, Wajan San, way to Nitrin San, I don't know. So, what Safo Kantanka, what can any expert witness in the Beno? What he said reinforced the already known established law now, court requiring that. Into the case, and even we indicated it in it. We're in submission, we're candid with because you can't hide it. Established law, we indicated in it. But our argument was, say, if there is an existence of Mamia Kusia Sewano ne Awarina, that is civil marriage now, then there cannot be whether formal or informal customary marriage. It cannot exist. And see, what we did was, say, if indeed, although we need to claim that formally she was married, then we set out to debunk what she is saying.
Okay. So
we made our first argument. We laid the general principle that she is not even under obligation to prove it. That is even in the if in the absence of a Mamia Kosia Sawane ne or a civil winner, she has been living. Everybody knows it. So she's not even under obligation to prove it. But say Nangasa the Noaba or the Noaba there, then we will debunk it. Then we started our argument. I want to start missing your start say. So cross-examination. This is what happened. Although Bruni make reference, in fact, if so penny. In law, there is something we call corroborative evidence. Ibia say, yankade assembly or there should be a corroborative evidence, but say a win here or the judge didn't take cognizance of American because especially what customer Korea now on try that liberty may be Cicero, knowing a fair idea. Ebuse penny, you were be a friend interrogatories in law, into interrogatories no. You be some questions. Why they can in simple why they interrogate you into be so fraud then Empress so we ask you questions, then you answer. It will form part of the process. Our court processes no. Into be saying you be yes some interrogatories be you be some questions be. You be said there. Or say Odobo you were formally. So one formally one and ebusian phone or quay. And now some near do but at least or mention so ebusian fubi. If I remember off header, about one yaba and true cross-examination of but about one akunobi, about one ataka krebi, about one mamia fremiabi, about some other two names, about some no about nebusian penny kwami wusu, about account. That was the answer to the iron and interrogatories na yebise no. Na yesanso bisa Odobroni interrogatories. Nti yebisa in as part of your interrogatories na yebise no. Yebisa ebusopenyin there if so warrior is there anything to show that warrior or attach a picture be of that lumber no Odobroni on picture which according to ebusopenyin no that is the information of there no that was the picture we take it immediately after the marriage. As I said, Nanka, there is even no obligation on Odobroni to prove the customary marriage. She is not under. That is if Samamia Kusia Sewa Nanka ne civil marriage in the Wakrampunwa. It is enough. What the world has seen is enough. Okay. So there is marriage, customary marriage. But we wanted to set out to debunk it. Don't you know? Into the pictures become home. There are no evidence of what worry or Tantra Hill now. I don't know. Now ye interrogatories here the ma Odobroni. And see, ye interrogatory said no Odobroni no. Odobroni listed out in full. I wanna witness say also a private ceremony. I wanna witness say the marriage ceremony that was on the 10th of April 2010. I wanna witness say no. Then ebusopeni list no nkrofuna no bobo ne family members no. Odobroni had listed them. In fact, I have it here. If I can get it, let me see. Please do get it. Yes, I have it here. I have it here. Let me see. You see, I got it. See, that was Ebusopeni no. So, ne paragraph 9 to answer to any interrogatory say this is what he said. He said that the following family members and representatives were present. That is Ebusopeni answer. You be said there one of the Odobroni the May 10th April 2010. customary marriage no let's stay no say it was a penny Kwame Owusu and say ya representing Daddy Lumbe's mother Iti Akono as Daddy Lumbe's brother the late Atakakra the late Madam Abena Fremia the late Yaojima mostly we the late Isi Akono dot yase
okay
meka and manka late na yeba odobroni so yebisa ye interrogatories ye the more odobroni na yebisa odobroni dey now we're not say we jana we formally we provide the names of our now we na we na say this was the list odobroni interrogatories response to the second defendants of the second defendants to plaintiffs interrogatory this was the list odobroni the man I want to open now inti we nipa you yan ABC the into one kind of mom inti up to you
21
into 21 into odobroni me nipa 21 now as our witness say private aware now nipa 21 no it was a pain list near a subset of odobroni den so odobroni den entails it was a pain no crofoni na ehubia na yebisa ebusu na yebisa odobroni den nti se wo wore wa evidence no wan na ebusu pe na odobroni me pointer to ebusu pe ni eyi no ye no ne wakanda no mpo ni interrogatories no ye no as evidence nti this is odobroni response of the paragraph 7 or say that to the fifth interrogatory namely if yes, can you provide the said documentary evidence that the documentary evidence is already attached before this honorable court and marked as exhibit CKF2? In exhibit CKF2, no, in reference to this, it was opinion interrogatories now or the about this. It was this. So that is the evidence of our no. So Odobroni has given reference to this. Now our list into during our cross examination, Senior William Kusi only a cross examination. Next year, William Kusibisa, it was opinion. Or started with the members, no, the family members, no, Beno. We do accept the bush opinion day. On you be anonymity, the mayor show them bush opinion punim. Then you be asked me bush opinion, but at least there are some members who will assume that at least or where you should know them. Into Obey you nimno. Mr. Yitsi, I couldn't also nimno represented that Lumba ne work and a union. And the cross examination also nimno was later na watch them. They need Mr. Yitsi Akono.
Said ya wuche mu nyina no ni nyina akosi judgment no so ana mbacha meboa dia wuche mu nyina akosi say judgment no reasons ntia ema yenya sa judgment no mbacha yesa ndi say si akra senka aware no kra no maame no approve so first on papa ne pay akobe bi aba no emrani jitu say ni kun na ye Daddy Lumba.
That is if yeah then your conditional if there is no civil marriage
there nkonye yer
nanko oyeyer
me that's
based
co-host na but cancel na but pedenu sukaka nana what their council account judgment wa kanbo asemi so me so wudi echi pa so ya ready
o pass me fan free
free baby a would di echi e be si baby a yedu
oh baby a se asemi gina
yes
asemi gina kokosi se court no ewu so Odobroni ni ya yere me akosi ase wan so ya yere
bacho so kwa appeal
o se wonyankoi na pii no so mawie nti so ya yere aya ware no amamere kwan so na anya sa
me bacho
enti se sa na akone de a se tweka ni nyina afayie no na wo se yie ni de baso
13th
SSS baso awo SSS baso na SSS baso because ohema enipa meka se Ghana for ama menka ne sa eni abusuafo ni na eni ni yi wi ase ayeba ye Lumba it is a year ne baso 13 for na e wo se obi a position be a take here was we won't give you up near Shelumba ni monyam because you need any lumba bobra na achievement kora wa make no me gidi yes and come more busuafo no kora no after yesie ni kora wi afi na come be enjoy but omo ya say no eti obi an give you up na ye nyina nka bom ko sie lumba enhye ne monyam because on deserve na ye koso ebe ya busuafo ni se omo ye obi ye de spectators na ye kire ya adwene boa mo but e ka mo mo chen obi a bibi atwam no mo na mudin asai mo na mahwere mo ade ye de ye ka bi keke ebe afete ma eyirefo ne ba afete busua na nkasa so be afete wo mo ti bi a wo be face wo ma outsiders ayomu yoduomu ye mo wie ni atiada na mo nkasa mo sofa de mo yes lumba abaya de wi ase ba ye de entity ye ade so anka wajama mo afi na mo bedidi ho mato mo bon so se no mikurom kwa utafo mi bi atwam band bi ne afa na all brothers de ma mi bi bo nyum ya bo ahema obeye de ho ayie emra wote ase bi no ye wesabe oye bonini enyum keka ye de ma ne boy ma ne beye tourist figure for travel from all over the world ebe hwe ma no we enjoy ebusia so enjoy kurunu so enjoy asma make investigation ya bo ahema band na boy na from all brothers so mu wini gold plate kura with that music sabe o baby o mo ye kura tesa anwum no de chire na yore wo mu didi nwum no ho there's a professor bi na Legon me gi say we meet obeka professor PAV ansa School of Communication na what article background mu na me article bi obetwo bi odi ka quote in the house number e was Sopon Preview Street Professor Ansa wuye no ni fie sabe na busua fie atakwa me na bi ebe ye tourist site for travel koshe lumba ye more than examples of me ubeka ya ohema ofiri mu no omo ode ombobo onwum mpo no crofo start teach si wo omo odo bo onwum keke obeto hwane fosti hwane bempoma hwane ofa hwan hwe enkomu titi lumba yi a me think after year ni mpo no onamwa fu e kwa bebu ni free maame bempoma ni we for sina lumba de ne bo onwum na mato mo bo na masai ade no na omunya hu so omo asai no eye omo se oho ye no spectators ye de ane atum mu na wo mo ne ye nya ho but mo ade na mo se no na ye pese ye boa mo na mo kora lumba deserve this na mi hu ne se ohema nia ama do this level so omo te ase se in a can customs eduro yi ye busua pani ene leadi ona ye organizer ona ye bibiada
se eduro yi a
yes no busua pani kasa kura duty ne de se boro sa we de abayi asem ti na America sebe your friend is saying Africa make a can traditional democracy na ye practice na start free ebusuya pani level ebusuya pani oni okeke o 100% ebusuya no wa himfie ipacho te de mechere na say etina ebusuya pani no ebusuya ni nyina na hia ne yeyi no ne abono so mpaye e de na kochera himfie itefiri okọ no efa wade efa badinto efa yiyeyo efa bibia on the spearhead e fam paibo me mabusa ya to kwadwom ya agonafo uwu ne de wo be kwa abusa pani na ebeku nsa oguwie ya no mato kwadwom na mawo asane akamasha daka no edudu grave ho a abusa pani gina ho a obegu nsa oguwie ya ne ato kwadwom no asane de osi amana no abusa pani wuro ni ya big na de semene se lumba efiri mo no ya limit abusa pani ya limited no so it's like no be can be say otherwise ka say we no say you can do say because Mr. Dear Busia Penny last week I'm modern but na would have more share any dimi na or a man of peace pacifist otherwise say or to say sabi enum bia kaso trouble mu ha baby and so can some no crown a head a shina would have some me boa
no I realize
yes this is the manner and come man kwan say wono and won hwe se lumba ye be na ye kama nkasem bia ni ho ye wo ya systems ye de ye a obi ani sika wo ohema so de wo so ya kan na meboa se ye yi a ye doti yi ewie ne tenase wo de ensan abo de ya chekehwe adaka bi si ho enum ne bonso anegu adaka ne padlock 3 ne dem padlock 10 key with different 3 people ho say me obi ntimi better ye wie ye na apagya daka na kusi baby CDC ni patre de kitaki no edros Monday ni ebuka baby sika bia fa ye bia be yiditi ipatcho da meka wata yase etikalumba de yenya nye na yi kura no wo mo kusika ho keka sika ho nsem enso ka ye ko ne proper akan culture abusua pani ne be holding responsible me say omo be wie be buka no emfaso ankom benya no ho e di besi lumba museum o ma se no me no ka se he even sponsors bi e ba mu e be tu ye me nanfo o mo withdraw musika and ko na me ka kire wo mo start withdraw because omo di lumba ho do wo di abra amanfo organize veje kwa na busia pani so wonte asempo no hwe na ne fe 21 week eto aso kosi ye na they were going to gain me se wo ma say no me amena futu wom o ma be drum sika because as if see anya cans why busia pani allow him we should be ase because oba busia pani duty na wono so should be ase iti na ahemfo nso wo ho no iti abase ye buka no wadi sika wono akasa no ho be hyehye do won tv po yama kwansa it's like a failure abontenso fo mo ne ania busia pani anya outsiders who don't belong to the family and ania busia pani na 20 better na ye ne be koso and it's not now anywhere who dey busa akan culture for the hini bi abusa de say dey koso to service na say ekono lumba ye de hye wo ye de hye ye yi a sabin preduasa wo hwe obituary notice e ba ya ho adi na di kan senya wo hene a abusa pani na di kan it means say bibisi wo ye nu a ono ne ebe hold no responsible ye be frɛ na hemfie eni tina wo de check hwe say abra maame bempoma kan tamono ye fine no ho ane ma ne tuae abusa pani tabusia no mumpo bi ya mistake here and also be committee offense here is the busia pani who is head responsible one ne be holding responsibility lawyer for musa o mo say rate na maame akoso ya file ya no ade na site busia pani ne pe no one site maame bempoma na fostia na offer poku whatever because abusia pani na wunya no so mu a na nko mu wini ya na sasem na hodu chese bibia mo ya busia pani ba da na lumba do wi ya busia pani no chese ya bilete no krawo ya bilete no eno ka ho na ma de koso no koso sese moda woroma mon kama wo bia who said they should allow a busia pani to organize the funeral because a babusia pani sama wo hilimpo ebe kan we ya careful to do hwe asabu kopi otumfo animu mpo no hwe so otumfo wo tumi say obeka sisi but won timi nsa busia pani ho nesa busia pani ne ene ne pa na wo channel but a system e wo akamu ekwa kosi the top hierarchy a participatory democracy no more participative abusa pani no represent the grassroots and ekwa kosi ahemfio ti wo hini bia no ho betimi aka busia pani ni huro na hye eka sebe asemi kodu dade so abani mo no wo hene no ko be kasema take over but oni abusa pani na ya de ne ko still a been to omo ho ase sebe eye kase ti se lumba de edu so omo ye no mo bon san body yetime ye local de ketenkete ne de adaka bisi ho lumba no mo de no
bank
eye bank eye bank ni patiti da wo mo film na wo ko mo yi ase asa nya daka isi wo ne bom sika gum tikalumba de so the same we are bank statement a print e ka be na wo boye na say obi be di sika ano enuru ho kran so look at this that's as a lumba na moya mo adwen se mo begu na ni mu ase achievement lumba be no we ase say no deserve undeserve this onu su ni munti wa bo nyomo to ha ma mo se monye careful ma ma yesa ma twenchen mo smo mi se mo ba na ye o chena this o chena injunction ade chia this oh a lawyer for mo clients for mo no mo nkasa no obi an give up they should throw the towel ni en she lumba ni monyam no waye bi ni enya de ye no no sufre eye busia pani duty mo ma ne nya na yie o disika ye behu eye no so ye ni ye be favor mu nyina da because me personal message to be lumba ni ama ne ba ko o mu ho na ye de ntoma mo de be lumba yi e hye ne nsa eso nkahwe mfa so a wo benya ne sika benya diwom ni fulumpo ko de ba mambo ye o de mamu de ye yie ko de ni fulumpo but and that's some way kwa o na fofora hyase adenti na ese ba ne sa na kwame ampadu free mu no hwe na kwame ampadu ne papa ne free kwa wo ne maami nye kwa wuni unsenka ye nso akanfo de ka ye o maami sada na meboa but omo tena siti ase said no obebo nwumu bia na ye ne papa ne papa kurum te ye fa ne nko honko ye na yiye ene ye de ne koye bisa sem ampadu maami free kwa wu a eso mo hu se na koma ne ye kwa wu etu owu kra mo yente ase ne fa ne nko kwa wu me ko na ye ni it was beautiful otu fotu ne himfu nyina bai lumba ye bigger kra edu lumba so a we si say na busia pani na so lidi ade no so no chese ya na kwala bi etu oni ano etu hu di ade ne etire ne nko ekwa kosi obi ono ne 1 week ya hu di esi ye na kaye na kasa eso look at this eye den ye sibe board mi no se ye tie busia pani na lawyer ke sibe board mi no aye dan ye ma busia pani kwa so onye na yi a owi a ye hold no responsible be board mi no free no efree eye ya ohu sabe wa hema na me ben lumba kakra enye wo wunti na me se me ben no yes na me ben no na opani na bre ese barisan kwakodadi ye believe obi wu a ya fe say honam ne da ho but it means a lot go and read the Bible abra Joseph ni papa wu ye ewo Misrim ehye ya kosisi ade ni koduru ye e ma ne ko rest ye gidi enipa wu keke etu nya wu ye nye de sese ye ya we are punishing him adenti na di 1 week di 40 days ye bibia ne ye kora wachi ye nye de ya lumbo nko yo he still around suffering it is say ye beja manson no ene wo ya ye se ne ajalumba kwan kama amani di ese ne nsaka eye adenti na ye ntia asema the role of the family and say so odi she be firu na mo babu ama na ni mo agu ase ya sin ntuma go abonte ama now ukura be wa so we defend lumba bia wanya asem ubaji di kakra ma ho wow sabin producer I came out one day wa hema ba me ba out ni gina say me te say wa innuendos insinuations implying say odobroni eni nipa bi na ekunumba muina ma antibi then on radio and I'm say me wo one day and me nya text message ohene ba call me lumba na me say do to nyum ya na miss me ni nye free sa wo na so me tra na ma he bia ni obi na ye me wrof e na me frɛ na ono a oso me hia wo help for me pom ta me ba clinic ho na me so microphone mu dudu to me ma me ba fie ohene ba in short no me kolumba fie every day the medical report you say doctor patient confidentiality undi klobi ade na me kamu asama kira obeka se nyame so se lumba etna se 10 years me call no on 10 time I'm starting one na edi 10 years e be on so survival for 10 years to me ne kasa me catch any pain say wo yankopon yanku nyanwi a lot of disorders in the body a lot. It was that day from there na me ni benya asa yonko fa me ma na ma me clinic ho me ama me di aduru koma na ofie me cheche ni nuane a wonya adi to me ma me wife e call ne ho a no training odoburo ni nuane a wono ama no me ko kan we wo said do mu di matemu ame fele are
o fele are
jawa me nya ne better asim say me person me imply say me mazampu bi say o ka kire me say ye poison no na me lie o kire me ba bia ye poison no ne se ne a o ka sas me no wo su because o so mo de fa fufuom it would be here na onya crisis o ko do hospital no mu twa scan o mu twa scan no e no mu nsa di round bi di dan yam ti abrofo doctors ne fe say e cocaine wa memere asa me kan bi je no tweda mponya kopa anim me ye pani I don't lie ti abrofo ne hu sa no wo mo dwene sa kwa na me mini cocaine mo fa ne to no onwu ohema lumba kasem wa no usu no mo to ne twene ye o da ho be 2 hours no onwu ye ni ntam kese pa na me ka kire ne no what da ho be 2 hours no onwu no say akwa ina cocaine wa me mini no onwu ye ti yankusa nkwohwe no mo say chas kan na ade na nane e kire o say adageste eti ho na fedi o mu titi no mu say poison bisi bi gino tweda mpo anim na me kasam wi lumba kasa na wusu the man has really suffered and no na worsen ne yade no eti on air na omo ye nimu de eku no ye nimu de eku ne ekoye postmortem na me di we ye example men kan sebe maami akoso say wa na poison I didn't say that ono akasa so kan say yes e namfo bi he told me and I was very happy say Kofi Ntisuba later ebe confirm me say was in namfo the poison no efiro na yade ye bebre I know his medical report menya medical doctor I practice natural medicine license 1 ono anso ba me no hu mo amede mo ana me change na dua me ma na me yire ko ni fie ko kire nes ene ma woni they know every secret concerning the disease pacho wutie me then I use this as example say munya say postmortem na postmortem in can say any postmortem the eye na is okay yem koja ne kwan na won home na wabre wa mo se makoka de yenka atem didie ne kwa da mitimi nka bi ba me ka ba ko obi ka che se mitikoto nyansa bi ani mitikoto nyansa ni and I'm look at this adana mutitilum basa adai dia make bia ne se abusuafo amutie mi lumba ya modehie o ye de ye spectators dia mo ye ne da ho twen mo etimo obi ansaranda na se 13 fo ye nkosie lumba after that obi apeso ye bia no monye sa wo ba twe manso so be kansan yo na mo mo pesa mo sepu the role of abusuapani de mo yeti no chieftains will support you kuto bia no se abusuapani be yi a na boni se one e be so ni duam e be yire no eto no na se wo hwe se yakora ne de hye no. Why don't we know this? Esese yehu abusuapani nye ordinary na sabe wo hema wo hwe family tree a e ka family tree ne de family tree no ne de
Arnold.
What's the family is
like ebusieti
obo family tree that's obo family tree
hey ready
yeah until the time me dey family tree assemble mo no but some say ebusuapan ko nye moja ya ka family tree ne de eduane si on branches enti stem no ene maame a odi ka pa account for na ye material no stem no ene maame odi kan ya nasefo etreko ti etreko ni na ye branches ana meboa ti ye dra ubo maami odi kan no ono kora anso no ye he edua ne root na e ancestors no bia ye nimu wo mo because generation after generation ti ye bastem na pe branches na ekọ ti ye draw lumba busua family tree a branches no abusua pani ka ho etina ye to abaye abusuapa ye yi no etise lumbanko awu ya na yetimi kasa abusuapa ni nya blood what ma you check it that say ye pekwan bi ability ma no na chese ye twi afade so e no obi bia so beka se ayi si akama mu a eye ma na run ye o twantro oba suggest kire abusuapa no po be fa pa won fa
oba di
dabi ye ofia it's all about abusuapani lawyer or question abusami chiro mu
no contrary to expert witness safo can tank or buy
no opani wa lawyer wa ante safo can tank there na say
it's documented I say
no, I have and I
have it here
and I say wa ante ase because mami chiro mu tio wa ante ase obi wu a ewofia abusuapani ne mo consult ma no.
Okay.
I feel like we'll trim.
Or consult man, but information we dig about say a man is here. Almost a man organize a year. Oh, lawyer. Information a bit the wabontain or no.
Okay.
Sir, me wadaji me tie one more said one face on Kasama Mame. I'm say one or dobru me tie obia de me wadaji. 10 year information wabontain say a ma and the see obi. Etomu nyama lumba sister sinsie no
ntimpacho se obra wu a wan na esie no
obra wu a eya busuapani
ebusuapani
yes
na o maami su wu e
o maami wu a eya busuapani na woni maami nkla ha na ma me papa wu ye me papa wu abusua ye meeting na busua ka se monko pe besia wo munim se bia ne bakora wisika wu they are rich o mbe yon papa yi but on be catch them say mon kopa besia before be kasa mon kopa besia ne ye be discussion ahwe budget ya ye de be ye no abusua ni nyina o yes okay ye we de lumba ye de ye de 100 billion e be ye wi a wo mo nim so o ma 2 bi a e hye mo ho eso ye nkasa mo na mo fa sika me say mon kopa besia mara be pacho uti ade na say na mo de bisika ne be ye mo sika o ba indirect way say e ye abusua sika ye wi ye no a obi asika wode ba ye betia ma wo
okay
enna mo amo osika na mo mi se mo papa mo pese mo yeshu eboro so a mo be sra busua pani se obi antana nche ye pese ye papa yi eno mo sra o be sra ansa etulumba ma me wu ya mesa wu ye no obi anim se ono ana ye yi no enso wo sra busua pani waje permission
ansan
yes esane ye na kamam me papa ye fe ne yantim kwa utafo owu ye ohema me pe na me ye na yi but abusua ni hia manka so obi anyina nche me be ye yi abusua ni hia no busa ase de sika se ne be ye ene ye toato adwene de no very well se me ana me ye ene obi soja se de 5 billion na so 5 ndi so ye nya ne 7 afa na abusua pa se enkopa be se amara. And so I took over the funeral. Yebi ebu akonta. Akonta ne yati wa bi obi adi sika free ya dey. Aman. Na ye na ye well organized. Enti wo ba onua ba nsore nye ne bra ye is never true. Eyebusia pani.
Enti aje se ni nua ba na esre busia pani.
You consult abusia pani.
No the ye de ma no.
Ni nua ba no. Na so odane ama wo. Otawachi
me pache say eye nunua bema e na efrim nti obetumi asre busua panyin no say okay ebia ye kope busua koye yi na me fosti ana say bempoma me wo say sika na mo abone ebia mfa ne say 200,000 me wo ho te me so say fe yie ni ma me na me ye obetumi asre
utimi nsre ne sase emfa ye ma wo na wo ye yanka ne saa o beboa ama abusa pani atawachi yenim say ye osika
okay nti o beboa
yes enye sabe produce
o beboa na
enye business ne de ama wa ye na wato profit
it is ya be ma de obetumi aye
dabi the point ne say bibia hinge on abusa pani power say free ne ba ho say fini nua ba ho say free obiara o de ye further investigation na ka chem say meboa
oh sa na me de ne
yes sabe so na o ma me ne free man papa enti wo hema wo igi na abusa pani ye de ope enso bia nim say udi ene udi bre bibia gina wo so
me je permission o de man
But one say lumba dear, it's like a bushia penny is nobody. Every day your palligation tiano, your palligation tia bushia penny. Wabowa, yes he say. Well yes sir, yes he say. Oh on you free. To where you be throw left and right. So that a day a year de maso and answer day. Obian to me say put the pot of bushia penny da. It's not dining hall 2 for Maquine or he be a Maquine.
Okay.
Well, he be a Maquine. It's not done, and you can't coach and you shanty culture. It's not done anywhere. It is a one more face say, they should throw the towel. Then 10 times, you come over your lumber, yeah, ho, and you tamochi. People are ready to help Lumba. A jana Pamaya more kill will be a mem coming interest in po, or be a mora. Our who are no way Minasa more killing, and we share we are fed a bremo craft, fed a bremo, as someone said they are. Now it pains me, say, Mona, someone come on. Mama outside this. And na sad, you know. Sabe, one more form Team Liga, and it one a free movie. One more from Team Liga, and one more say no, oh, say no. Your dog, Mudolumba. Mother, why? Mudolumba. Your dog, Mudolumba, Tina, Ama. Omo pese pepe ye ebeba pepe ye ne fan say ye no pese pepe ye ba anya sa na ye no on so camera na we so to obi abusia pani me we so to abusia pani me ba wo so me the court case be chase you usi so to obi so to abusia pani ya say aboa no utwa ni ti ada ka bia ya homa owo utwa ni ti a bia ka bia ya homa enti wabusia pani na ye tire of wabusia obi edi right na obi guna ni mu ase a eye busia no na we guna. Yes, why do Ashantis always fight for their king? Otumfo ani gu ase Asante man ye ni gu ase to we fight for otumfo sana busia so te etu je obi oten chance won gu wabusia pani ani mu ase a eye ni twam wo de besrew okay wo de besrew. Why do you allow that? I mean, two abusive pennies or the two pack. I don't call away. Why do you have to? I said, now I have to. When you are the attorney, it is when you are the attorney, they don't name. Answer to park in your warrior. Answer. And I'm a bone. It's in the middle sense. Oh, I am a choir with the Lumba. A Lumba Brosa. Munya Abusia Penny no one ye. Accountability, a besi. Sikabi a befulumba ye mu on to fa capren for baby. He can't try. Never count ya say. Me when ye a Busia. A year what and she said, "Yan sorry, I can hear ye, loose in the ho. Loose in the ho. Hey, a mamma and the ashes shut to fit it, will be a son who emfa. Do also obey a kuna, a mamma at the ho, who bet me a full lot, no at me a secuna, and also the ho. They do fem one abel knew who cross or castle by a kuna. You do femwa, well, jarring in a best somehow. Start the bedjare. Ensu abedware aduane abedi wanam abetu wonna mu nyina ye checke uni privacy wo ye kuna uni privacy wo damere wa me ntam every night for 1 year. Yes ye bibi betesa for 1 year o hemanya beto ye kase kuna wo be for 1 year o private part kwa de ntuma be penti ho na ye de adibia to wasene ye de key ene tu aboba enebrim. Yes, and no quite limited no. Ya the better wasn't key no represent say sabi over jana na ya 2. Someone in your kwame no my sex. When you na kakuna. Kakuna no ye be ya bere wa be consolation after death. Hey. Jadi na the better wasn't no. Key kan ho na tu aboba nyina chechire na de ato wasene. Ko bu say ade na ye de key ni chire say. Ya to vagina no. Ya to ade say the sama no say be o medi nti mpacho na sama ya me pacho aha me interest me ni je person be say kuna na ye kan nyina ye wo ho niam a ye serious one put up pani bia mpacho ende brim
AI level ya ye wo ni Gen Z obi kunu ewu am ye de ade na achechire no eni boba no am obi kitaki no
bibi kakra bi ne ye free ye koni pure wana
ye koni pure
yeah de ye free mu no de ye free mu no pay ye kane no nka sabe odoburo ni ba bi oti wo se ye mani free ho ye tu fie no kane na ene so PNDC lo 11 ne ade oba okitamba o pamonko fie be ne ye bu ye ne aguso eso no kwa ne proper wana esese ye tum
okay
ba se ye tum enye yie nkwala ni nti
okay
you know you one
okay
and na kanen so yet me unifunu ne da in some tribes say say yi numu na firim na mo niam a che so ye kunafo wadwade ye wadidie ene de yenyi wan kora firimu
okay
ye do be hye oba panin sa wo control o vagina na be penti so ntwoma ye de clay ye be penti so public ho no esoro ho
so wo be dware o
wadwade ne be sa tambia merwa ne di wachi uwie bia udware wie bia be penti anya better if you are going proper ekuna
afana emi was right
oh
so in this
nice handle
but
we
have to learn but kakra meditation there minimum say when the one you frame but impediment dreams to there article 26 clause 2 of young constitution any customary any cultural practices be or dehumanize it is automatically abolished.
Well, doesn't dehumanize.
Also still I know what we paint away. Also know him from the brass. Also so if you dehumanize somebody,
security the book could be on a company fashion. I mean me and Chelo.
So if it is deemed there. It's really a dehumanizing and it's still there automatically.
This one doesn't dehumanize. No. You don't farm said you better free someone home. Not someone may how. It's allowed. So the same constitution is freedom of religion. Allowed kind. The same constitution. When so your religion need be a practice. What that Roma? Mobema me kwana men kind. Where ye osofu bi ye fe na na kwate amanfo e na ochoro sa buku yi
okay
mami kind this page on kuna okunafo dware mprensa da bia ne nsuo nwinu koa e na obedware yes nsuo nwinu koa na obedware nsuo no nso esese wode ebo tum. So it doesn't dehumanize anybody. Mamre. Essence de all share kunani no so no ejina ne ho abribi obedware. Wono na she bathroom ha wodware ojina also. No privacy. Where your current are you modernizing no.
No, that one no problem.
Thank you.
But
say odware nso a essence oje nsuo kakra wo bokiti no ase. Na de wo hwe ne so no abefa kohwie gu amane e kire se wonyunu ntu okunafo wo fie enti wo mane koda ntem by 7-6 we wura dem dada akoda oh yes 1 year eda wode okunafo yi behye kunamu no de esese obu ada de na yede best start to no food unidi aduane esese odi kosi se obedi aduane a esese odi ekosi se obedi na wotwe da no ene aduane a wapo ho aye aduane ya so ho
okay to say eton
like eko egbemi
okay
emone sa ne
okay rice water
ya po ho
because so obedi na wotwe da
yes bio esese okuna bio ensese okunafo no nko ada
ensese okunafo no nko
yes so danso a oni hu kwan se okasa
ewo kuna
yes so wadanso a esese woda ema mpanifo mienu ntam ensese kane anso pa ne ho anadwo nyina ne aso bobosu nchan. This is a modern book written by Nana Kwate Amanfo. dia hawo
ntie
na kuna no said ye wote kuna doso no wase said ye wote kuna doso ne se obema obefa kuna ba no make us start from here kuna doso na mepe
kuna ne ti Germany a when
since
one go down in check
na botre
ha wasasra buyo se omo kunafo no na woni kuna no oni kuna no mara nyina so kuna doso no enema wodi yeni entumago ana duku bi a wapam ene wode bo ketewa bi ene atuduro abo no ene safoa ne de ato wasene wo kire mu kofeda obeka kire o se safoa no ye de close vagina se de samane ema me sex ya mamre eno de ntwa mu they practice it eti o person o ye proper kuna no mka keka na they will take you through this.
And this is a few man penny
a few man penny na ye we and the be mama
yeah man to o ma be down cha wine
yes one year na so busa penny na be select wo mo
e de 1 year na 6 months
o ye no 1 year
dem pacho kuna for obetumi akọ ejuma like you know like daily activities say me sorry anopa
Penny I want here nyina no
ejuma bi enim
yes
eni say o ye ejuma
there be albo black who fie penny ye kan nyina no but what am I say eti akan proper kuna ne woma yi bi afiri mu te say kwani funu ne na but when we they still do it they still do it pa men putu fear in anybody unless be a ignore no na say kuna pa dia you go by this
okay
when a man ye dem we say organize ye dia say nyina kan ye no under the proper supervision of abusunya pani yempia abusunya pani nyina nkyɛn ɛwɔ bibia mu nua ba bia ntimi nya obi ayi e ba bia ntimi nya ne papa yi ye ba ma akwan ya abusunya pani na ɛma wɔ kwan ɔkasa wɔ mpani a wonni hweye ɔkasa wɔ mpana ne bibia ye kwawufuo uwa yetimi de da papa fie ɛno kro mo gi permission maamefo ne pɛso mo de wo kwa o maame side for they seek permission otherwise say did that papa fie etina kwafo mfa agani agoro no so ni nyina so pusa pe na be ma permission dia make question na so hema kalumba ntimi so for this fate wo bra ye te ase se abusua pe na so ye na yie na obi amfa bi mfifiri nchen ma enka bibia kokama na abusua pe ni akosebo no wo chena sei obi ya na adwe se wo panishe abusua pe ye lumba na mugu na nimu ase lumba busua fo monte ase saa na lumba di na so enka kire se be kora no yie enka kire di ya lumba ageda ho no na kasa be sika be mamo anya kora bi ni lumba be mamo anya sika mo amba na mo ya masa sika ni nyina ekọ sa sika ni nyina ekọ
mate medas da Jiga Honorable Collins was sending a message between Ono and Dr. E.T. Akono. Or say, Dr. S. sending a message. Say, good afternoon. I humbly request the return of the seed money of 200 Ghana cedis. Thank you. 200,000. Aye.
Yeah, okay, 200.
I'm up for investment to move.
200,000 Ghana cedis. And I say a year, Mr. Edward Atta, or responding into Uyawe.
And I make a say, Sikano, ye 1 week in the year. A cabia or hubiano. Ye training.
What one mubu akonta?
Me hobby, bibia me hobby. Bibia me hobby. Say, yeah, anywhere no. Be after be 1.5 or 2 months. Or yeah, anywhere no. A copia him fear or moka say committee ni yenguna na me jimisika back e buy.
A case committee ni yenguna
no. And I me jimisika back buy. Nanka sata ma year 1 week in the no. Yeah, sign signature no in 2 quiet. Bangina next can room no. Na omunko holiday no.
No. Jiga mpacho usi mubu akonta mpacho mubu mi se.
Oh, like you person che bu akonta ma ye twia ka
obia
besia abusua pani so okoboy na me sign bi ye tria 400,000
mo de man
ye de man
okay
many last person na me kosan
okay
ena omuma eti asese kai wo bia ye de ye tria man no oyade pa yiti tente de ye chest ni na oni tria mai but the minimum ni say 200,000 no or the chair because who can some na dance ni wa ye twa some ni bi ho ye de aya dance satama ye 1 week ni we no ade na ye twetwe kai wo no say 200,000 no ye anya de ye nya nkotwa yanka ho asem so da say ye twa na ka bi wo ha o chinachi anase na ye kotwa
pacho tamo mo mu koji ska no omo bo wa mane
ye ka say ye be pe besia Mr. Collins Uswa mankwa oyade pa 1 week no oboa pa oboa pa but baby no creda bia no ye de beto eye no so nkabusia pani kra ba no kita bibi kakra say ebia de mi woni nti ehun say ye we so die ko pe bia ba nti sa besia no ni we na ye Yellow Collins Uswa mankwa
on
di enimu
okay
but o my own say 200,000 na Mr. Itidima no
o de
achema ye na ye cry danase after 1 week no na make say ye wi na ka obi 400,000 besia na ekoye na ya san ye akotwa ye twa bibia nti sa 200,000 no edi nti na ya nkotwa aye ka say ye gu committee no na say ekotwa afide o say ye genisika ena nche na uncle kan simbi na efa baby menene nya adwene na o kan bibi se lumba nwa ma mo pese ye nna no ye nim se ayi sifia pacho mi wi abu na o kan simbi nka se o so pese because why can
se lumba nwa ma ne pese u di si anu
almost say like enwa ma pese o mo ji ye na se me aha metin
I didn't say that mankasa me kire se obi wu a enye ni nua ba na ye na yi ne ma nye na yi eye busua pani na wo pese wo bo a wo sere permission
okay
that's what I said
you are 100% right because me papa yeah na me ya santini sebi na Ghana fo obi anim se asantefo de ye festival ye ka ho nti akra wadi even 15 years kranim aye hu bibia lumba sebi oyo disha ye na anim se nko okodi hene ena osaka asembia ye mede se entina ya santima mu yemfa ahensem ni agro ugu ohine bia ni mase a amenye na chese ye na yewura otumfo na ogu na ni mase asem ne kwa ahemfie no yewura otumfo ro ne namu mpa
ho mankasa be se ohine na ye yiti entu ugya me egu ohine na ni mu ase a enu nti na santefo e protect otumfo reputation
because one mu ohine bia ugo tumfo ni mase
yes ana meka no
sir
me do sumfo de na example
na
me abusuan pani na ugu na nimu ase ugu abusuan nimu ase
na o se ntina ya sentiment yemfa o
me de example analogy
no na meka ma na besiso no me de be refer o as because otumfo tukwa o run na mu mpabo ahye na nada de so aba o me makono o mutimi meeting se o mu fra abusuan pani kro otimi ka se o me ma me koye meka
anya no kore
eye no kre na me hobi eye no kre anya yesi na meka eye no kre
okay na anya anya true ya follow ade no
allow me
yes
no
be clarify
me say na me hobi me nka say me ti yo na me hobi na nada de so aba me kono ho de bia
this instance we incredible
entina nye se obi se na meka na me hobi ye ko ye
friend na platform abusa pania di bank sa
oh uncle allow me nka say me ti na me ko na me hobi
enna
mo so de untimi ntoto na se because abusa pani ne si ne to hu post okita mo na nye post
ba se so mo toto na se
ana wunim ono na man toto ase na ba
onya
dabi
ya wanema mienu abusia pani di tumu a enkansem na anema tu no mo hwe ono ho
Mr. La lumba nya ba dabi so papa na kasa menu kasa yenti ba
yenti se nya una abeka ye din
me para cho
you know say the so is being produced
Empress
me pa cho yen ko
maame no exas ye no sika kura timi ba o se da bi yen fama busu pani no fa be fa ka obeto snapper
maame ben ya
maame akoso
ya bodin no
ninti na memetia anyway o se mo me first kani na ma ofa but edru baby yesi abusua pani o yenka se enua pani enti ye abusua ni na no pani no enti bi mumi se abusua pani se ye ba ye da bai na abusua fi wa ko si table ho se abusuafo mum na se ye di se ni se na 20 na se ye ne da na se da bi oni abusua bia anwen bibia ho
tale anye turu men yasa anye turu abusua
pani
wo
ne abuafo ni di misi omo anan ti bibia meka bia meka me se meka se yesi
wo de kan de ye nokore ma meka se on frɛ abusua meeting da don't do that if ekoduru wo hene
dan pachomba wa frɛ abusua meeting jiga nyabot
pachomba meka se ma beba besi bibi so
me pacho yo kasa
sabi o ye start ni me si mi free efio mi nyamoja abusua ba mi nyim na meka nti meka se obisi o yeshia na another day so abo emra form kita puma na ba o enti me ka anya se me de because me free obeda na makoka wa asem omo se abusua pani no oni abusua ni pani bia ndwe bibia ho
don't repeat it anya no correct
may repeat it 1,000 times no
anya no correct
no
what chiro a lot of platform I have am chiro
anti wo de manen da manen kasa
because your time cry
me pa cho yanko okay
and almost say a year be at least and penny for and a vote here do we have a penny to be ba a bushia penny on it said the makers are Santa for a year festival in Yena in my year say no I mean 1 or 2 and penny phobia of your who can know me to say a bush abontin so for crab a bushia penny and a tin committee at the abontin so for Nibeshe Muse Unya Moa, which means what my chance a bit me there day. I can't hear nothing be.
But one more chance of challenge, you know.
Obian challenge, no.
Or my chance, I suggest a pan of the
committee, no, young Shanian Kofa table way, Messia, Ness, you table way befata. Now, so there be table way in Fata, your own quite table, Nassam day. It can be. Obin Timin Casa Bushia Penny, also good lumba honsa. No bin Timin Casa committee, Timin Casa there be. Umulumba honsa, no, you're Nebusia as them. And I make cry there. Yesterday, you may say. Men kan no say I say lawyer ni wa said the lawyer kisiama wa yi ni nwe say omre ni junior say omre ntino sa pepepe
ya yi waka ho ho
aye ni ma me
ojinemu ma me ma me akoso abrimpo ma yi share obra fi ono oni fosti ena de me kire busu apani say of ntina me yesin twist for ntina me sign bi no
oh me pa chop papa
me too like me ma kakra Empress me too like ama na
we are beba na obi
e bi too like ma me we are
so no kasa
no say abro mo ye 1 week ni ade no na ma me bimpo mai so sa ko back to Germany bana me boa no mo ye say mu sinanem
David ntisa
me ba am kan si
sinanem no nko na yenye wa
me chiro de nti akura san be ye signature no bia wo afia me ya ma kire wo
na me ameto ya meet wo na wo be kire me de wa me no aye ne ba na ye ko fie ona ye dika ye meet ansa na 1 week whatever bibia ba so entinya ye 1 week we are ko Germany
ati ziga wona adi ziga no jiga
I say ono ye kodwo pa
ya nya 1 week na nwie eye ne ba na ko sia me ma me no airport okay ba me no me fie na like anya ye ba enti na ma me no mi hu no me ne tina ma mpon ansa na me ne bra e betina wa kra enti na me se me nye busua ne su me ye busua
jiga Ebenezer opon so unimu
Ebenezer
eye ni ba ansa na o line so person clear it scan cancel
send the what the care ready ama majetu machechiro mu na
also person kasa so won say mama won say it's a produce show into their me bosses ebeka so first anipa na person clear thank you hello Ebenezer
hello
about cheche kumpacho to say mpacho yes so person clear bibi
yes I want to clear viewer you see this program this particular program
okay
I'm for
okay
na tigano parce que busan se ye no ayi do akonta no scanner the you could say some year free one 400,000 and 200 busan se ko yin free one that's number one tigano ho awo baby ko yin meeting right ho ye meeting ye peskan ye bi and the meeting is sorry say yonkwa wani da dilumba wonti or may 200,000 Ghana cedis as a seed money okay do wait me ye what we can via it is coming okay and the was penny sa compare 400,000 at the carton to kase a honorable medium compare together with the compare 400,000 is true okay but I think I say a fine UT a castle with the sense connected. Okay? Now, the reason why you take out the scanning and to quit the bay year, no say. Sense scanning them. The bay year, no, Yakupia, other come nearly a year. Now, Odobuni or a loyanko. Okay? Odobuni loyanko. And the situation uncle. Now, it is a 7 Kafrati who is Canada prison. You will never have access to your money. And Uncle Far Papano, a year that the Lumba will continue. He has to pay the legal fee for the running. And based on that, Tokas is kind of what they am I Busiano. Caucasian year, but he say, oh, significant to pay for the lawyers. And based on that, and what requesting in Scania, a man.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's number one. And what you can wear away. Why your words about my first can be a Jebusia. I'm fine to Busiano. One fine tale, what the boy Busia with no interest.
Okay.
2, what I say, Monsieur Penny, the days of Bahini, or friend Wamba, or so great car. Okay? And yet, Monsieur Penny, I can say that there's over in Africa, Wamba. Monsieur Penny, that time, or quarter pound 430. That day, what by the car says going at the middle of the road, and a couple of Phoebe, a microphone, a quick and a or catch that there's over him said, and whatever woman, they cannot say, mean to me, Emma. Into the Saramara, into that into went to me, Amma. Now,
about you,
Jigga, I did you can be a Casabako, but I know it's a someone can in the crate. That's in what several times. So to go to Penny, she should stop that.
Oh, Miss Apome Darcy.
The canoe of Fano, I tell you anymore.
Miss Apome Darcy. Medasi. Miss Apome Darcy. Thank you. Jiga. Okay.
Me, Ofa, Mupa Mama on some fresh say, what catch me more than 6 times, say mechanical. You share Kumasi Joe Friend and say across I catch me, say Jiga. O cannot create too much because minima sama account ni pechi. Abrekron and mo want to be beer, me catch no name. Me make try just say secret o me no be intem. Apart from that, they minim the intel say me be try baby. Because Ebenezer na o kasano. Omo try so omo be can be beer to me so. Sa o kasa o baby o say me say Collins enkotu odobroni emfri lumba fio na me so me kotutu di anum emma Collins na me konye o kan o mo bia TV sebi o se mpese me kan se mo yanka wo na so cousin ni lumba only right person I made make because honorable onye lumba bodyguard onye lumba anka onye busu penny onye lumba nya ede na makokanse ya ede actually no and I'm honorable menene nkoda menene nam 24/7 be 2 weeks ya be 2 kwa be ya na menam me baby ya ma de no so enam ne baby asembia ni ho a ogina o kan anasa asembia ni ho a meka obeka se meka sabo no kra na meka no enti me boa o meka nche me se me boa moya mo pese mo ye kururu mo ye se ba mo hu se me bibie no a mo beka anye we ya me ti ase ma mo Jedi kan abusu panic ye committee no de no office bi Asante ene ye secretary timi ohana okache me se jiga o de o kan okre Asante me be yi na di me ka bibia on timase enti ya ede me kan fo me so honorable abusu panic honorable so frame me ede e kan sa kire me ana me so na ya abusu panic tumi ni na no nsem na ede na she mintimi nche ye de o ka se ye meboa no keke enti so se ono ayi no office Asante no de ne ye secretary na Asante nye papa na obeyi na die free secretary no na mu mama ni free committee no mo be mana ne na musa bi de mintimi nka se de ono be kan final na busu ansem ampa we ya Asante na di o mumisa Ebenezer se ye start ya de no wana na secretary na ye say wana secretary oye na odi na busu secretary free kuma yesi mama China pese ofre na no mukasa wa try sa ti de Ebenezer kan no so pese o kan
okay producer pacho mama China pese ofre
oyi Asante na di usu onye papa na Asante no e wo na se ofa ada Asante ada usu Asante na penkofo anim favor se obi be fa na dwuma ne wa enti ye last meeting no menni nipa me ko bisa se me de mabusu mu de obi ntimi mu na Nigeria na se obi one ne tin koye postmortem abrekura abusu apani wo ho anwiafo no me ma me akoso abrempoma ne ho ahia ya ne se opeso koye postmortem hwe ade a na uncle kasa doctor kasa sabi o minim se sabi ono na busuam e na obi wu a be ma wu a Nigeria na se oba one ne titimi ede e koye postmortem a me de mabusuam yenye ne sa ajisa busuani yede
dalumba na yire na koye postmortem
odobroni
anya no kore
onu anu muto ye meeting odobroni na koye postmortem o be mama no si na wo bisa no say no kore na anya no
mi musa wan
o be ma na wa di na e kan odobroni asem
na anya onu na koye postmortem
o be mama no si o be mama no si
metina keka o mo ekoji no me
o be mama no si and there be keke o mama no si
o mama order.
Oh, Debbie,
don't give me instruction.
Debbie, I question me bisa me kase we are now will be here because I show na
say authoritative.
Mama no si. Because kasa so be kasa. And I show me so no be kasa obi nkasa.
Jiga. There was ziga.
Meeting na se na me ko bisa say because na ya ne abusu apani na discuss say abusu apani ba ya oji pipa kra mochire obi ofi obi ase won fama no ntimi ni nipa meka se da bi abusu apani de ni tumi ekita no obi ntimi nyim free ni nsem se pipa na o se be sha abusu apani nsem ana opeso okohwe na dehie no kra de o si dawa watimi ayede watimi akohwe enti ye kasa o enti ho na meka se saa se mo nkyere de a do kogina o ma ye no ye be ma police ayede na lumba pani no eba pani no sorry obi a o meeting na se bi na o se afede obeka no kra na ye ma Priscilla na ma one na chiriba ne Denise ekogina na mse mu kogina ono pani bai na gina o na o se eye odobro ni nwia na gina nto ne pani a o mu kogina ne ncha ye dai na Priscilla odobro ni na sorry ye dai e ka no kra so we ni nwia na ne nkra ni gina nti adenti na meboa edebe nti na meboa nti hono ye bufu nti ho me ene ewie meeting na me ka che lumba ba ne se Calvin yanko na me de abusu apani mutena me ka mu ne ko transition ho ne ekosi san no me kra abusu apani ye ro no so ojiga nko na so we de ma me fa abusu ne respect nye de e mamo abusu apani ni we ye ko ho no abusu apani a o se nka wudi udin ena ekoto body me nim se na ye ka se no akosi san ni de a wako adidin bitue odi Asante na sabi o se onye papa secretary mpo wayi na dia ono di na odekoto lumba body so because abusua bia kasa wo tiende une papa ne nkasa more than 20 years
Oina, wouldn't start with the
like I said, Pacho.
Wouldn't start the casa. Why it is a Okanu? Oh, as we presume. Oh, Abusia Penny allegation upon allegation should pretend like man responded to me. So they ought to come. Of
course, because Abusia Penny, the name himself, Abusia Penny to me, dear. Apart from Abusia Penny, we see what we are. Abusia Penny no best question in answer to say the old papa were more house girl. Where they are, mamma, no. O papa ware mo house girl where they are obey o mama
and say o papa you or the baby there
thank you and he say na house girl say wo da na so obey ware na obey o mama whether o pe o be friend mama and he say na busu apani post na dey etie tumi kita o mo na me ye ya na me class say na e kwesi san de no wo ye na ye ba na mo nsa ko kan baby say me o mo se me kra na me gina obi na ye postmortem no
and the one
oh me enya hase na ebipi and me person me kire say enya obia na ne abusu apani ne pese we say ye na ye di na kire na ye support no bibia na ofa na nam bibia bedru baby aya abusu na apani no abusu na ye ade na o pese wo yi enuafo ni si nche because bibia o ya say fa na say ye ba say bi nipa ba ko ntimi nya yi e nipa bebre na beboa na adofo abegina busua na chi no mai ba wo ye bibia eye sifia ye wo mo ben yi no ene o cousins o mu gina o chi na busua pani no wona tumi wona nsem no no de ni tumi na bebo sorry pacho ono no de ni tumi ni na bebo enwiafo ne no mu nnuanom no we mu ho bai na busua pani ni mfiri na busua ni na chi megina ni mu na busua no ona gina o mu na chi
don't change the tradition. Or he don't change the tradition.
Change no.
The okay can only person there. Abusia penny ne di animu. Obi ni animu no di na chi. Nya no correct.
Penny suma say Empress.
I can't coach abena na we preach no.
Fa konya we si no no to.
Ana abusia penny no oya soft. Onya soft. I say sen ko you free.
O say.
Yeah, sen ko you free committee. O that to me no. O he na be hajina no you.
100%. So no na we committee ayebo no.
Ne wo fa asefo no o sisi na ne no atene o he na be hadwena o mmere ko be kasa tenanche mi tumi
no ko hu se meboa no pa mpo ono ko hu se meboa no pa enti da dia obo ma ba fi share meeting bi ase
o hini bi tie akwan culture ben na ye obi ayi a emma ne wore ba die ni na busa pani die kire ye ka yi a ayi hu nhihye no eba mam enua mam bibia mam uwo bibia usiki permission from busa pani wo eti asemba yie no ho asemba yie no ho busa pani ni do ho do
asemba na waka no ya de 10,000 na ye ntu pe wa yie ni ya na wa sell of busa pani betimi aka say ye fia ha ye de 10,000 na ye but o pese wa yie ni ya more nice and apart from 10,000 no o be ade 100,000 200,000 kro enya na sem eye wa woka e wo ho enti de o kana o kase eye ne de ye na me kase asantefo no eye festival enti eye no obi anim ye ye wo to nga na o start 15 years kwa bibia be wo ye bi e wo fie
festival
oh yeah asantefo de ye ko fo ko insta oh enti abusu apani obi anya na adwen sebi o de nanim be from there bi but eno nkyere say wo ya busua pani nti no wo ye bibi e wo busua num na e bia e be bo busua no mbe kase menye anase be ha o mbe kase ye da bi
mama busua pani wa bre tu ma
ya kase busua pani busua na busua pani ade no mo start ye se no mre na bibi e ko so de say kwa enti ono na pese obre na sabi o e dey obre baby I say
obi abusia pani asam akafa no ono ano pese obre asisa kola bi asam na
no we nya tin
ono ano pese obre
wo say ya mani na me say ebi ono ano pese obre na obre metue na minim say e say me ma Empress eya ade ma me nua ne Empress ana say mi sister na de we say maaye ti o say me ma Empress ye na me say me amekwa akoya me na me pese me bre na me bre kro Empress oh
okay
enti me kasa anya ne boni mu na me ka ne say no Baby also so many per two. No, yes, no, dear. Uche many per two so na say there be. Me body so ntimi ameso a. Wa na ope obre na obre. We nye kasetia, we nye hwe bete no kre na yeka. Okay. Enuafo na me gina o ma o no hu say omo ofa ne pese omo yi no esi nchai. Edi na amasa me ntimi ho ase we. Sabi o say asem na kokoto no lawyer nie. O say eye maame akoso ase wa na yede. Edeba wan kasa akoso abrempoma na yede. Edeba.
Now what about say on several platforms Penny akase ne wo fa asefo de nka omo ho nya homete. Womo wo listening here. Ne what can but the moment here oni wunua ne beba mu pe ma confuse wo.
Na me gina
president wo fa asefo so omo te asem ase o kasa chomu tie.
O say ono abegina platform we so ka say Giga crab yankaye because on etimi ne maame ne kasa. Yes. Baby bebrebe no akogina mpo aboma baso.
Also by yankaye.
Yes, o se me na me ne maame because se ma.
I say se ma se mo
na kan asem. Ne se nya emitimi ka se ma da bi de ono ofe kan de da bi nya ne kwai so no. Na ni me maame na ni mo mitimi ka cho bi so bi a mitimi ka.
Bada afutu ametu ni se abusuan ya abusuan.
Da bi abusuan de ya.
Da bi o president wo fa asefo ne se o makoma wo fom. O mo tia se mba. Oni wunua ne ba mu pe no ma se o ma gene.
Papa ya.
O yi na abusuan fo gina je.
Na adwumani.
O ma susu fa mo hu
ma o nwia ma mo wo ba wo hu se wo. Ena akonwa ya otimu se o de o de o tena bi kura nka pe o de ma no de ni nwia ba ya e bi kura nko
sa example na ya wura nko ya company company de ofa na betimi na ya duma enya abusuan asem
wo se e abusuan na me se o de na abusuan pani o te committee no anko fre na abusuan fo nko emfiri kumase ama o de abusuan secretary o chenyi secretary no se ya abusuan na secretary ni o de na abusuan secretary free kumase ba o ne na da hotel Adana na busuan for those one for more amity committee.
Those who qualify. Those who have the capacity.
Thank you.
But I didn't call you. It was Mama Bimpoma who said by representing us, so we'll come back to Germany.
Come back to Germany. No,
oh, so ne dear, or the shutting off fast for it. So to no say we see my name. Almost
Lumba. And I would tell Dobroni baby to me, said you wouldn't answer.
Why they?
Wow, Udolumba.
Now town Dobro.
Now so tell Dobroni nema.
But we interview Bia Zion Ferris and Aya one, Obekaya. We say Lumba Pamo Dobroni free ho. Obaya, one pepper, Lumba Uya. Now person plus.
Oh, Nasa, what do you say? And
what's what come on Papa Chairman or buy one pepper and I refuse all cars.
Let's all buy Jumamu 1 week pen you may do. And yet they mean na meka. And just all now my Jumana. They mean na meka me they mean Giga. Okay, Pacho. Wait. Yeah, but also call your corn into your match.
Where's our chance? The person called the one who see mammy.
Into me per se phone na et say me ma me akoso abrempoma sebi onye se otai na ofa enti na me ntime ho ase de aba no de sese efata aye e na opese oni na ofa no e ka bom na omoye se de like said the uncle kase lumba de brofo na tunwuma nka the whole world ko bi ntime no monyum to onye ni paketo.
Okay.
And I said, Yankopon, on Cassa and Lumba 13 for now 14 for or to having gating. And to be Bibia or say, a say, I Fatabiano, or say, because Obian in Yas Lumba, the Busiana does by Okoka, my Jabia, the only sibling. Obian in son any new Cosabum for my motor center for. And we are seeing an incommodity for an interview. Penning poker say, Milumba, minim no hoshu, Nanim na on a carpenter. They also me a biose me tear free a cosiano.
Okay.
And Tia Cobana say, Nipana Lumba Nanium cry in a real. Say Lumba one call lawyer, beer who we are secure Lumba Nanium and a real.
And you know,
Oh, and some of the boys in America, sir. Sir, you do be any
different.
Oh, the
council explain what a will is.
Oh, no, person who watch me and rain fee, a Cosia Savannah, a Cosia Brimpoma, but I say a Cosia Brimpoma in a film. And Tilumba, I say, Yen Yama Lumba, some of us say, or say, I near your best, some intention. Is there a dear or say on penal? And I'm and I am into some intention there. We need any free man. Obey some intention, said the Okana. Medasi, Medasi, V.
Empress. The Aya Kenyan for submission.
Na matrone me
money time.
Matrone maybe an pessimika, but me tie ohene ba. Me hu se nka o se bibia settle. Esi opening dry na nsuo as but owie ya ne de jiga so di bebom na afi ase asan ko echi biem mu ka ko che process no asibiem se akọ echi ko sha ase dia na de o chiro na me chiro dada no misime hwie bu
senko penye wi
osa ofofo person de so
ba ko odo ba ko
jiga manu
enti
diga wo be hu sare ye boss ma wa no de
am coming in pa
de wo be kasa ho brasil so mafia ko ha
me mafia pa
pese mi hu se adansi a ye de kokota de bi e share envelope na show bi a moto mi enti na yentimi address it to the court directly because you say school kwa na okwa na ejime bi na okwa na wo say ye authenticate say o certificate na bibi a de chere ne ye valid to de bi a embassies ne kwa to de bi a ye fan hye unipa na nsa o ye address it to court no straight na omate envelope na no ekwa ebe envelopes papers de bi na ehwe obi amotom na court no me hu say ya address bi a ye dia court no straight a lawyer for wa high say ano yintimi fa fresh evidence bi anko so it means say de bi efuan ensem na na yesan de court no bi ma ana now na ye ka me ka say lawyer kusi junior lawyer right say ano me hu ni say path na wa fa no is an excuse path because ye ka say time ni ho wa kase time ni ho se o pese o de ebre excuse afi ye free ho a procedure o say e complex eno so am ye we excuse e wo honom afi so se mu attempt nyema bebre just to get some documents court so de nya attempted ni e ka e de wa submit ato na edi juma wasa ka say expect witness hu hia se ka court na ka free ni pembe timi afa bi mususu nka mutimi de obi a oti German emra ene awaresem no aba wo career na asan di si so say no nkyere say yekofa ba ya nka court no ene ne be side but to tie commentary so e wa bontia asem point fingers e wo judge ne so say esan say onti German for aware asinti na waka asem na kosi ni say enti mu nipa baako mu excuses ni time a mu say time ni sha procedure mu say complex moko embassy no so a mo say omo muti onkro mu ni mo adwuma for expect witness bra o see witness no so kro ba no nche se de obeka no court no e de ben adwuma nsese no yen moden ene appeal because me when say kwan tempo na onam so no it's full of excuses
betimi akasa
pachokasa
okay enti on the issue of appeal no say wuntimi mfa evidence for friend bank account. I want to be correct. In law, you have general rule, there were exception. So the general rule is fresh evidence cannot be adduced upon appeal. Inti they can't you do trial court no. Inti they can say appeal is by way of re-hearing. Inti court very obesha process ni na say obesha ni na obe review ni na wahwe say trial court came to rightful conclusion and abibisa on the matter. Say if I'm caught to the rightful conclusion and then they can change them. But the exception being that a party can take an application to court on appeal. Say, oh, say anything, mpese me di bibi fufuo, me di bim. Court and bury, ebe assess yashe. In fact, there is this particular case, Oji Dom versus Ghana Telecom, Oji Dom of Oye, Appreciata versus Ghana Telecom case, it could do Supreme Court. Supreme Court, Emma Omode, fresh evidence, said by. And I remember criteria for fresh evidence. Mama General Room. Criteria ni na say. Criteria ni na say. Also, who court na ya we say. Sa evidence no. A trial no. Ni nkura. Ebi na wo third party bin say. Apart from saying crown na enough. Also, woman court no say, wo ye nya wo be ye bia. You have to lead evidence to show. But one sanka. You put in diligent effort. One sanka. So what me crosses our hurdle now? We are across the first hurdle. I can next one. Next one is also convince the court and say, sa evidence and cry ma what they bar. A big case in a day. A bit me as a trial decision na answer sano. Se bit me as a son after what cross the first hurdle no. They will admit it. But say ain't means a son you can cross the first hurdle. So we try ye. Then she will see. Now what third day you can send party in same. We try ya on sanka. So ain't mean change the decision now. E won't hear so media too because omoji two mukra no a emfa hwe ba zero. Inti enene hurdle also will cross it. No okay excuses. They be emfa part of excuses. Okay, what they can grab? Okay. Well,
sir, general rule no kind, exception no. Say that you say evidence na o person will introduce no. Say we everything in your power to obtain it. And na anyone sem na say important say a best decision and a court no consider. And three things we everything in your power. A document no it was not with you. And sa document no naturally a best court in engineer beer. Well, the everything in your power is very important because say judge no make arguments say unbelievable say everything in your power. Then you have the task ahead of you to prove to the court of appeal say everything in your power to obtain it.
But this is the case, embassy Korea obeji sa information wa condemn you more say. So how do you? Yeah, also money mama juma.
I know you are mistaken. Me say, most of the embassy
maybe the statements come first a year. Oh no, what can I say? No from no so nim.
Aha, me say you oh,
me dey also make us say kind of one.
Also I want to make us say yanko from home into make us say no cry the year see. Make us say no mo kan ye. Eche me bata no mean to me.
Ama make us say en ka sentia.
I wish you can play back. I wish you can play back. Who say en me bi o wa. Who say make us say who say
yeah, what's your kind?
Yes. Chill. Make us say yanko for mo wo. That was the information. But in some me can't some more personal knowledge here. Now me can't some young casa crime free or you get it. But say if some we me can't say you call for more free or more catcher or more call ye. That was the information.
No, but I think you said something along the lines that
into no na me pass a general comment and say it's like process a bit different to totally new to them. They don't really even know about it. So that was a general comment after me can win the mechanic me did
Tuesday people repeat.
But who says okay judge judgment now. Na judge ne patch say wow. All the efforts now moye no. Mame say why no. One fama ama me to n'anim say or yeah any sort of effort so and no very important because say if say judge no you aware mpo say oh yeah ABCD effort and no
one so beba you see when say they are counsel I wish to say counsel you have access we senior lawyer with the no maybe we bebre wa win you I wish say you have access to the proceedings and I can say the whole trial nina was time bound in fact the 1 week na the year trial no see ye bring ye in fact ye catch your court no ye ma court no ye draw court in attention during the argument ye draw court in attention and I make say ye submission cry sound so quite true ye draw court in attention and that time you closely filing of witness statements ni way nominates anyoma no so if you draw court in attention and say court really wanted us to say ye be we na court be me leave obeka chance okay say if it is so memo mu leave mu dey won file e be a supplementary witness statement and break say mu make effort yeah for because that time you close here you close the time you be file a witness statement in San you close it and you know when it comes to court here a procedure a time you cannot file something out of right abe you close it you go by leave you get it into internet missing me or so is in William Kusi or draw court in attention so if the court wanted us to be a obey catch and say okay then senior na wo kan William Kusi na wo kan mama mu leave the court do that every day mama mu leave bring evidence and say that is what you did
cause sorry and yes me how I dream wow but so okay judge na ruling so also argue say all the injunction time no and fair lawyers no objected to sa documents ni nyina and at the injunction stage or exclude sa documents say say those documents need to be authenticated so an injunction no at least about a month or so maybe say Andrew 1 month
it was just some few days
they fetch me but there was some reasonable time so the argument is within those times now I wasn't a effort to get the document authenticated that all those efforts should have come to your attention in fact you're a lawyer for any say in some instances even an actual application could lie say you perceive your ABCD na your whole train and you see a team year so me pese you be can call a trade degree but who say the exceptions now a war court of appeal admitting new evidence it still stands to say I was say it me prove and my Mr. what me prove clearly say evidence or every diligent effort to acquire it and an insanka and that diligent effort does not necessarily just mean say or throw ABCD but within the reasonable time I wasn't that document should have come to the court she should have done everything possible actually and legally and that's my position I may be wrong and I leave it like
no see what we say argument to make in adducing fresh evidence on appeal is the same thing I can at the assumption so enemy church so those are headers or say cause answer but now you per se can and say because of time that's why we drew the court's attention and mostly something like the court even can order you counsel come formally so what it means is he has given you leave
right
because a time bound time down and you have to file witness statement you na fina what time so file no so we inform the court now the court can tell you say can give that order say okay counsel come formally nature say no understand now evidence now also make your application you file it happens all the time so sometimes when you are making statement to court the judge will tell you okay come formally and prove to me intervention now with the application so I'm going to leave now with the application with the account away and this is the time you issue 1 week plan a day away CMC within a week or say 2 weeks or something like that you close it you are filing witness statement you are It's a excuse pa. Na ye can and say a different strategies are ye do go akwe. And ye excuse part at all. In fact, the last year you rely also any year section 1613 and na ye rely also. In fact, say what share judge no the judgment now. Portion of can say or direct say into and no particularly cramping and also in your patients or when your patients or they share you can say court and share section 1613 at the main. Because say if so I direct here, then what it means is at least you are in the know yes so cry in for more. At least that is where you get the patients for us. Then we clear that head up. That is all what we are saying. Then 10 years excuses and the visa. And the kind of and the credibility of evidence now we in the kind, you know. You can't say judge in the class say or don't bring in the way they very credible no. You see, when we say the son and make us or do when you can't sign a picture or something. You be signing the witness, you be signing. Say a day at Adiana another the lumba no double no moshe. Let me read the proceedings natural. Some can let me read natural. The crabby questioning Crabia, Senior William Kusiye. Or say that lumba shakaftan, no double no can at Adioshe. But this is the situation now. This is the picture they brought to court. Or double Yangasa referred to. That lumba referred to. So we no more. That was the picture they took as evidence, documentary evidence. And no, Senior William Kusiye massacre to wait under cross examination, or yeah, massacre to wait everything, and they were the whole courtroom was even now. There's one more change.
Final words in count.
The evidence was still accepted by the court.
Oh, saying they will but what discrediting. Once you do the cross, the one way purpose of course a cross-examination say you want to discredit how do you call it, the story or the case of your opponent into a part of the means into be yes so cry evidence be our lawyers no be dey e be lead a discrediting into a part of that
evidence we judge no one nyina so
enti
it was important because one fan support anything so enti so can was to say
internal maker say so we redo court no the judgment no no person cheni na say you can say we
pay no money check for customary
marriage me na make a credible witness as some kind na make na me person me cheni say who say credible witness no can say that do mean man shake after na she we but odo boni na ngasa point is a picture we say a picture we no mu take here so into me as man na person can say how credible how to the say on
but one say one sa picture we wan fan ye ejuma but no clear so many say court ka say obi e credible and chere say asem o kan ye bia because ebi wa utimi kotena court na dia o kan kra won hye dan kai papa ebi mutimi permission say on refer from the notes no back and make kasa ebi wa obetimi aka say oh atade no menya sure papa ba na blue ana ebibisa and just say onya credible what I say because I don't see now you may not get one or two things right but it doesn't mean say in all no nya credible and honestly so we share entire show me that's our say or no officer na lumba there kaftan near there and so far away and yes me hold the brief amobia but the important with the fatu I am finding an important
meba you see maminto be I say deductive knowledge a deductive reasoning meba I that akwai bibi say okay say room we are I don't know bia or say ye bema wuro ye bema so ko no ko nya oba won timi nkon koma reason en koma excuse say dey be what's in nipa na credible
e bia no a trans
what's in nipa na credible yes me pe say ye kan ina na say nipa na also ye credible no sa na asem we crazy so and what cross examination baby kra no he was trying to be dodgy based on non responses on ama na ye kan ina say senior na me kan ina say you've not read the entire proceedings so what can entire proceedings no maybe yes me can say conclusively you come to a different opinion but na me can say so what can entire proceedings if you've had that opportunity to read the entire proceedings and whatever happened in court, maybe now all kind of saying it might be a bit different.
The judgment
if you
highlights
many on the premises say eba nyoma esisi yen kete na ni nyina judge ne kabom na o ka say we hold the facts na maybe ebia you share all the evidence I'm producing ebia a court of appeal can say adie we okikambom a hold this facts we na entisa so that's it enti asem o kan e no kre na mom sa picture we in particular no judge no wan fa nya adwuma so that's it or believe say the witness was credible based on the fact say Otimika say no around when the woman was getting married to Lumba Odobroni ne witness no hobby so and osama further of what had transpired at the Awayena say and judge ni see the evidence no is so straightforward papa I
don't know responses not those so for somebody to come in
with regards to this particular picture here Intermaker say if evidence falls in the presence of a judge and a bibisa it depends on the judge how we share evidence and a bibisa how a cross examination will be attended to Intermaker say how this particular judge will be treated as him, it might be different from
another person.
Totally different. It's not even in Court of Appeal or Supreme Court or even dissenting, even this particular judge, this particular court, main kind of judge, make kind of this particular because now it's a decision of the court. So the court took the position and say, with this particular picture, cross examination was so we who say we might Photoshop anyway in
really?
Oh yes, it was obvious. They couldn't explain it. And let me you cross examination actually. And you can watch the picture yourself. It was very clear. At the crack, Emma court answer down for wait I'm found to be brain say or say it was your penny nangas and then some more canina yes. I say been a catcher and been a catcher no. Then the court also comes quickly to draw the conclusion say based on a other pictures videos how you can say a witness no can in some nana bibisa no ono kwa on for wait and found to because of it was a penny nin some more na I say yes interna once that man one for wait and finding I found to we no so that was it
sa position na court ni hold here no eboa e man ni mienu ni nyina okay so say ka say here say a emramu no yem pese obeba be ka say adansi a midi metifri obia no ye pese wan kasa na wo ho uhuye and wo no wadansi die ni ye pese ye de ye adwuma wow enti ne afra witness na wo ho wow 19 no say wo be ka obi asema court ne mpe on time pese o de be ye adwuma na enti ebusu apenyin sama okoka ne court no emfa bebre mejitum judge ni hodi a chese ofane say and sama esi ye ni nyina no most of the thing ebusu apenyin na oni ho ebusu apenyin na de letter call ye say maame sewa e de letter aba ebusu say we jai daddy Lumba enti no ne sa no court hodi say aware no egu on account of the fact say maame sewa at the letter ba so be go away and na court ne say ebusuampanyi wo ba be di adanse ye say letter aba na maame sewa no o de ensa ba ye no wo see enya wo na wo je ensa no na woni ho
na nyo no no ebusuampanyi
na o ye ebusuampanyi ena nipa one ma even one person po da owo sa function na say because I can jai asante amamre awari jai no event nipa betna say ebusua no try so me reconcile omo na omo ye na anye yi a ebi wakọ etimi ma omo kọ ekoda dwen ho agi so oba no empre no the twins and ba say ebusua na agi enti wanti mi amfa nipa ba kumpo ama me di adanse ye say ma me say wa ampa odinsa ba ye me agi inti ne sa no menyi ntum se maame se wa One worry. Even though that letter is there, because my friend say letters no, just an intention, but there is no actual proof. There was no actual proof to show that we jaya worry. And also judge na no, you're very consistent. Or no, so one man clear evidence. I obey me a manage na. I just said this is what it is. Obogu, onfanye juma, eno ye bima, mami akosua, ye bima, mami sewa. Odobroni, sorry, me, Madam Priscilla. No in fact, that's why maybe you can look myself now. Me share first time I share a comment now. Obi actually say, only the enye lumba sem ne here na. The audio was say, why na catch no I say, no offer tuntum shame.
I okay, if I can come in, I am in position looking at evidence I had control court name, looking at cross examination, other ways of legal means of proving case now there. We believe that court no if so weigh evidence in here, those pieces of evidence no way in here, you should have come to a different conclusion. Especially especially the facts whereby this particular picture okay there answer down for waiting to do because they also answer down for waiting to because it was a penny yes but we were of a different opinion because this is the situation now. Although Benanga said we're making reference to that picture that was the picture she took. As I say, yes, that was the picture she that's no okay man come on off okay that's the pictures documentary evidence of no formally marriage. There a urban incrat evidence or share there or formally what warren no appointed to it into a one we totally disagreed with the court.
But
they're on one for wait and to be because they was opinion the yes or the year. But meanwhile, no, or do when you make reference to that letter there, that is no evidence or check formally warring. So why wouldn't you? Why do you say it? Why does the court say don't for wait in front of you? That was our problem. Okay. You get it? That was our problem because Nippon could make reference to it there or any picture you say. So why do you say there? Say even if they was opinion something cry a year say now, this is the person saying there. Or you make picture mucha yeah worry or che. Oh yeah, then so why would you not put weight on it? That's our problem. Yeah, I want to disagree with the court totally. That was our problem.
You can't zigana, you can't. Just one simple question. I wanted to go into details with this one because there's this school of thought to say there is no original marriage certificate existing. I don't know, what do you say to that? Because when we say, according to a letter na lawyer Ubosono, dated back in, I think, 4th of February 2018, na Mama Kosia Debre, Lumba, or seeking for, request for divorce, and intention for divorce, no. When we say, what kind of letter na, or can woman say, the 4th of the letter dated on the 4th of February 2018, or try say, there's a 10-day ultimatum, and that so once settled on properties now, she will go ahead in Germany to file for divorce. Now, sa school of thought in amount for kase, a be any authentic marriage certificate a tray. Say wa warring any hono in the sense say in Lumba's response to that letter that was dated on the 27th of February 2018 or can say Mama Kosia has deserted him for 15 years and did not come down to Ghana to support him on the issues of his health or sounds so call it the bluff of a Mama Kosia as in she can go ahead and get whatever divorce in fact, Baba Jamal letter on the 1st of October 2025, these were captured there. Now, Ukokai, a year German Civil Code at 1566 BGB now. In the German Civil Code, a trial will say,
obi bet to me a file for divorce and now a for divorce account and be granting without ne spouse no a presence if obi to me approve say they've been separated for 3 years. Say for the past 3 years, question no. For the past 3 years no omo nti so okunu ni oyere court no bet to me a grant sa divorce no on the grounds of that civil code no 1566 BGB no. A throw honum clearly. You have it.
In fact, in our submission, we say, if a drawer, we wrote extensively on the German civil code.
Okay, so it states that the court can grant you divorce. So there's a school of thought out there that people are saying, so probably maybe when Lumba called the bluff of Mama Kosia, she went ahead to get the divorce. Hence why there is no authentic marriage certificate. To me about because that school of thought that people are saying say the bone of contention here was to prove that I'm legally married to the deceased. Obibaka said that should have been one of the primary thing Uncle was your focus was because say you to me this certificate am I to me money go through that authentication process now ebi Uncle Dobro ni only case because yen na yen say under the ordinance marriage no there who to me in san yes, so what do you say to that school of thought?
Okay, so let me tell you, sir, the German Eina Ekotino. Let me go there because we wrote on it, and I remember we wrote on it. There is this section. Oh, I want to. Let me see if I can find it. Merba. Okay. I'm coming. And see, when you look at section 1564 of one German civil code now, the Bugalations Gazette Board, something like that. That's how they call it. Section 1564, no, or there, a marriage may be dissolved by divorce only by judicial decision. So that portion you spoke about, or say start first and send about. So what it means is, say even one party one party will problem, it can only be dissolved by the court through a petition. Why the gun against system? So if you don't go, the court cannot divorce or cannot separate you, cannot grant you the divorce.
What I'm saying is that, what if, say, as stated in the letter requesting for the divorce, or try say, if these properties are not settled to me, I will go ahead and assert my, because I'm a kind verbatim, and assert my right on the grounds of desertion. Patrolity. That's what the letter says. Into a try say by 10 days in each na ejapadi ana se nyema me request me nsan kwa me tiso akọ German court no akọ siki for divorce. So the question here is that what if, and this is a school of thought out there, what if she went on to proceed for that divorce
the clear answer is, you see, the other letter I came about there, that was that Dulumbane response or that one we don't have that letter. I cannot speak to it.
Okay.
That one we don't have it. That time we had not been engaged, so I cannot speak to it.
Okay.
But as what if she took the step, definitely Nanka, German embassy would not have given that confirmation letter. As at the time that Lumba died, she was still the surviving spouse. They wouldn't have given that letter. So no step like that was taken. That is the answer to it.
Okay. No. So my last question, Beba, I think paragraph 94, where we spoke about where you informed the court to say you had an authentic marriage certificate, because according to Uridi paragraph 94, now Ekre will say you cited to the court to say more original certificates now, why did we tell the court that original certificates when in fact we knew that Mr. Wonkama maybe when in fact we knew say certificates now original one penny and sankai. Secondly, process now was a certificate to go through to be should I say, authorized by the rights authorities, and now the process of what say go through and sana you to me admit it in the jurisdiction of Ghana as in our court. You know, when we knew we had not done that, why did we tell the court to say certificate
and you see, we had the original, we brought it to court. Problem of courts had with us in a day, because you see, with Germany they have a family book B. One certificate is in the form of family book. So out of the family book, they extract the marriage certificate from it. So the court had a problem there. Why the family book? We are presenting the family book, and we are saying the marriage certificate, is extracted from the family book as the marriage certificate. But that is it. You see, in America, for instance, even Ghana, we have an extract. When you look at Section 73 of our Marriages Act, there is an extract. It talks about extract. It talks about marriage certificate. You get it? It's the same similarly. The book, the court, we show the court that this is the book. The marriage certificate is gotten from there. Then, the confirmation letter from Germany now, it was also endorsed or signed by another person. The court did not. And you made a cogent argument in one of way, if say in 2004, this person was there, issued the marriage certificate and authenticated it, signed it. In 2025, if you are going for a copy of that marriage certificate, they won't confirm from the embassy, and they retrieve it and they sign it, another person signs it, doesn't make it say maybe the most important thing was that when you look at even the code, as in the registration number, it is the same thing. That should tell you that the person authenticating it at that time was different from that time marriage certificate. So that's the difference. And it was even basic logic, but the court decided
the judge was of the view that this basic logic was not argued before her.
Was not explained.
Was not explained.
Yeah.
Because if we presented two documents to the court which seem to have the same content but have different signatures and different timelines.
It's supposed to be explained.
I was trying to say, this particular one appear wahano, earlier in time. Na yeji no yentinya mfa nye ejuma na we na yaje no at the current time so that clear to know about. The other thing Madam Ebusai, which is also pertinent, and say Judge Nika say there was a portion where the clerk signed
okay.
What the document
that one was the interrogatories,
say all the documentation, all the authentication so more presented before the court.
Let me show you something.
It turns out that you didn't have
let me show you something.
It's my advice to grab first. It's my advice to grab say to all lawyers say enjoy the practice I am a law clerks affiliate documents for parties when the parties themselves should give their statement.
91 baby. No, let me come 91 baby. Now let me come and explain that.
It's yenja practice no. Now yen my parties are omo di omasem omo ankasa enfili omo interrogatories and kase yebusa question we why no kase waji atuma na no kase law clerk no kra no onisa to me and then in Diana, I was saying, obey you should assign those documents.
The argument of the court was there is a lawful attorney in the Aberdeen clerk or deposit way. Now, when he set out any affidavit, as in the response to the interrogatories, we indicated that he has the consent and concurrence of works and them. Now let me point to you the interrogatories now. What the response was the bail. You see, the judge talks about Eshe judgments now. It talks about some two authentications there. It should be authenticated or certified by a German government, then you go to and you go to the Ghanaian embassy over there. But you see, let me read the interrogatories to you. Then you will see there whether Mr. Parino. Yes, so wait. Let me read the interrogatories of what they hear in bed. So the first question we try on phone though. So the first question they asked was whether the marriage between plentiful respondent and the late Charles Kojofosu, aka Dadulumba, was registered in Germany. Okay. They responded yes.
Why they responded Richard?
As in Richard Parry with the consent and concurrence of the plaintiff. Okay. Not responding yes. Because he has sworn to have he was on the oath. Yes. Not responding yes. No, you see that the court in the problem there, he has lied on the oath. But I want us to go into it so that we see whether he lied on the oath or not. Then the next question comes. If yes, provide an authentic version of the marriage certificate and same certified by the consular Ghana mission. Now this is last more we should provide authentic what? Authentic version of the marriage certificate. Then it is different from there after the authentic version. Then one which has also been certified by the consular. Now this is, look at the translation. This is what? This what kind of document was to the effect that a dino say or ye obio nipa no authenticating this marriage certificate and you do know the authenticating person. So we were trying to say maybe we didn't capture it clearly there. As in this, you should find an authenticated of the what kind of marriage certificate. We were trying to say that this is the authenticated version. This is the authenticated and certified version, as in by the German government. But that's the distinction. That's the qualification. Young qualifying internal. But this is what it was. You made a mistake. No, so maybe typo, but no, maybe a typo. But argument I'm making, are you getting it? Number some there. They asked first for authenticated marriage certificate. They first asked for. I'm reading interrogatories. Let me reading. They first asked for authenticated marriage certificate. Then we're proving to them that this is an authenticated marriage certificate because upon interpretation it is here. Authenticating person. It has been authenticated with the stamp and everything. That was all what we were proving. So in our response, and that was what we were trying to say, that they should find an authenticated. Yes, that was what we were trying to say. But it seems the court misconstrued us. Into Mr. Parino or trying or bulletin and give them one bulletin. He was trying to prove to the court that this is an authenticated marriage certificate, and it is true. When you look at the translation, it is there. Authenticating person. What does it mean? One bulletin. So that was all what we are trying to say, but it seems the court misconstrued us. Into Mr. Parino, it was answering directly to the first part of the question.
Fit to do that? That's because the thing the judge said Mama China is that he's not fit.
Hello,
Mama
China, I'm Patrick to say.
You met Shiabeja for our margin at Tenassi. Now, Didi, the Pacho, Didi kindly. And so you follow my parents, you fear the mocha. Now, the Amma Babu, the country says. Moka ebogo abusuafo bi din a se court nsem bi ni ade no kore me ba chana ye no kore de tie ni mi tie na ase nana nana o chia amane kakra wa asante ekwan na person be mu kakra sabe kwajo efi a wo firi mu kwini de fie ho
okay
sabe abusuapanyin kan wo fi otumfo brempom and now we are a penny. You walk in a park session, or you tune for Brimcom. A Santia Mamreni, a money upon so. A Busian crony in a air and you tune for the Ashen and Santia Mamreni. And she said, oh, be told for your while. Or Henry any what to me. And Sana. A Busian penny up them. It was a penny the original Homa, a Busian and our Henry and Tem. Na de tie de mo di kan ya busa fe enyanyam bia busia panyin no wahene na wote akonya no so wakoba na mane eno na nchen abusia no mo busa fe abusa di enti na saa de ekọ ebe ekoso abusua panyin mu musa ne se fi se wodi akonya na ye bo na abusua panyin busua ni ben na awu a abusua panyin agina ho se busua bu ne de hia wuntu ogina wa ya yie da ade e wo ho ne abusua panyin de ato abusua num a wo buta abusua no bia da ka no kro wo se so obi wu a wo se wo ne wo ma munya moyie se wo betena abusua panyin agya no so se nipa be 10 na awu a abusua panyin mu san na wakọ de wakọ enuru mienu mpo nje hwame ma me ne pa akoso hima akọ hima de wo wu a ye kuro ni abusua nyina adea ye fra abusua panyin kacha ne se sika fama na bibia ye de be cha ne sa o de onyira abusua na nam na onya yie no o ka kire ye se ema ne ye nya ye yie ne pa mo chawo enu abusua panyin mu sa ne se ade enti na se sa asam na dru court na nanum wo mada woma ade yakopie na nanum anim ye entamu ebe mu no ana ye ne nanum kwa no mbusa akosia se ne hawo pa ne se ana akosia se die di kan komati na abusia panyin tie ye no wan fa abusia fo na amem ode ahowo ne beyeye omo komiti kwa no obie na no so wakasa no o matia no ono odi ni nia no oni tumi wo se wakasa de tosu mienu akosia se opese wo hu ade kura ekum ni nia no enyanyam bia de minim ne amamre mu ne se obi di hie wu a enye obi ene kogina ho no ma ye papa no abusia panyin wo ba no obusa ase ho anam ne papa ndi nua ba ne se saa de na ati no wanti ase e na ye hawo mama yankɔne yankɔhwɛ de ku no ɔde to na nanom anim ana nanom se ana yankɔye ana wɔse ano akyi kra wa report asɛm no yezie
na me pa chewo egusua pei asɛm ya woke sesi aye hu se masa court bio me se ɛhɔ no mpɛ sɛ wokyire ye mu yi
court no a ye kɔ ye ne maame
mpa chayiti
de ntima ye kɔ court no akosia ka se opese wo hu ade kora ekum kwadwo se na court asemunti na ya afa na ya start process na ya koso ahwa ade kora ekum kwadwo na me pa chewo ayiye ba so wayira kunafo ni wo omo crofo be ka committee no hu
okay
ana abusia nso ayiya be ka ho edi anti kwadwo ne mampanifo ne wo mu no wa akwantuo ayiye ya tnasia ye buta anuafo ne mo ma besiwe wo fie onyina fa ye pati ayiye ne dafai ebeboa na ye nyina ya kyerɛkyerɛ ya adwene obi si bia me wa amana no nti ade we ne beti me kwan nti me sra mo de kɔse ya ebeboa we de daabi na sister ebe ya din be ma ma sabi o ada horo ma ye fa nyame ma sa ba se hopes no ye minya be ma na sa akina bibi asia wono wo ma wa akwantu ye betima ye hopes ya ye wa abra wo yire na wo ma ama me show na da chindi ya no mo beka sabe wona wa ye mo akura tina wo penasem na wa ye mo na de beti no wa ye mo na trimu a esansa wo penu nti account ma ho ade kura ku no because we kura ade ku no na ye poison wo ko somu a wo betimi anya ohaw bi wo ho ti adenti na mo rush obetimi share fridge mo ba for 10 years ni ade ade na fi kwan nunti abusua panyin ne ye dodo no ontumi se wo yo adentoto na ebe abusua no because we de ne dia na ma abusua panyin na ja usudi ade na nye se na abusua na tie ma menom na tana se ka se bi se ana na abusua fo ana ye se nton ko jo mfa nyiska edimpa ye se na honya
okay
nton no mfa nyiska baba bi ada no wa mfa anto a efirito abaya den se kwato be film na ye ntimi hu obi akwa ye abusia pani da ya kwa na no so da kan wo yi kire ya sa abusia ni jira wani ya sha de ku aya simple chin ye hu ya na ya de wo abusia no because ye wa ya de me bre ya sa ya de wo abusia no so a betum aye ana busha panye je me gapi asante amana asembi ba ye timi ka peyen ko buta abewa amewa foni ne ma na wa busha no mu ta se Ebena na no ka asem bo no aka asem wo say enu nti entuma ya ayelu ba ye kura obi na etwa na onui a wabɔ no ho ka abo ani nua na de obuto na fi ochi so de bomdi akosi anye ni nya na japade de ye nyina anye sika anye bibi abate e pense na ho etina bi sebe ya obi be hu ta asomenti ana bentin sei na esi ye ne bae entina na mamna na wo to kire wo na bia ye ne kurom ko adawo ma na ye nya fante de ohine ne wotu na diga kan sem bi se ye ko da de so aba ye bra busi apani wo ya ko 2-3 times the friend obai what's one person? I was a penny one person on a park also in Bisha. Up to now, I'm no cousin. What Papa also about the Barman here? Nepacho, what the Kojo and a Papa of Pacoso. What Papa also about the Boyan Wahana here? Me, I make up a new people, my many Pacos in my video Pacos in a chimney and some. What Papa was in a money? Uma Bawa in a money. Baby, I bet you could. We are Busapenya wouldn't to me while assassin and so. Or 2 for the war assassin, and or 2 for the assassin. I'm working. This is all Busawa here and Sana and Saka. The apostle, you know, Namam, I say a catcher, 13 for the you know. Or sister, course, your coyer, your coyer, Otosina, the Kumuko. A beer, one more bet me the injunction, and every beer better so a betty lad, the end of beer. Police process na and to walk around with us a police for Ben and near the batting and Yemen Nana between the archery. So mean to me who are the crop of here. Tintina just said, 13 for no. So we shall penny no pass from dear Kurasama coming with you. I will see a mummy and I am here. Nayan to Tunia who did it to obey. Sefia Yakata, Busia for Ben, you know, and I'm in San Wusa 3 more. Mumu sana se wo nim kwan a e fa so ya abusuan on kire de wawu a waye na yiye da e wa abusuan no on kire anu nti kwadwo de chinchina na wo fa ya apoku no wo ho na akosua no ene mela no wo ma wo nyina ni ya akosua ya mobo adan ade na aba se na amesa ape me anuntia na obi aka se na hema wa ha na ba atem ha kwadwo me pa akosokura na oni ma na mden ba pa akosokuru ma first tama wa hene ba akono di ade na owu ya na mden ba nyina ni yie mu ni yepe me mre bia me kasa me ti asundue se be ya bibia beto na abusua benya ya abusua oba benya ne ba
Mama China
na abusua panyi na ma
Mama China ma
ba me
Mama China mpacho o kasemu no o kasemu peniye na ma mu peniye asesi aye kokota ye den
me don't way you say at the house for me can house ka family na miti am fanche me you say belly baka belly banga ana wa hina sabi you two for when you put the umpa ya sabi mu de kopejum yenim dia busia pani yan kanchen de wan ko sia da de so aba ho no busa no menene bi nkomo ka bi bia sa adan ade ni yangu yenim afi ya twi apapa ko suko na wonom anti this nya kroketu o ya wa brempon nim di fo akranto fo wo kure mu enso na ye kure yi agye ngu ase ene kura sabe wo na mabonte kwa na obi be to na aka so pipa ko so ompewo edi enti na abasa ada na won ti ase na ba bia tase ye de to ne yamfa nto ene kwadwo na wawu na ne niam wo ho edian oni aba je wa puto na fo chi so de bomdio obi na ekoye kwadwo ntoma ade be to bete ye sise ni ye na busuan mu bu ye sen Enti ma cho anti this akamna awano e mo jana me konim se onua wona ne ka sunsam ebe ka 3 days kura makwadwo afilmu ofre ni nia ni di nkomo na die wo bi ka so obi na akuno obi ono yale ye serious pa enkuno yale kitua bi na akuno enti die na si kwa sa butia panyin won ka ho na yankwohye adi kura ekum kwadwo yakwohye wi a na die wo musoso no ne yire no ya kan sa akosua onne ne manu ne ansanyira enkola no a tire exam so obe wie February enti wo pa wo tire mame wo twene bonku wa no adwene ne fa ho enti be ya ma ota akwala nkola me ensem a oni ye mpanifo na wɔn papa begu na wɔn amahye wɔn papa anim ne ebesiom yɛsi ɔman bi abɛyɛ gyina nwoma sua
mama
nkɔla ne ntumi fa wɔn ade sua no broni kuro mo te sɛ yɛn yɛ ha
mama
wɔn agya hɔ so wɔn ba maame
on the 11th mo bɛ kɔ court no
me pacho ane
me pacho uka ne mma bɛyɛ wiki mu yehu sɛ ne mma no bi aba Ghana a oba no aye video to nsa afrɛ adɔfoɔ so omumbra mbe jam no na ne papa efiri ombe ye 13 me pacho nkra na uka so ombe try exam so misrɛw de oye video Dennis no oka ho bia na
me pacho da bi me die
okay
me pacho da bi anti
me pacho
me die
ete pacho enkwala ne de we na try exam so no
akosua mma no
enu nye ma afre ma akosua se wamba
akosua se wamba na me nsa
enti pacho de wo Ghana ne ye hwan mo mba
me pacho ebi yo dobro ni emma
okay
ana na ma me ba ma me chewa mamre kakra
me pacho
ya santi ha ya mamre ni amane me de court abu na asem o ba nya me na metimi me say no one ma chewa court asem ato na me ni wo 63 years na me ko me ben me ma me ani akonya ni tie mpani sem because omo kan ye ti me record de minim ni asante amamre ni kuna ye mu se mema no wo no firimu no wo yire no mo kan kura me yire panyini ni yama ani e de ye no ho am wo de kwa atamado se pa so ye wo ma me formre wa fo wo o pa fre atama makane amane pa na ma kire se nebusa me yire panyini abitie die ani e de ma ba ma na no de ko ona de no so be wale kan kura ene de wo ne nyame nsem because I know me our list of no na America me chire na mom me die wo mo America no a me ni mo no me ma kire pusemu akese ana de wo na de ba boa ye ya de asumdue be ba no na America say abusa panyin chi break ade na asie abusa no nya bi abusa panyin de nti amata de we nyina ade aba no onya ye wo abusa no mu da nti wonim ayiye no sadia ne hyehyɛ na ade ate oba panyin mu awu na ye hema wo kuro no owu a anya abusuama na wo hene na ye busa ne sɛ ha papa no wo ka asɛm bi sɛ ye bibi abusuama panyin ne begina wo agu nsa na ade na me ka to anti 50 me ma me wu ya de to mpam ne na nsa no na to na ebe kwa akotie no ye wura me boni di ana ma sɔre ɔte kokɔ so a me boni di ana moro sa ye misuo nyansa ne kin Solomon what na this year be by ama na sante hima de na this year be by na sante amamra ni amane ne so wo hina na wo hima akwa akura ye fie ne midnight ye be fie na wo se abusua ni nyina wo na abusua panyini e wo ho na ya di sika futuro no abasra no me pa cho na sama me kan ka mi chantre wo me ni me nyabo buka na otu fa ya bafo otu wo mo ba ya na ya be ye busa sa abusua panyini wo hene where dodge maamini wu ya no na ya busua panyini ya ko fa funu na ba nka ya wa sadia sa busua panyini na wo hwe ame ya di funu ba maame ohine ni ohine be gunsa wa abra di funu na ba efunu ni si kwa na no ta abusua panyini wa nsi ha maamini bi bia ni wonu ma ya wo ta fa ko ka ta abusua fo ne won su ta ko wo fo se ya se wo mo ba wo mo nya aduane on be anti 50 busa wo mo se bibia ni wa be ba kro ha wo be ba me mama China and for me, Yama woman and Tissa Yabusia. But we shall penny yard and took to my Baba, Mr. Yan to from America. Obituary now, yeah, you know. Busa said, a partner of what you and Chamamlanka, no one that talks to me and so. I can tell you in the bank, I want never. And so they look at talk to me and son. And no than China. Busa said, I also for my Tihano. You move wine and I was up any dear Dean Mammy, and more you. Papa ya dia mama ya nya hwe ya die abusua ne ye die na epe ba abusua panyi we be die ade ade to ba abusua no enti belle na matena ho na o kira amamra sabe na ka se yen ya fanti amamra ne ya mane ne de wa tia na ma ye abusua panyi no nye autonomous o kuma ni tumi okay wa abusua ne nyina ahia ne awesa e de ahye na no ne de ono pe e no no ye
mama medase mama nyame hia
and
me pacho you. Oh, ma me na ye ma me mesro mpacho you. Yeah, that's ma. Yeah, ne mama China and kasa ye no. Yeah, we will question.
Lawyer no dey me
into koziga. Yeah, we am about so. O ladi oni
just to wrap up, person make a name and say.
Oh, lawyer, no way.
Yeah, present say your originals.
Yeah, man, you sign it.
Now me can say originals now.
What they call
it the BBI.
Okay.
The mini question busana jiga.
Na
me person e busa say me pacho. Se si an sama wo be ka wa hai. Wo fa pempa ne say like what do you want to communicate?
Oh, me dem me fa pem me say sebi the equation na enya dia obia me sure so mo busuafo no ye wa bonti onya dia obia ni je. Se do obia kasa ye yo na ye pe na say na yi na wa ye kan se be me de se abusuapani nti abusuapani sebi wa chi a emu ye.
Okay.
Ye na ye sielu bewia ye wa bonti ni na busuani na ye da so na kira se mo nti fi se enu bebia no on come back to na busuafo no wa ye omopani no na ono omu na enwe de omo busua ne pese omo ye ho e ma sebi oni pa ba ko pe enteki decision fi se busua de
me kakra me work an Empress me nim kwa me nim say jiga oni papa shi omo ye nuanom omo fi maame ba ko papa ba ko and me nim say emra o maame wuye minka we ya me so afa cheme na basa yo e ba kakra in terms of make o de me kasaba we ya wetima say in terms of o maame ye no da ye no na den kakra me dwedwe mu a me hunu ye no ene say o tweben ye busua pani e ma woni ne kasai e ma emu no bedi mu ho ma mutumi ye mu maame ye na ye memreda even though papa shi ekoye ne de eye yawada no mutumi ene busua pani tena se kasai e ma mutumi ye ne memreda enti sisi ane in as much as say wagye atum se wonye busuani wonye moja na wo fi nchen na by virtue of the fact say bia woni mama Akosua Bempong assigned that na okay na e bia mama Akosua Bempong ma feel say bia woni ho a wo betumi atena na nemu no wa report to her no me de kakra meka ene say munhwe na monfa eye mo support entire busua pani achi na mu ni na mo ntena se na ehie na ye next week Saturday no ye ntumi nye emane nye because as it stands now no kra ni nyame anim ni say na aka na bia wa ma na no esi nti wanti lumba wo ya we as a busua of lumba ankasika abusua no betumi anya we ye we hu di bi ahwe nkolai ni ade ni sikaketwa ba no kra wo mesro ma mi no kra wo mu pa ni say no eyie no eya ye unattractive sesi no sa sympathy na nkankrofo wo ema eyie no eni ho te say kane no areho na ewa eyie no sesi eni ho hwe ukọ TikTok ahwe ni asebio omanfo esipe wo TikTok asebio yegu mama Akosua Bempong enu mase menye sure say ye ofe pacho de America not mase and there are several times as jiga in as much say ukasa wa ha ukasa hu brasie mu na wo kire say ope ne papa mu no there are videos bi amehu on social media one kasa wo ka ho na wo instigate confusion ni bi pacho de America not mase enti no say mo pene papa mu a mesre wa
because
mo nye busuafo mo ya abonten so for me
so ya abonten so ni so
say me pass me opinion what would ya wo kan wo kasa in the form of say wo kasa wa abusuana na because tie wo abusua ye moja wo no matter what it is aye ko ba mama Akosua Bempong amenti mo ase Faustina amenti we omo ye moja wo eje kenkranya kwan ya omo be fa so omo be san ka bom omo be ka bom na mo am wa bonten ne patro de make am to say see all I'm saying is that and na busuan pani no ko yizika na one country we na one country we there is a committee and pay what we know every money that goes I mean im kwase yes wo kra wonya alert ni bi And in the message, semi patrol. She say, next week interviews na ye granting. And we here. Kasano, we patrol, Kasano, and ya doors. Intimidate. And Brasium. Dia meche say, Ebeya. Munya bibi amaninka. Na mune mane wofi woninka. Sana ye na ye ntai busu ya penny echi. Na muna muni boom ne. Why?
Patrol, Matu, that's it. I'm saying, Sebi said the work. Omoya Bushian. Yeah, dear, you're boy. You ain't mean the Sebi Bushiano and your potty. Because I'm saying, Mammy or Kasai, or you wish a penny nearby. Yeah, but should I am sure. She said, Mammy, of course, you have been for Mana, say, Jigger. Mr. Kujina by Bimpo and Casabi.
Intelligence or no show Sakoka.
Oh, some by me sending Tina Mewa.
It is all no after our Casabi.
More several times now, for frame radio station where me catch almost at me. Semi Missa, my minister, Nipa, so my sister, Bisa, my Samencasa and Pacho. Mencasa because me cry me social media ni say Obiampo me. Fine. She say I will say ye ne man en kasa we wa ken Empress bisa me say ni ye yom sabi o papa no di 10 years kra na ye besie no na eda ho na echa na ye dey sie ne next year besie ne sie ne next week a lumba kra na esie no abusua pani ni abusua ni na eti enti onko back to ni family ni say de o kasa ye abonti so for no uncle back to the family no because o ka bibi say jikren ya omo ya busuon besa ko mo abom no ya better person uncle back to the family no na on ya busuan ni na ti no no mo nkotena se na chia emuye no mo nkototo say de be ya mo ntutu enna dey me ntimi ni side we tu ntimi ni side my family no by omo ya busuan na can decide omo ade say ye pese say ntimi me no ye ntimi nya hwe Tiabusia penny pe peace. Ah, debio kasa o pe peace a. Also ne ofa se no. Ene ne maame mu. Ene ne nuanom ye de. E kabom. Ni mi fi se asumdwe be de. Ebeba. Okay. Nti enna no sabusia penny o babia no otie a. Sebi o. Ontie ye. Na me ye sure se otu sa na mo na. Ebeba. Because say anobrebe ma abaye de. E ma abato.
Arnold.
Empress. My mom, dear, personally, I'm tired.
Barbara.
I've been sitting here almost 3 a.m. talking about Daddy Lumba. No, it's be am I? Doesn't even matter. Almost somebody in the next week. Yeah, we show more the best. Almost quite happy. So we show more the best. Almost somebody in the 14th match. So we show more the best. Almost somebody chumwa because almost taken so much chumwa manente. The BCBI waha.
Da, o last one.
Ah. But the food tonight me two omo.
Hey, my friend.
Nyabo today.
I'll send the last one, is it?
Say da kasa. Ni kaso remember so la.
Sir, metie madam your kasa also what the China.
Mama China.
Also mujina do mujina say busuya penny no. I said ni 2 minutes shut down subia. So allegation kakro brazy say omo ye 1 2 bi ningi na busuya penny mba.
Wamba.
Onim akanfo ye wa ibisi ye wi a Monday buka. Ibuka no yam de to aso yesiesie busua ne ntam enti ne waye bibi abe rezi me pese me busa madam ne say waye mabusua pani eye be ba komienu miensa amaya wa amamu no edu se mu siesie busua ne ntam mutimi rezi ye say yabusua pani bi oye ni ama o apia adamante say de mbaka me yewunti ana because ye wi a de toso ye siesie busua no mu ne wonye ne niam yie de wachie bibi ne yaka said the on repeat enti aba mienu miasa wotimi mutimi kan ya na eden afi de adulum ba yie sumo mu na yi ahodo abusua pani ama bi na afi na ye beka just ade na ne say wo mo siginaye sese busu apani ni gya ayie no e ma me bempoma no woye no ono pani ba bitena na ye na ye nuewu ye na ye mogya asase mo ni nyina ani so na koba ne sanso a sade ye ka no mo na ye mabusua ye de ye ka bi yetimi gya aka se ne ya anodo abre ya ni no sukura wato atwene sa na be ka kro bia nso be yi ni ho afirim afidom pese mo ye sane mo ye mo na ye boa ti munua ana modeshia bewi asa be bo brand sa ma mudi kakrakase idi ne so minue kasa wo se kalumba tonyo brofo anko chema kijasen iti ade na such a legacy nipa ba kumienu binti chinchina chese de mobaya na mobaya ene kan se ye de anya busuafo aloyafo ohoyi sebe omo de omo jo mo cash mo se enko supreme court we court koro mo no mbeko de mo ana mo se ma de ankanya me de achemo lumba wusu nko mu yo kafe na mo be didi ni din ho eso ase obi a do be kan bi obi a wase mo be sa beka a hedwa na sa hasa peja ye fere se 13th no de omo modin no monye yie no omonye after no do obi apeso obi aga na fo so bi hu e da se
it's me das ola
I mean that perfect man. A perfect man underscore. Biana menya akwanya ni bi. Me gini nyina perfect. We a friend of big man combo. A Mao captain 2, near Mao casual 1, near 550 Ghana. Pet. Now what find a simple nature with your ball life. It's so when you size to your large, extra large, medium, extra large. Poverty and send a full size picture. The best near Juju more simple. A perfect man. And I'm my perfect. Na me don't see. Empress, Yamisha. Lawyer, your question back up. Pacho, was there a point during my friends interrogatories at the age of Madame Priscilla came up? Was there a point her age came up?
Thank you very much for this question. Interrogatories ye be say. No. During CMC time was I don't know. Court no kade we shouldn't go into that area. We should leave it. Under cross examination no. Na ni senior William Kusi offer them a line. Odobroni no witness na obe no obe testify on behalf of Odobroni Mr. Bani Akuno. We senior William Kusi cross examination na oduru wono obisano say Osulumba started there will date Odobroni 2006 into 4 years time, that is 2010 or worry into we senior year cross examination na Odobroni no bisan there into what was the age as at the time Lumba share Odobroni. Now, when a lawyer raise your objection, say this particular question during interrogatories was side and call they shouldn't answer it. Now, Senior William Kusikade, or a competent way to answer so, or yeah, some slight arguments. Now, this was the ruling by the court, no court in the Kade. He can choose to answer, he can choose not to answer. That was what the court said. Into witness not answer.
Okay. But that's it. Me question all be. But the attorney say, I told you, Empress, I nya trim sem. I told you, I bufu. Then I when you busani, unka busiaho, munya sadino. Lumba, according to my report, I'm on my now warrior almost saw no double new wine. Mr. E.T. Mensa when busani. Agasa na damfo iti akono so wan o ebusani enye na damfo pasa odin ko janso ebusani e to me bia yonko bi bedane busia committee omoti ye omo so nyom nya na ebusiafo adena obi raise objection say we nye busani sabi me honorable amankwa ebusani eso so kan until recently or say bia wa man is or something ana to bi asemba so ayeti busua etimi yi obi se o kasa man na ye nyine nim kasa na se e bia ye ni e ho adaje. These things are allowed. So anya isa munye busuafo na munja ma busuafo nye omade mun zegate onye busuanzo osan check. So what is all this hypocrisy? The asato subi. Mesumi asantini. Mesumi busuapenyo me fie.
Ufi antoa.
Me fie antoa. E pacho me busuapenyo no kwa take decision. Onye bida. Asemba ofre busuapenyo mpanifo. Ofre obi ato adwene bi wokọ to nkra frame of phone so why are we making it seem as though say busuapenyo is supposed to be a dictator or no can also be no, we don't do that. Why are we making it seem so? Because you has and the bio. Look, judge, ruling no or can send you even in respect to Kunayo. Or see Kunayo na ye fear man penny for like guide you with your penny. No one pokra media DCD as one, yeah, with a penny. I am awesome. And on the Nana Chim also says, I fear money being a name a Kuna for da. So let's not make it seem so we will be penina, Utimiani ope, Debbie, Utimiani ope, what then depending Nipana to obey you, it's also Tienipa. And also making sure say if you know Asumbiaba. Now say we were doing so media saying I'm person me see that be the problem eba. So why can't you meet your people? Hey, musi there. Okay, me have to say. Yen say now sundum na obi amra ni say papa na chief. Why can't we do that? Why is it taking so long? Aden. Ye wi ani aga say na we fa we na nya de. Na fa we na nya de. Empress. A funeral flyer no. Our cousins eguso almost 90. Your listed cousins all the way to 88 or 89. Amoje there. Then Amoje. Se me din wo ma, ne be kwa akose ya ye. Empress din wo be kwa akose obi ye. Wo akuoku bebre wo joine. Asantefo ye no. Obia wo stake home. Nti me nsimu okuo no, mu make sure say me din wo. Na me so be dey akose likuo fo no ma kogege ntobwa.
Yes, Annette.
Asante ye no tini ese a festival no. No, so what Asante ye da. Nancy mami call ye mami kuna do also ogusun pam. No gas Asante ye no go no, but sanity. The truth of the matter is that there are so many people interested in this funeral because of more benefit or more expected. Let's not hide from that fact. It's the honor so be on say ye ni nua be mo say no more than more benefit the more pa mo pe but me per se pepe your AC and sana mo be ya you can go and just help her at the end of it onga say out there bio or see and san fani panis and say o say we be man there be was mama hu de kuminia asa na mo nya nya ntem na isa na chi say and Empress me hu obi a ohine e de na chef room ye de na chef fridge for 20 years ni eguso edi etwema so sabi 13 fi say nya lumba kwa na mo so mbese say yinu ya MPR defense minister Omane Boama so the 13th what is obi yedede what is ebusan phobia what is ebusan penyi bi na mo guarantee interview what is ebusan penyi after court ruling akwa akogina red TV so ka say agi say akosu ase wa so be pa chew de a na security na bem na so quarter chew se mo mienu nye uwi abeka say amanfo bi na empesa asundie beba amanfo bi na empesa omo pesa omo yi abusa panyi to me but this is the same person who has gone to create this confusion knowing very well sir court say omo mienu nyina anye even as we speak so who is creating a problem if it's not him? You know, Mr. Yes, but the truth of the matter is that say ya first can to former if you to also be a classic Kedian for to na say lumba edem na say or that fridge na say ye next year match I mean as a chain number any packet wa na lumba any packet wa Dabio lumba any packet wa ti say the next chef fridge kwa for 1 year cry you say e broso
last week ya unyanto bo say papa na chi mani dina na kan eme hu say lumba na also the 2-3 weeks ebe ye lumba yi
5 years cry dey koso
enti no e won say ye to ye bo ase ne ma papa ni din Yes, the sabodin fata bibi.
Shisha nipa na chiye jiga. Shisha nipa na chiye. Na won say oh ewie ya ba be yemfa so be ba no. Jiga utie. Eye ba be yemfa so be ba no e be konkora ho enkora ne de ne be ya mo eye less than 18 no. How do we manage their lives before they get to 18 or even more? Lumba no kwande ne NCC na chi. All these things have to be factored. And you pray when I mean you komika na. Dey na si.
Say director ni obi ano ma oduani di say wa ma oduani bebredi o pesa o men obi o pesa o men na o say yare o oduani ni
anasa o be dakra
no fa wa de wa ye o papa say didi
etimi de mesre jigai me de mesre
pani pepi say onko back onko back to ni family no say de o kan no o na menua ma mo de we de say nya bibia no on fa yie ento ba bia yie ewo asumdie beba lumba yie be kra be hwe abusu apani ni din to park no wa ko mbesa mani din fufuro
our match na week
oh me there me ma miss match I mean to me make us next week
oh okay
me finally
what's it
me de man
oh say me ma me baby o dey gina na hona na
meja
nti ni nwa na okay nti
baby o ba me ba wa ma me
Julia Bacho don't respond finally
yes because I'm Asante Force
no
Ola Asante Force
Empress the tiani say a year ba itimi you see no the CC fee nti obi wo ho a na yi to fie a opese okoye fie ekoye yi na fia de esen yes piska ba be ye ne fa yi no mankoye ye ne sa se asundie ni fie timi fa yi so e de CC ma asundie ba ansa ne aye yi it has become obvious say asundie ni fie mumie use this opportunity no and for create asundie no fie na se busu ni nyina kabo nso mo ye yi ne be efe obi ntimi kan kire se na maya medini kra ni din ye de biem na ye nkra manfo abre enye no kre amanfo bi amre
ulami ntwa no na de so abahene on pa kuso hene abetna obe 2 times ama na de so abahene try say like obesiesi o montem say de kan say aye timi ba e de nka bomi e de eba ni na abusuapani anko hwe abusuapani na e kan sembi abusuapani aye ba mumisa ne say lumba ofri pakusu ni nsuta like pakusu fu ebiti nsuta na mumisa ne say wako se nsuta ne yia wako bona mane a na mumisa ne say wako bo pakusu na e ka bibisa amamre asase na yesie nipa oso no enye busu apani na otumi wo so please
Obapa is too much.
Why is too much? O person dey o person
assign asase ebesie lumba wo 70/70 e wo ho. Oh, misinformation about.
Beni nya ba ne kan.
Challenge before you
no beni nya ba ne kan wan ti bi o wasum. Enye so yentie obi fun so na obekan yo. O si o mebo pa ko so na ma.
You unko see
Empress. What are you talking about? Because pakuso hine kwa busu.
Ye next week kosi onkosi o hine.
Onkosi pakuso hine eye. Onkosi nsuta hine eye. Enra na me maame mu ko nsuta hine o. Enka we nya maame na adwuma. Eye busu apani ne fem. Ene wo busu apani ade o so adwuma o so wo ye. Wonsa o sina pukita wo fasifo ebi. Omudu achi wakosi o hine na eye. Sa na esi wo busu apani. Na nya busu apani a aye beba ohina wo no sabi opa ko so ne wo fast na ni lumba indi se bibia kro ho a ka ye be na bi tutu ebi kro ho mo be na nka bo mo onko se pa ko so ye sesi ne mama chana e ka mama chana no ne maame na ye ohima sesi na o ka ni 30 minutes o se busu apani mpo mese pa ko so ne ye onko se ntuta ne ye enti ade na o se wa ko se na ye moreover also ntipe mo unfri ho ada na also akosi na yie
ene nyankopon ya adoma
ye na ye obi ni mo obi kire busu
Calvary Temple me pacho 5 p.m. More than a song Mama Mary Cancer the program now oyene every year no koso year at 5 p.m. me sure bomodi an say obeba bi 5 na ye di jumedi na hihye so Empress mewo hobi and that's your Obapa Christie birthday on the 7th of December. Obapa adreaction ai ni birthday ye ma awoda pa yesi nyame hira na onye wo kese na me cho say Tuesday ya ebe so de no ko fine washing powder lunch no koso I no ko see you ba komi amini me am tia na me no kasa me to sa afro me pa chop matete omunu so bra na betu bi wate washing powder na matete so eti bra na betu bi na kona cotton ai oton so benya fa so oba ntemo a benya discount no because after opening no na chese be call back to the regular price no it is strong on the 9th of December ni day ekwan eda ho ma say ubeto bi na cotton lawyer yapon wo bibi camp
very short. Nyameka ni say Lumba nsemi by who say nipa ateki sites and a team Odobruni na team Amesewa and all of those things. The entire Ghana for a years annual man is because Obifa Obia warrior, no the accord to tone or no nabra boa na warrior who no fee say the same. A lawyer for a entire case, your Becca say 2 divorces be anywhere a yepe. And to send your fees so be dear tiano, and send your wood dear tiana, and yet necessarily sana obi dear tier. And some now medical dear court, and it may be totally different from near Wunim and near Woodjane. And you good say, Ebi obetie ebi a wote ni media mu ana bibi na eno nkoa no dia ye wadwen na bia wudidi obi atema na wo fi say because unya opportunity na examine facts ni nyina to be able to come out with the truth. Enti yen try ni enya side no ni enya edidi atem all the time ubetie na we atem we di na we na say ebeboa yen yenyina my muni nyina ena ni etwato eno olakan minim se nokrese ebusuampanyi kan but se ebusuampanyi fi se wose ma me se wa be pa achow ansana ya yeno ekuna ene Mr. na onsanko kan judgment ni biu because court ni share no say ma me se wa eyekuna na o make sure say one any mami akosu odobroni nyina o ma yekunafo enti no oni pe bia say obeka say agi say bi obi be pa chowa na sa anyoma no eno de onyin film anya sa yetimi holding for contempt enti no me de kakra ameka no me I'm hoping say nyame ncha de senior judgment in this call, no, at least my money in a fair idea of near copy court na nientia ruling a bar senior is by
Medase na nyame aduma next week on the 14th December a Praise Achievement Award we a gospel for yedini and text anyway near ye jit anyway yankasa so yedini intimacy 14th our Royal House Chapel I see 4 p.m. near the Jumedian Ashe so afimu nyina last year we juma we ye nyina yebo abaso asase so a ye Emma edwuma na wo ye ni yie ntime so si a nominate wa posti no obi koje award am be ka say na me deserve aka ye hododo enti nyame ya mbe ye tim bia wa ha no se me ka kire mo eye for otinti ya ebe mon dress so na mon fa mo ho enhye nyame animunyam cancel run up your pon where the
Kitwe rounding up there was this information there so we had videos and we couldn't submit it to court. Now we didn't have it. It was after the judgment now obey. If we had it definitely we wouldn't have hidden it and can submit. So that's what I would say. So thank you very much and I would thank my senior William Kusi for giving me this opportunity. In fact I speak on his behalf. In Tenyo no and I wouldn't be here. So thank you all. It's been great listening.
cancel we and then me makeup no mama me man shout out pokes_beauty_heaven or no yeah me name no edemam and the matter is if socials_fashion or no na omame atare eshe ehwinde me no me sika at all but pokes and a fixie ehwino edi emame nyame adom baby a yedi program ne ebe abedru ni ya bo 3am yeda mo amojebre mo hweye na mutie ye yeda obibia se team liga any team odobroni yeda obibia se ne yenya powerful lawyers na ye papa ebe kan ye ho daddy nana nyame ehira onyo kese se yama watena se abote jiga oni mama China nyamisha Empress bibia da sende ye besan so Asia medi ede Empress gifting me producers Obimpe ene Isaac executive producer Dr. Father Dixon ene Esquire Kennedy or say Yankopoisha MCR for any cameraman for me see on the 12th I Friday we no a blue bar Kumase just so me pacho 9 a.m. near the Jumedie no asheshe so it's pacho Kumase me ankasa me ba hono bra a blue bar and a ye bia no a restaurant come eduani bia wudi bia chem bra be have a taste of it a blue bar ye bia on the 12th of December. I can't wait to see you in Kumase. That's an Ebesan so Asia. Mikru Aibe Michiao.